Kurt was there. What's that? Isn't that Craig guy? He plays in the fishbowl game. And he showed up at John's one night. The older guy. He was.
I knew you'd get excited.
Really?
I
caught him. Did I tell you that whole story? He quit coming to.
I'm naked right now.
I'm like, nice. Because they told us he was in Gamblers Anonymous, but he lost 7, 6, and 8 in 3 different games. Boom, boom, boom. And he wasn't and so he stopped coming to the and he was in our
what do you think your numbers are tonight, Tony?
Yeah, the funny thing is, I didn't see him.
Numbers as far as viewership or numbers as far as people showing up?
How many people probably
I don't know what our was like.
I'm going to guess around 12.
12?
Which gives us a full table of 9 to start with, and then 3 to filter in. And from the last game, it doesn't take very long to filter in.
He looks like a mad addict.
Plus, I thought it'd be fair to do it that way.
Basement.
And when we went down to 6 players last time, it broke.
Oh,
were you still here?
So.
No. Remember, I got stuck.
It was
I didn't get out.
Oh, that's right.
We played.
You know what's good too is like
Steve.
If for some reason no one's bust, like within the first half, maybe we could have. Like I wouldn't mind volunteering to say, hey.
I was.
Now, would you do that on a volunteer basis of?
Steve was down 75 real low.
Highest chip stack.
So Bob had was up 3.
I'm just saying.
Steve
I want the highest chip stack to stay on the table.
Yeah. But I'm saying let's just ask, and because like say you got 2 guys that have sat here for 2 hours waiting.
I made $1.
And no one's busted. Let's just say, hey, is there 2 that wouldn't mind sitting out for the next 2 hours, or you can still hang out maybe and get back in.
And then if nobody does, you can draw for it.
Yeah, because that way everyone gets the bullet.
They have that in some.
I would like that.
So
that's pretty cool.
I've seen that before.
And the other thought was that
you have to be.
We do 2 cash tables, but one of them is not broadcast. Because of their action, and then filter in for a feature.
But I'll tell you what, there was a couple times last night, Kurt especially.
I'd rather have more at the table.
I was pretty solid early, and Kurt was down.
I mean, if you want to show up at the table,
I
think you show up with 9.
I give him $20.
I just say, we just say, whoever's going to be your alternate, say, hey, look, if for some reason no one busts, we'll figure out to get you in 2 hours.
Yep. That sounds good. Rick McKee, do you know who Rick is? Rick McKee? He's not coming tonight. He is a extremely aggressive cash player. I was really, if there was ever going to be a quick bust out, that was. He's like you when you're got about a pack of beer in you. Yeah. Except he's over.
There's people that are more.
You want those people in the game?
Did you guys go up any this week?
Yeah.
How'd you do?
And when this thing actually,
I had a
we're envisioning
$1,500
it so that when it
Did
actually
you?
goes live, we're going to do
$1,550 was my
interviews
cash out with
and
$2,500.
interview, however many people, let's say 50 people.
I was just telling, I always say that I love a hand
But
shot.
then,
I
think we're going to rotate it out every.
Well, there was this table as I walked by. I looked, and the
everybody
shuffler
buys
wasn't in the rack.
But
it was
the
out.
high chip stacks at the end of this game would go on to the three highest chip stacks would go on to the next game. So then we keep rotating out people, but we keep a really interesting cash game going.
50,
That's a good idea, because then they know to save the money. They're coming back.
Yeah.
And how often are you going to play?
But earlier in the week, I was up Friday night.
This should be a weekly thing when we get it going.
I think Wednesday.
Well, that's when I play every
I was
other.
up and I lost like 3, so I was down.
Oh, you went Wednesday?
Was down 7.
I just owe my alimony.
Wish I'd have known. You told me you were going Friday and Sunday.
That's the news I went. Sorry.
Oh.
Wait a minute, but I thought I went one other
No,
day.
you went with me.
Yeah.
When did we go?
We went.
Yeah, it has to feel good.
I think it was Wednesday.
Did she get
It was
remarried
either
or
Wednesday or
something
like that?
Thursday.
No,
Thursday was the only day I
Because you
That would have been even
Memorial Day.
better for me because I worked one Thursday.
Well, that was last minute because my plans was Friday, Sunday, and then he called me
all my
on
bills,
Thursday and
everything.
goes, "Hey, I'm
Still
going
got
to
lots of money left.
I'm like, yeah, my plans was Friday." But then I go, "Let me see what the poll says." And he
I almost called you.
So it was Thursday. I went Thursday, Friday, Sunday.
I almost called you Thursday afternoon.
I'm thinking Wednesday. This
Yeah.
So if you're not working Thursday, I'm thinking Wednesday.
I'm off Thursday.
I'm thinking Wednesday this week.
No, wait. I'm working Thursday. That's about the only day I'm working this week. I'm off Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Monday.
Sleep a lot Wednesday during the day while I'm working.
Is Wednesday the Spades Day?
Wednesdays and
Mondays
Mondays and Thursdays.
You know Jeremy?
I went
Have you ever
up
played with
No.
Jeremy or not?
last.
Only
I went up in the
John and
morning.
Ryan.
I can't remember what day it was, but I was.
There was a couple.
You know, I was
I
up
walked
there
in the door and
by
there's like 3
9
people I knew and I was
o'clock,
shocked.
and it was a spades day.
Nice pleasure.
There were 3 tables
never
going till about 1 o'clock.
A long time ago.
My table was called twice.
It was 2.5 years at least.
Within that period of time, I won $100
I went down to his
because
friend
one
Kurt's
of the guys got
and
an
played
ace
the
of
tournament.
spades.
It was like 8:30.
And then our table was
Everybody was
called
kinda
again
drunk.
in the afternoon.
Tournament ended,
There might have
everybody
been
looked like
6
cash.
tables playing then.
I heard the one guy
I
say
only
that
got the one payday.
boys,
I'm like,
it's like,
man,
come
that
on,
was
see, it's
nice.
like cash.
I
I'm
like
like,
the spades deal.
If you guys want
Especially
to
when
play,
you're in
I'm
the
like,
morning
I
when
really
there's
don't
not
want to
many
go home.
tables going.
I'm like, so I'll play.
But I don't know
Those
if
cards
I
look
like
like you
getting
don't
up
have a
there
lot.
Yeah,
early.
yeah, nothing.
There's-
And I go into this house,
The
and
one time that I got up
this
there,
area
I was
right
up there
here was
like
bigger
probably
than
like
their
8
living room,
a.m.
kitchen, and
or maybe
dining
7:30.
area.
Got it.
And the table I was
And they
at,
said
there were
the
3
kitchen table
guys
won.
still drinking
So I
from
sit
the
down,
night
and
before. They were a
there's
little bit
like
obnoxious.
9 people
You
there.
know, their poker
Just
play was
smoking.
horrible.
None of them were
And it was like, you know, and then
we
it was
sit down
like
to
old,
play,
couple
and like
older
3 of them
guys
buy
that
it
were
for
tight as hell.
$20. Something else, I'm like, I'm gonna sit here and win $40.
Yeah, I figured out
and
what I
it's
did
gonna
wrong.
suck. I really like smoke.
Right.
I
We
got
proceed to
excited
play
when I
all
would see
night. I
ace
leave at
9
7 in the morning
because I
off of
saw no
Grand.
cards whatsoever.
At $20
but I
buy-ins?
would play 'em.
And it
That's
was
exactly what
just
happened.
ridiculous.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
I was so, I mean, and it was all from their family, and I felt bad, but I'm like, it was just, and they didn't care. They were just,
Huh.
Cause she played that night at Stacy's.
oh yeah.
That's like
She's
rare.
Omaha, I crushed
Well,
her.
good. I meant
Go
to
ahead.
text you and I forgot to do it, so I'm glad you're here.
Oh, okay. James
I
up
knew you were
to the
gonna be
side
here,
list.
but I wanted to
I don't know.
get there. And it's Mike, right?
Yes. I can eat in here anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. Okay, just making sure.
Try to keep liquids off the table over there. That's about it.
All I know is, Bush is all in. I might have to call him right off the bat because I know he's got bullshit. Go to have queens or jacks or something like that.
Uh-huh.
I go all over it.
So the audience can see, and then if there are going to be a couple people I really don't know that are going to be here.
I thought you put names on the thing.
I will.
Oh.
But
Yeah,
when
forward
I don't
thing,
look at
yeah.
that when I'm talking, and if there are people that I don't remember their name, at least,
You know me. What's up, Corey?
What's up, Corey?
hey, hey.
Corey, $1,500 blackjack night.
That's how it was that night? Wow.
No, last night.
Oh, last night?
You know Cassie? She's got dyed red hair.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
She used to wear days,
Mhm.
and she wears like this
Yep.
real thin headband
Did you see
thing.
Alan's thing?
Yeah.
Zupiak.
That was awesome.
Her name.
That looks like we're gonna hurt ourselves.
She, I love hand shuffles.
Oh, yeah?
So I walked by her table, and the shuffler was taken out.
So you were
So
like,
I knew they were hand shuffling all night. Turned 2 in the 1550.
Christ.
Like-
Like side bet action, or was it just?
No, I didn't hit any side. In fact, I hardly played side bets. Once I got on house money, it was like crazy betting.
Yeah.
As soon as I got in house money, it was like 100, 150 a hand.
Nice.
I rolled it to 1550, and it was like 245 last night, and I went,
I gotta get out of
I
here.
gotta get out. Because I showed up yesterday at noon.
Oh, wow, you were there that long.
I played poker till like 6 or 7.
Poker wasn't cutting it very well?
I was up like 250
you.
most of the day, and then
Greetings,
like
greetings.
the last 20 minutes I
I haven't
dropped.
seen you.
What's up,
I've
man?
never seen you before, Dan.
And then I go fucking
Dreams.
blackjack, and then it just
Taking them for everything they got. Like,
couldn't
yeah.
leave, man. I couldn't leave the table.
Good job, man.
You
Good job.
did.
Shower too.
He's
Oh, I was
probably gonna be a
second. I
couple
go,
minutes behind
of course he's not
Seth.
here. I go, he's
You
probably
just
sitting
said
on his
agreement,
couch
so
watching
you'll
a
take
6
care of
to
it.
No, I don't
right
have my
now.
couch yet, but I got the TV. It's fucking awesome.
I'd rather have the TV than the couch.
Yeah, I got like a lawn chair. I got
Yeah.
one from Target for $20 to sit on. But it sucks because it's like a lounger, so
You're the guy that
sinks
trained Bryce
down.
to play?
So like I had to
Hey, Brian.
contort myself weirdly to feel comfortable.
Welcome.
But the TV is beautiful. I love
It's gonna be
it. Actually, let me show you the difference.
Yeah.
The picture's a little dark. That's the TV I was working with next to it.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I love it. It's just on the floor.
I'll go
I
watch
see your
it.
chair in front of it.
Yep, my chair's about maybe 10 feet in front of it, and I just
All you need is beer, Netflix, and a lawn chair, and a 60-inch TV.
That's the TV I was working with.
Oh, he won that. You got drawn.
Oh, nice.
I bought a couch from Ashley Furniture, and I mean, you don't ever pretend I'm anything like that.
Yeah.
Like 3 days later, because it was like the second to last day for the drawing to end. It was like the 17th when it ended, and I bought it like on the
15th, maybe the 16th, I don't remember. And they called me like 2 days later and was like, hey, got good news. I'm like, what? I was ready because it was like June 3rd.
I was gonna go.
I'm not drawing myself up a little bit.
Well, it was a table there in the little room with a table.
So then I called them and they were over there. We had a table and all that. But eventually,
And that was where your cash game was.
I was selling and they
Back-to-back
Sunday. I was the one in Brooklyn because that was the whole promotion there for the new store in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So I had to go out there to get it. But
Johnny D.
Look at you.
Oh, hell yeah.
$1,500.
Came to watch live.
Yeah.
I'm excited because I got DirecTV, so that Sunday NFL ticket.
No, I was gonna watch
4 games on that bitch.
Yeah.
Basketball game here.
Absolutely.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I heard it's basketball.
$300. I got a couch and
That's great.
Hey, you don't ever think that anybody wins those.
A little bit last night. No, it's not too exciting. Steve was
They said, because I was telling the girl,
Hold
the
up, like
ladies,
Bob.
like,
I played till 6 in the morning.
I was messing with them.
It was late when I left.
I'll teach them how to play blackjack if they
Yeah.
if you just sell on the couch or give me some extra trees in the drawing.
I'm slim there, man.
There'll
probably be a spot for you. Yeah, you're
like,
slim there.
when we pulled your name, we were like, oh my god,
What's
you
up?
don't think that we rigged
Cash
the whole
money.
thing? So I was like,
Let's get it.
take the
Yeah.
No,
What's
just
up,
eating right.
Too.
I don't eat fast food. I haven't had fast food in 2 years.
I'm
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm starting to get that.
I'm gonna sit by train.
Other than Subway.
No, keep
I
them
haven't
apart.
There he is, the World Series
We
of
did this
Poker
thing
main
where
event
We sometimes
player.
sick. Didn't it?
Only veggies and fruit.
He did.
No sugar unless it's absolutely necessary, and then
He ran his own game.
Oh, really?
Like 10 man once a month game.
I've had
Top
coffee.
prizes is entry.
Yeah.
That's what I keep hearing too.
Yeah, I mean,
Just the cash
You're not
game.
getting much between just.
Summer changed yesterday. I went. It was at 11:45, 10:45.
I'm definitely playing.
I had like
I could have played this year. I
7
didn't
summer
realize that
shandies
the employee event
and
was
get back to the thing. I'm dead tired of I gotta go pick Bob up in a while.
I could have went down there and played it this year.
Hey, Mark.
They're losing all the time in last year's winner.
And I said, my place.
Did you hear the changes to the monthly tournament that we went to buy the bunch?
I went to a friend's party on
For
Friday night.
what tournament?
Cleveland, the end of the month tournament. It's changed now. It's 50K guaranteed. It's going to be unlimited rebuys now.
Oh, they were talking about that.
Unlimited rebuys the first
Full bar
4
drinking
levels.
beer.
They're guaranteed 50K now every Sunday or once
First
a month.
place?
Girls just
No,
run around.
50K
Pay
total
us.
prize.
Drank last
So
night.
that's,
Drank
Right now it's
Saturday
only
night.
guaranteed at like 10.
so they're guaranteeing
How much is the
100
buy-in?
buy-in.
They're
I
guaranteed
met some-
100 buy-in.
A couple of guys.
How much is the
500.
buy-in? 500?
500,
Unlimited.
but first 4 levels
This
unlimited
one girl wants to
rebuys.
run.
See, I
It's pretty much 3 of us.
Yeah.
I've
Last-
I'll like lean in.
When I was there
smooth stuff
yesterday,
her.
they had like 86.
Oh, it's a
Yeah,
horseshoe. I thought you were
It's
talking about the home game.
it's
I'm
kinda
like,
like
damn,
potato
what
chip.
the fuck is that?
Yeah, I know.
This other guy and I were talking.
Yeah.
and
I know.
The way he's going.
I know.
It's like little
So
Yeah,
if
it's
anybody
like-
needs
it's
to tell
tough to
anybody
make
where to
two
go
of us.
to view this, does everybody know where that is?
It was that
Poker
link
on
you
air?
sent me, right?
PokerOnAir.com, and then the Akron Poker League is the for the live stream.
How you doing?
I'll tell Steve to text me if it isn't working.
What are you talking about?
He's
Greetings.
he's definitely logging on.
Huh?
Greetings.
Should do that for every.
Yeah, I have been for two and a half of those days.
Tony, I want to see right next to Train. I haven't seen him forever.
Vote no.
I can't make guarantees.
It's my love affair with the man that I haven't seen.
Are we
him.
drawing for seats? Is that what's going on?
Yep. What I did was I picked ace through king, so the first 9 can get a receipt, and then the alternates will go in that order.
Okay.
And
How do you call it? Who goes away?
then, well, after when somebody falls out, or after 2 hours, I think we're going to switch out. Look for volunteers first.
I don't know. You figure it out, let me know.
See how we're doing.
Right now.
Man, we've got. And you should be able to see it live.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
See us talking?
Yeah. Actually, I've been broadcasting, but I haven't been recording.
What time is it?
42 after.
I'm actually right this point, I'm making the least amount of.
Oh, yeah. That might be a good.
But I can do. No, I can't do that.
Yeah,
I think.
I played, you know.
Why don't we have Train go? I'm going to have Train do the pick, and then we'll just get the buy-ins going so that we're not delayed.
Since I won that grand over there at the V, I've been using that.
What's going on?
We went up there one morning.
Nice. I don't even know what you're doing here. I'd be outside.
So go want to see one-handed 15 card play.
Yeah. Oh, I did right for most of the afternoon.
Very nice.
There's also halfway out.
Of course.
All right, kids. How you doing, man? Train. Brent, nice to meet you guys. We're gonna draw all cards, guys. If you get a face, you're gonna be first up, right? Or first up through the last out. 1 through 9 is getting a seat right now. Jack, Queen, 10, Jack, Queen, and King are gonna be the alternates. These guys are all got seats, so you guys might want to hurry.
That sucks.
Am I drawing in this thing too?
I will get everybody a seat, so.
Oh, I got
Guess
this
who's on
ring.
faces left?
If they're here now, they should have seats, right?
Yeah, Bobby's up.
Pick wisely, Ryan.
I know. There's one face.
There's one face in those cards somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah.
50-50 chance, Crafton.
Yeah, you wanted the ace spot, didn't you? It's out there.
See that one?
It's the only one out there.
I'm gonna go face.
4.
Oh!
I thought I would get that.
Back of the bus.
I was taking.
What's that mean? I'm last?
Back of the bus, yep.
Watch.
Back of the bus. Jeez.
You might as well go home.
I might. I don't know if I want to wait all night.
Is there anybody else that hasn't picked?
Where are you at?
5.
Oh, you're on the other side of me. I'm good. Of course, where am I at? I'm in the corner again.
Well, yeah, that's where you were last time,
I
right?
did 2, and now I'm at 3.
I thought you were 7.
I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
7.
Brave on to draw one of the last couple.
Do you have even 9 years with me?
I think we do, but I think it's going to be, you're not going to be sitting on very long.
Take your 5 and go sit with your 5. I won't need those.
Oh, you want any kind of delay, Tony?
5 minutes. Good call. Oh, and if you are at the table, you got to put your cell phone on that table over there.
Or turn it off.
Actually, I want to. I've had a problem because
I was gonna put 2 of them together.
the cell phone interferes with the Wi-Fi, and so it interferes with the table.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Well, here, use this one.
I don't know if they'll stack right.
It is a good idea. I can see easily just walking.
Dan, do you want to be suited, Dan?
One of those might work.
Get off at 2. You know where I've been all day. That's why it makes you crisp right around here.
Draw a card, Bob.
Draw a card.
Hey, Rob.
Right here?
Yeah.
Boom.
Just wondering that.
What's that? I'm in second place.
You're
I'm a runner-up.
You're an alternate to start.
What do you want me to do with this?
Second out.
Hang on to it.
First up. We got one more.
I grabbed the 9 first. Where'd you go?
That was mine. I just threw it in.
Oh, hey, Bruce.
That's what I did yesterday. We rode around for about 2 hours.
I think you actually get a seat, buddy. You get this last card.
Here's your first.
Yeah, you're right here.
What was your name?
Down our 619. Went back to Arbiter. Went out to Norton and Wadsworth. Came back.
Corey.
Do you have
Oh, yeah, it was fun.
Would you mind me?
Suited?
Yeah, I think I'm sure. You're not gonna do it. I'm last.
Right, after 2 hours, I'm going to switch them out. And
That's like 4 alternates.
You doing your normal 100? I think that's about all I'm gonna do tonight.
Start 100, see what happens from there.
That's a very
I don't think
uncommon
they'll put
spelling,
that
but
shirt
I
on
know
TV.
it well because one of the guys that mentioned it.
Right, he said it was a cell phone. It's that
Yeah,
shirt.
it's that shirt. You're not gonna put a Steelers shirt on TV. Come on, Tony, you're not gonna put that on TV, right?
Well, it's gonna get only better.
You want people to watch.
It only gets better.
Ryan?
Thank you, sir.
Shirt pocket area?
Am I starting?
Ooh, watch out.
I don't want to show that up.
You're an alternate to start with. Okay. But after the first 2 hours.
Were you an
switch
alternate
everybody out
tonight?
if
I
need.
guess I was like one of the first people who he put
So
down on
I'll
the list
play
last
for
week.
you.
I didn't know we were pulling cards. Jesus Christ. I was never went out to smoke. I guess I'm the first alternate. I'm
You
the
remember
10.
how it
You're
went
the
last
10.
time, though. We in 2 hours we've had 6.
Yeah, I
So
remember.
it's a good number.
See if you can get it right this time.
Oh yeah, it's Rob Neal.
Wait. Oh, Robert.
Is it Robert?
Yes.
We will have you as Robert.
We'll go with the Robert, not the
None of that short.
short stuff.
Yeah.
No, I was riding the Harley all afternoon.
Okay.
I bought my Harley.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good.
Where's my
Damn,
phone?
he's not in for my short buy either.
And is it a newer one?
It's an 05.
Runs good?
05 soft tail. Pull it up. Here you go, Tony. When you're done.
I can go get you something. Ooh, nice.
Got a killer deal on it.
Even a 2-seater.
11.2. And then I got her a bike too. Got her a Harley. Hers is getting the exhaust work done on. We're gonna go.
I feel weird without my phone in my pocket.
Hey Tony, are we able to add on during the game?
Yep.
Mike, you still multitasking over there?
My last
Trying.
2
I'll
days
just take my
there,
time now.
I mean, just out of the blue, middle of the night, broke out in sweat, chills, and then ended up sleeping for like 9 hours in the day. Got my lungs, my daughter got it the following day, and I still have the cough. I've been back for 4 weeks.
Hadn't owned the
4
bike
weeks.
35 years.
It's still like, I feel great, it's just a, it's just still
That's
sitting
when
there
I
a little
rode
bit
with
in
a
the line.
nice little 175
What is
motor
it?
cross.
Mark, do you spell you?
So what do I do? I go buy a
C or
Harley.
K? What?
Okay.
I was either buying that or
American.
buying a B-Rod.
It must be because I put Mark C or something. Shirt pocket area.
D.
We can collect these now, right?
Yeah.
Tony, you got like 2 more.
Do I? We'll fill it. Hey, Ted.
I do, Tony.
Hey, there we go. Can't be in for my short buy.
There's like 6 or 7 alternates right now. You're gonna swap out the whole teacher table then in 2 hours?
I'm not worried.
$2.50. I'm buying it for less than half that.
Hang
Just
around
under.
for a little bit. See what happens.
How do you want to handle add-ons?
I'll be the announcer, and if you want to add on, just tell Train, and then I'll come over and get the money.
Right to my left.
Just check on that for you.
You know, that's true. You are right. You will.
Hey.
I have anything or control.
Yeah.
I didn't have enough full show up last time, and now I have the exact opposite.
Yeah, you did. It took you a while. Last time we
It's
played.
like a softball game.
Too many of you here.
If you could run a second table.
Yeah, you guys could
Yeah, a little game
play a
over there.
little something on
I know
the
I
side.
be.
I would.
Put a 3-6 limit over there. Crafton. Run a 3-6 limit.
He's been waiting patiently. He's been waiting.
I would play something if I had drawn a
Nice.
Let me get 50 of those.
What?
Red?
What are those chips on?
25.
For the regular tournament.
This is being recorded for us to watch later.
Okay, you'll be able to see it instantly on Ustream. I'm going to upload it to YouTube and then wherever else we put it.
Interesting to watch.
Probably last week. I was like,
there's no editing. You're just gonna talk while we play.
Yeah, I hope so.
So I just thought that I was automatically.
Yeah, I was surprised too. I just happened to
I thought we like
numbers of where we got
regulars in the league game.
That's probably should have been the ones who signed in that day.
Yep.
But
I got shorted.
Give him a spot at the next one, and probably 2 weeks from now.
Can we replay it for me too?
We're gonna. So just so you know, the producer of this whole thing, he's got equipment he's gonna be bringing in. So each game, we're gonna improve the video quality. We're gonna. He's gonna be making segues and things like that. So it's it's gonna be a show.
Excellent.
what did you ask?
80.
Did I miss anybody with a name tag?
Yourself.
That's not starting off.
Well, you try and give it. Right. You try and give him 180. So.
Mine's good. 6 minutes to broadcast. Here you go, son.
You said after 2 hours you'll.
This should fill in. I forget which card did you pick?
I'm 10.
Yeah.
So I'm
You-
first.
yeah.
Somebody lose fast. Or win fast, at least. One or the other.
You're not predicting.
No. Get up.
We'll just keep
You know,
reloading.
just like when you got back in after the break, it could be that quickly.
That sucked. Though. That was one of the worst feelings ever because I was like, man, I got it. I'm back in. I'll just be able to play it. And then just got shit on me. Oh well.
I just wouldn't
Me neither.
How much was Mountaineer? Hour and a half driving Mountaineer. Get down there. I was on the waiting list. I walk into the table. The dealer sees me coming, so he deals me in. I get that, set all my chips up, put the tray on the table, everything. It's all together. I got 5 days. I got out. Long story short, I tripled up on the first day. I got like 500 bucks. And I was like, $400 right now. But I've been here literally for 5 minutes. And I dumped it all. But it's like an hour and a half drive.
He chased it.
I made my quota for the day. I might as well just leave.
See, your first thought.
What's his name, Brian?
No, but.
Or I should have like got up.
I understand why you asked the question.
Kept 300 of it and bought back in for 2 or something at another table. But
always seems to go bad when you start out.
yeah, you figure you can't get
Start out really well.
anywhere but down.
It's
Like, damn, if this is the starting point,
Start out bad and it just kind of rises all the way through.
I always do the best when I start out bad. I don't know why.
We had one. We put in 2 jokers, and we said, if the joker comes up, it's $15. You take double hit one in your hand.
Usually it starts following its way back up.
Usually we're playing.
Yeah.
And I had I paid out like maybe 3 times in front. He ends up putting a joker up. Then the last card that was 10, put a queen on it, 3 of them. And then he had one.
You paid extra for that, right?
Third card, he was 10, I had a single one. Lay it down, didn't pay yet. And then it hit me, boom, 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 boom. I mean, honestly,
Bob was up 300.
yeah, it's a really simple spot. Worth it, just to steal it.
Doesn't win very much.
He won good of a night.
I said that it was towards the end of the night. Steve said something.
Yes.
I went and got him I got him a can of beer. I put $50 for chips on top. And I was hoping he didn't quite equate that to being quarter stakes.
Nice.
Just like watch it.
Yeah, that would have. But I made him a martini too. And he's good enough.
That would be a good block. 120, and
I'll give you all my chances.
$75. Go play cards or go watch a couple movies.
I already forgot her name. Bruce. You're like that sound good.
That's right. My pair martini is.
You spend a lot of time with it.
Like so, just a couple minutes. More than 3/4 full of pear vodka. And it's got Sprite, lemon juice, and
So is that?
That's what I was looking for. I didn't see one. Yeah, I can hear in there.
I don't really like Steve most of the time.
You know that's going out.
People have been patiently waiting for it.
No headphones for Train. We'll have to make sure next time we get them.
And the screen's behind me though, so I'm not going to be able to see the card.
Right.
So I'm just going to explain to them to just let them sit, so both of them are out. And then once the first guy actually
It worked pretty well without any work.
So out of these guys aren't.
But they're, I mean, we had a couple guys that were new to it. And but I mean, you know how it goes. So just keep them in mind.
We'll just make sure we get them charged for you next time.
Over there on the table.
Yeah, if we have any like recurring issues, I'll come out.
All cell phones.
You too, sir.
Don't flip any.
Where'd you guys draft?
Come out.
The linebacker from Ohio State first pick, and after that.
PokerOnAir.com, I believe.
That's a surprise.
They got Dre Archer from Kent State too.
Yeah, that was actually a good pick for you guys.
Well, they had a really good draft overall.
Yeah.
He's going to upload it to, where did he say, YouTube and somewhere else too?
Yeah, I think, everybody did well. I mean, Cincinnati they ranked Cincinnati as a B+. Yep.
No, you guys aren't going to play?
And a B-.
Surprised the Thursday linebacker in the first round. You get this guy in the third round.
You have Kyle.
He'll probably bust.
That guy's a beast, man.
He is.
Oh, the one from
Yeah.
He
runs like a safety.
I understand.
Who picked up the Ohio State running back?
Yeah.
San Francisco.
Yeah. Rich.
Carlos.
Yeah, he's going to feel real good sitting there.
They have such a bench running back game.
Are you going to get us in it?
Lattimore turns out.
Are you going to get us in it?
Lattimore turns out, you got Hyde, and then you
I told you, he said it
Moore
was.
still there.
So it's Michael James, and then the other kid, Michael James didn't even play. The other kid.
I work alone. I work alone.
I didn't. Check. Can you hear me, Trev?
Can you hear me?
Yep. We might need a little bit more sound out there. I can barely hear him.
You just run the mat on there with the flare out of the back.
Okay.
You'll be able to hear me and
Okay.
They did get rid of what's his name.
All right, that sounds good.
They should have kept what's his name. Said, if you go this way, and it's like a streak up the middle.
I need to bring something to get it up here, because I always sit here like this, and then if I break, I can't even.
See, check my audio. Audio check, one audio.
What if Cleveland loses their running back?
Please. It's smashing.
Being stupid.
Probably not.
I think he's going to get 6 games at least.
Yeah, it's on the
I
quarter.
look for all major sports to stop testing marijuana.
Whenever you are.
What do you got, like 21 or 22
Think about how much
states?
money it costs them when that
Okay.
player's out. And it's
That's-
legal in
that's-
a lot of states now.
Right about
Yeah, that's what they say.
6 inches, maybe?
Gordon, it's just like, that's why they don't use that minor contract. It's a major contract with them.
All right, I think we're going to get us ready. Tonight is
Here we go.
Akron Poker League live broadcast. We have 9 players at the table. Train is dealing. We have 2 commentators who are Paul Boston and Trevor Oh, shoot. Trevor Greenewalt. Sorry about that, Trevor.
No problem.
And train looks like we're ready to go, so shuffle up and deal.
Well, you ready to get started?
I'm ready. Let's get it going. Welcome, everybody.
Actually, 2 straddles are allowed.
We're here live in Akron, Ohio, with a 1-2 no-limit cash game.
Put them over the circle.
We have
Let them sit there.
we have 9 players at the table.
First act is Robert.
Several new ones to me and Trevor, and we don't know a few of these players, but we'll figure it out.
$1, $2.
All the better. Learn their styles, learn their tendencies. See what they have to offer.
Calls $2. $2 call by Mike.
Yeah, we got a limp fest going now. I think it'll be a little tight
Bruce
early.
And Gary.
Oh yeah, everyone's probably a little jazzed up about being on TV and being broadcast, across the world via the internet.
Checks.
Brian flops
checks,
bottom
checks.
pair here. Not much else going on. Mike
Bruce
turns
checks.
second, top pair.
Gary
second
checks.
pair, sorry.
Yeah, no flush draws here.
Brent bet
Gut
$7.
shot, straight shot is about the only other draw out there. So
Brent bets with absolutely nothing because nobody's wanted to do anything.
Bruce folds.
And that's kind of Brent's
Looks like
MO,
Mike called.
if I remember correctly. I haven't played with him for a number of years,
Gary
but
folds. 2 players.
he's been known to be pretty sticky.
And Mike hits 2 pair.
As does Brian. Is Brian still in?
Actions on Brent.
Nah. Brent and Mike.
I was gonna say if
We're
Brian
showing
was,
somebody else's cards still in here.
If Brian was still in, he'd be
Raised to 15
trouble.
by Mike.
Yeah, I think Brian's one with the beard.
Brent folds.
He didn't look like he was too interested.
You can call him a bet. So
But moves Brian to act first.
Yeah, a lot of these guys don't know each other as well, so I mean, it's like a new table, like going to the casino or going to any other place where you sit down with a bunch of strangers and it takes a few minutes to learn what they're all about,
right?
Their their player ability and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, there's a few players here I'm interested in watching tonight.
Brian folds.
From what I know about some of them, there's some conflicting styles that would bode well for some great hands to
Brent
match
bet
up against
$7.
each other.
Brent raises to 7 with the Jack 10 off.
Gary calls 7. Robert folds.
Interesting call by Gary. He generally plays a little bit of a tighter game, but maybe after last time watching himself, he realized that maybe he has to open it up a little bit.
You never know what Gary's going to do. That much I figured out.
Both players check.
I never played cash with him, but just...
Interesting check by Brent here. Usually when the pre-flop raiser takes the lead in the hand, they will...
$10 bet by Gary.
They will follow up with a continuation bet on the flop.
And Gary with air firing out, but he's got the best hand.
As our main man, Norman Chad, would say, zip and pip. He takes it down.
But moves Ryan to act first.
I like watching Ryan play. We've played with him for years now, and he's always an exciting action player. Not afraid to gamble.
I tell you what, I played with him a little bit lately up at the casino, and he's willing to grind it too. He'll sit there for an hour or two.
Yeah. Too bad he's wearing that hideous shirt, though. Couple aces out there. Queen Jack for Ryan. Decent starting hand, especially with everyone playing so tight.
Bruce raises to 10.
Bruce raises the ace-9 off.
I guess he's hoping he has the best hand, and coincidentally he does.
Affectionately known in these parts as the Dempsey.
Oh, the poor Dempsey. Better known as the bust-out hand as well. People tend to go broke with that one.
I know.
All players fold. Bruce takes it down.
Raise the 10, takes it.
Mark to act first.
It's probably the best outcome for ace-9, really. You get a call, you flop an ace, you don't feel terribly comfortable with it.
Big shout out to Mark Cutrafella here, and just won a seat to the $10,000 main event in the World Series of Poker.
I think he's going to win.
I hope
Odds
so.
are, I mean, 1 in 7,000.
I'd say he's got about a 50-50 chance.
50-50, that's not bad. Coin flip.
All right, we got a couple decent hands here. We got a king, queen suited, and ace-10 off.
John raises to 7.
Pair of 5s from Gary.
John opens with a king, queen suited.
Brent calls 7.
Brent's never folding an ace.
I don't think Gary's folding a pair.
Gary shouldn't be folding a pair,
no.
In my opinion. This is a great spot.
Especially with position.
This is a great spot to possibly flop a set.
All right. See if we can get a big pot brewing here.
King, queen, 5. And not to flop anyone.
Brent all in for 20.
Brent's all in already.
Okay. I didn't realize he was that short.
Well, he lost like the first 3 hands.
Yeah.
He played every
I didn't realize
hand so
you
far.
got that much money in the middle already. But that's I
don't know what Gary's thinking about here.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many hands he beats.
Yeah.
I don't think I would raise here, but definitely
Gary calls
a call.
Yeah, you definitely got a call.
John folds.
John Wesley folds, and we have
It's
an
a
all
bet.
situation and a call.
Set here would be fun.
Gary doesn't want to make 3 of a kind.
Oh, and Brett gets here on the river.
10 ball. Guess he had a full, what? Full 10 ounce?
Brent wins the pot. Button moves, John to act first.
I feel like Gary's thinking right now, of course. Of course that happened. That always happens to me. Here he has the stance and everything, like, ugh. Shake it off, Gary. It'll be alright. It's a long game. You made the right call. 6 is for Gary this time.
Brent
Brent's got
raises to
8.
7.
Let's see if Gary and Brent get together again here.
Decided he has to play one.
There's an 8 and a 6 already going here, too.
Gary calls 7.
Let's do the
Brent's going to be a big favorite here.
Yeah, I think, when you lose a hand like that Gary did,
Brian
losing
calls
river,
7.
it sticks in your craw a little bit more than, a classic race.
Brian calls with
Gets
the
the flop.
ace-4 suited. It's not a hand I'm real happy to play very often, especially with a raise.
Action on Brent first. Checks.
Raise and a call.
Gary checks.
Even if you hit the ace, what are you going to do?
Brian checks.
I guess he does have position now. Now Brent's up and down. No, he already has a straight.
Brent bets 25.
He has 25, but I don't see him getting
Gary
much
folds.
action here.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Brian folds.
I don't see him
Fold.
getting any action now. Well, Brent's played every single hand so far, so I think I see a trend developing.
So
here.
my memory must have been correct in in knowing
We
his
have a
style
straddle.
of play. It
Brent
hasn't
straddles
changed
to
over the
$4.
last 5 years since last time I played with him. And at times it can be very lucrative to play that way. Especially early on, no one knows what you're doing.
Yeah.
You flop a couple disguised hands, and before you know it, you're sitting on a couple $100.
There's a few players waiting in the wings that I don't think that style is going to work very well against.
Now, a couple guys, sitting on the
waiting list.
The waiting list that will stand up to that more often than not and put people in their place. This is what I talked about last time.
Gary
during
raises
this
to
game
11.
is you can see that there's just not a lot of premium hands at any given
Oh,
moment.
no.
So raising the aggression level will win you money
Brent
so
calls.
often. Here's Brent again, the 5-3. This actually might be a spot where you could take it away from Gary.
Gary bets 15.
But Gary wisely continuation bet, even though it's not the best flop for him. But he has to think about how many times his player will have a king in this
Brent
spot.
calls.
Brent calls. He's got to be floating this.
So he does. He loves to
He
float.
gets the 3. Gary's
Gary
got
checks.
2 overs and a flush draw. And Brent's
$10
got the
bet
best
by Brent.
hand.
Gary might just fly out of his seat. He might just have turbo boosters in his butt and just shoot to the moon. Just thinking, what's this guy's doing? Why would you even think about calling the flop here?
Well, for you, those of you at home, floating a bet is making a call with what you know is not the best hand.
Yeah, it's generally
with the option of trying to take it away on a later street.
You call. You call to see what your opponent's going to do in a turn. If your opponent, generally continuation bets really often, you want to float them because
first act is Mike.
It shows strength while you're calling. So if you call and then on the turn your opponent checks, it gives you complete free reign to take the pot right then and there.
Well, and I think him hitting a pair really slowed him down too, because that gave him a chance to win without having to
Absolutely. He instantly had showdown value, which allowed him to check call or check turn and river. I think every orbit though, one player at the table should tell a joke.
John
Keep
calls
everybody
two.
loose.
That's why we need to get
checks.
Suited Dan at the table. He likes to tell jokes.
He
all
tells
the
more
time.
jokes than George Carlin.
When he's in a good
John
mood.
checks. Brent checks. Mike checks.
When isn't he in a good mood?
Let's see. Robert's got bottom pair. Brent has bottom pair. Oh, Mike gets a turn.
Mike just took the lead with third pair here.
And a
it
straight
got
draw.
shot.
Mike calls 7. Action on Robert. Folds. John folds.
Check.
Brent checks in the dark.
Mike says, collect
Mike
it.
takes the pot.
Give me them chips.
Ship it.
You think Mike has ever said ship it in his life? I don't know the man from anybody, but I'm gonna lay 5-1 that he's never said ship it.
The only place I've ever said it is the booth.
Brian can use a little powder. Our makeup girl is off tonight, so
First act is
if
Bruce.
anyone looks a little less than perfect, blame her.
Little shine.
They're getting their shine on.
Oh, Brent with a decent hand, ace 10. Mark with ace 7 suited.
Bruce bet 7.
Bruce with 5s makes it 7.
5s are popular tonight, aren't they?
Presto.
Call by Mark.
Everyone's big Sammy Hagar fans.
Call
Can't
by
drive
John.
55, you know?
Call by Brent. Mike folds.
4 players.
You got 4 to flop here.
And 3 of the aces gone.
Who can outflop who?
Brent flops a straight draw.
5s are still the best.
Checks
we got
around.
a gut shot for Brent. I wouldn't be surprised if Brent took a stab at this. When it
Bruce
gets checked
bet
around like that, I
16.
mean, why not try to bet this?
Mark folds. John folds. Brent folds.
All right. So I kind of thought Brent would call there, to be honest with you. But I guess, he, in his mind, he's probably think he's drawn to 4 outs.
Yeah.
And that's not a profitable play when there's one card to come. Right now would be a perfect time for a joke. I bet Mark's got a few.
We got Robert with 7s.
First act Gary folds.
7s.
Robert bets
9,
11.
10, Jack 9s. A couple weak aces. Hopes may count the cards. I feel like we're due for some big pairs.
Folds all the way to Bruce. Bruce calls 11.
Not a very profitable play there. Ace rag. Defending your big blind.
I think some people just like to defend.
Yeah.
They want
checks.
to make their opponent squirm a little
$7
bit.
bet
if
by
you will.
Robert. Call by Bruce.
Interesting call.
Hey, flop
Both
bottom
players
pair. If
check.
you're going to defend with ace 3 and you flop bottom pair.
I guess if you figure your opponent
Both
has 2
players
big
check.
cards that doesn't contain a queen, then it's not a terrible call. He outflops every
Like
ace.
I said,
Ace
that-
king, ace jack, ace 10,
That calling and defending your big blind with ace-3 is going to cost you more money in the long run than you're going to make.
First act will be Robert.
But who knows? I mean, he might have a whole scheme up his sleeve that we don't know. He's playing on dealing with everybody. Maybe he's trying to look like a loose passive player, then he's going to trap somebody later on and get stacks in the middle.
You got an ace-9, an ace-10, a jack-queen suited.
Call by Robert.
Small pair.
Pairs 4s. We might get a little action going here.
Call by Brian.
Ace-10
Ryan
suited.
folded. Mark raises to 12.
Spades would be bad for
Mark,
one person.
Mark makes it 12 with 3-6 off. Or 3-6 suited, I'm sorry.
Mark's, he's like, hey, no one's showing too much strength. I've been pretty quiet so far. I can probably get away with this.
Folds.
You'll see Mark do this quite a bit with hands like
Gary
that.
folds.
He's been watching too much Daniel Negreanu.
Call by Robert.
Which is fine.
But he's very good at getting away from him.
Call by Brian. 3
He does
players.
look pretty intimidating with the shades on, though.
Robert to act first.
One check.
And Mark
2 checks.
flops a pair.
$16.
16 bet by Mark.
See,
One thing about Mark, if he bets and you check to him, he's going to bet.
Yeah. I feel like if you notice how he bet, though, how
Brian
forceful
folds.
he put his chips in the middle,
Mark takes
that
the pot.
is a telltale sign of weakness because it looks like you're trying to literally scare someone away. So if you
well, let's wait and see if he does it when he has.
let's watch and see if that's something he always does. Which in that case that'd be fine. But if he just sets his chips when he's got a strong hand and he throws his chips when he's got a weak hand, if someone picks up on that, they can make a lot of money off of him.
First act will be Brian.
That's why I try to always just set my chips in every time, no matter what I have.
I have to throw them out one at a time at my opponent.
Brent with an ace
I said, you
jack.
haven't folded yet? Here comes another one.
Brian and Ryan fold.
We don't have a whole lot
Mark
going
calls
on
2.
here.
John calls 2. Brent
Now
raises
here's
to
a spot
12.
where Brent's been playing so crazy, he's got a real hand now, and people might not believe him.
Bruce folds. Gary folds. Robert calls.
Robert calls with jack 10 off.
Mark folds. John calls.
John calls with queen 9.
Let's do it. Get all them cards in there.
And the queen 9 takes the lead.
Queen 9 mixed top pair.
John bets 21.
Robert with the gut shot.
I really don't understand that bet.
I didn't catch it. What was it?
Well, he let out in front of the pre-flop aggressor.
Oh, John did?
Yeah.
Yeah, not necessarily something I would do. Especially with someone so aggressive as Brent.
That's what I'm saying. As aggressive as he is, he's going to bet if you check it to him.
And in that instance,
most of the time,
what will generally happen
Brent
is
calls 21.
better hands will call and worse hands will fold. And that's the complete opposite of what you want your opponent to do.
Robert folds.
And Brent calls 21 with just the ace jack.
Of course he does.
I'm going to say, if you're going to lead, that card shouldn't scare you.
John bets 40.
I do think
and
John and Brent
folds.
have a bit more of a history together.
Yeah,
so maybe
that could be.
Maybe there's a time where, that worked and he got the stacks in and John ended up winning that way. But I guess if you know your opponent's going to call you light.
First act will be
That's
Ryan.
that's true.
And you're not allowing your opponent to check. So if you can get, he's made an extra $21 where potentially he might not have.
That's where knowing your opponent will help a lot.
Yeah, you really got to throw these.
Yeah, we got Brian with an ace queen. Brent's got an ace rag, ace 8.
Ryan and
John
Mark
D with
fold.
the gap suited connector.
7 now.
John raises to 7.
And
Brent calls 7.
with his ace rag. Has Brent taken a hand off yet?
I think one. And ironically, I think it was an
Bruce
ace
calls
10.
7.
Suited.
Every time they say Brent's a call, you get a drink.
Brian raises.
Brian raises with the ace queen.
It's a smart move by Ryan.
17.
Brian raises to 17.
I do think he's in a big blind now.
Action is on John.
Which isn't terrible, just you
Folds.
want to thin the herd, especially when you're out of position.
Brent folds. Bruce folds.
Nice
Brian
bet.
takes the pot.
Did John make it 7? Was that the pre-flop raise?
Yeah, 7 and then 17.
7. So, a little bit of a small re-raise.
But moves, mark
got the
Dak
job
first.
done. Easiest $22 he ever made.
It's a little cheaper than playing at the casino. It'd have been about 14 and 34.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think in a game like this where these guys all do play fairly regularly, that you won't see the 6x raises, the 7x raises. You're going to see more of the 3 to 4, possibly 5, and you'll see a little more post flop play than you would.
John calls 2. Brent calls 2.
Let's see how big a raise Gary makes here with his jacks.
No, he wouldn't make it to his 9.
Mike folded.
I'm going to say
Bruce
12.
folded. Raised to 25 by Gary.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
By 12, I meant $25.
He is scared to death to play when he's got a big hand. He just does not want to lose with a big hand.
Folds around.
Plus he's already lost a couple hands where I don't think he was too thrilled about. So he goes, "Hey, I'm going to break the seal right now, collect some chips, and we'll move on."
There we have it.
Stay in on this.
20 minutes.
Somebody told a joke, maybe.
Oh, looks like we've got a straddle on here
We
and
have
a double
straddle on the table.
It's
John
only a matter of
straddled
time.
and Brent
I didn't think
double
those break
straddled
out that
to
quick.
8.
I do love straddles. I, however, don't generally straddle because all you're doing is putting out more money blind in a terrible position.
I love playing when guys are straddling all the time, and I don't.
Especially when I'm sitting on the button and they decide to double straddle.
And pick up the ace queen.
Yeah, no big deal.
Bruce calls 8.
I definitely don't like
Gary folds.
just
Robert
flatting
folds.
the straddle.
Brian folds.
You have so much extra money out there. Why
Ryan
not
folds.
raise against a random hand?
Oh, yeah.
Mark folds.
Bruce does have my favorite hand though.
John calls 8.
Let's see how much he
10-8
makes
ball.
it here.
Re-raise to 30 more.
25 more.
Oh, 25 more? 25 more by Brent.
25 on top by Brent.
So we made it 33 to go.
Bruce folds.
Are we waiting for John to fold Jack 4 off to a $25 raise?
But it's Brent, and they have the history. And he's thinking, what are my odds against a random hand?
John folds. Brent takes the pot.
He's being broadcast over the internet, and he's like, hey, maybe
I
someone
could take this and crack somebody.
Maybe someone in
become
Hollywood's
a
watching.
star.
Next Vin Diesel or something,
But moves first to act is seat 8.
I think
Brent.
Suited Dan would have called there with Jack 4 off.
Even Dan, I'm not so sure.
Straddle 4, yeah.
All right, Brent straddled to
I think
4,
however, though,
which
if Brent
means
would've been deeper in
that
that
Mike
spot,
is stacked first.
The way John was thinking about it, he might have shipped it in his face. I think I called and
I was going to say, I think he'd have got snapped.
flipped it out.
Because Brent didn't buy that deep.
These are raggedy rag hands.
4 call by Gary.
Oh, we do the straddle again.
4 call by John. Brent checks his option.
It's weird that no one else called in between Gary and the blinds.
Attempted a few small ones.
John checks.
Gary
Brent
flops
checks.
bottom
Got a
pair.
chance to look, and the ranges took care of that problem for you.
Not a tight player.
Gary checked.
This might not be as
That might make Gary a little money there.
John and Brent check.
But why check? You have two random hands. You make a pair. Bet.
13 is
why not bet?
Gary bets 13. Actually, on John.
Betting is the best. Always do.
John folded. Brent calls.
Checks.
Brent checks.
Got it. Yeah, Gary won't bet there once he gets called.
Gary takes 5.
That was an interestingly played hand. I mean, I guess he made more money by waiting to turn to bed, but.
First act. Will be
I
seat
would have bet
number
the flop
9.
there just to see.
I'm just never in the mood. Never in the mood to check. What for? Give me the monies.
Brent picking up another hand here, ace 10.
Brent has had a number of aces in his hand
Mike
so far.
folds. Bruce folds.
Never two at once
Gary
or anything,
folds.
but
Robert raises to 8.
Robert raises the king 8 suited.
He's probably thinking that's the best hand I've ever seen tonight.
Mark calls 8 with 9-10 off. But I do believe he has
Brent calls 8.
I think Ryan has it actually.
Reverse science.
Can't see.
3 players. Checks.
Brent flops the ace.
All players check.
Mark does have the button.
Yeah.
Brent bets 20.
I was going to say, if he doesn't bet much, he might get a call out of Mark here with bottom pair and a straight draw.
Yeah, I mean, like we've been talking about, it is Brent.
Yeah, that's just too much for Mark to call
folds.
there.
With a flush draw, you think maybe possibly some of your outs are gone, so you have to be a little more cautious when peeling on a river card.
Yeah, just push it anywhere near out there.
Or peeling a banana.
Moves, Bruce stack first, seat 1.
You never know what you're going to find.
Somebody tell Train to deal a cooler or two.
Look at that side of the table. I mean, a joke would just be flying.
Brent with 9-10 suited. Mark
Bruce
with
folds.
king queen.
Gary folds.
Robert with 9-10 suited.
Robert calls 2.
Let's see if we can get all in.
Brian
9,
folds.
10.
Ryan folds. Mark raises to 10.
Call.
Call by Brent.
Up.
Mike folds.
Call. 3 players.
Robert calls.
9-10 jack.
Checks.
Brent checks. Robert checks. Mark bets
continues.
12.
Yeah, this should get the job done most of the time here.
I don't know. Brent's peeled a few off, yeah.
Brent calls 12.
Brent's stubborn.
Robert folds.
Yeah, but he hasn't tried to take away the hand yet, though.
Now Brent's picked up the flush draw also.
Brent checks.
Quarter.
Mark bets 25.
That's a good bet.
A flush draw that might not be worth anything.
Yeah, that's a good bet. Because it's a big percentage of his stack.
Well, yeah, I mean, Mark's going to the main event. I mean, he's flying high right now. He's making everyone succumb to his bets.
Brent folds.
Good play.
Mark takes the pot.
Well played, Mark. These are such good pots. You feel so good, even though like there's this possibility that somebody has 10 high, but you're like, aha, I got him to fold better than king high, I bet. Pat yourself on the back. Stack your chips. Keep trying to think of a Duck Dynasty joke, but nothing's coming to mind.
Mike with ace king.
There's the ace king.
First act is Gary.
And John with an ace
Gary
10.
folds.
Robert with an ace deuce.
Robert calls 2.
Four diamonds.
I think Train should implement a no limping rule.
8 bet by John. Call by Brent.
Brent in there with the 3-5 off.
If it
Raised
adds
to
up to
20
above
by
8, I
Mike.
think he says it's good enough.
John calls 20. Brent folds.
John calls a 20. If that last ace comes out, could get
First
up
act is
here.
Mike. Seat number 9. 35 bet by Mike.
That should get it done.
Yeah.
John folds.
John's called a lot pre-flop, but he hasn't floated anything yet.
I think if Mike would have bet a little bit less, it would open the door slightly, but Mike just kind of has that overall body image of I'm not messing around. If you want to come after it, you gotta come at it pretty hard.
Tony, can I get some change?
Yep.
Whatever you got over there.
20 and 1.
Yeah, at least that.
Anybody else
Reds
have
too, if you got it.
You're up $1?
A couple greens, actually. Give
I'm
me
shocked
200
as well.
greens.
All right, what we got here? Another Queen Jack. Brent's cards add up to over 8, so he'll probably be in.
Mark with an ace 4 suited, he's going to get in there. No quality hands.
I'm short here, Tommy.
Yeah, I think we already spent our number with the ace king last hand.
Wow. Family pot. Nobody raising.
7 players.
Who's gonna get lucky?
Mark
First
flops the wheel.
Checks.
Not a bad start.
Brent flops top pair with a straight draw.
Yeah, I would
Gary.
imagine those two are gonna
Gary bets 10.
have some fun.
And Gary
Robert
bets
folds.
with
Gary with the
second
pair
pair.
and a gutter ball.
Raised to 20 by Mark.
I like that. Not too much.
All in.
All in by Brent.
Yeah.
Brent's flopped top pair and moved all in. That's going to chase Gary.
29.
Mark just doesn't
29
wanna see a
total.
6.
More.
29 more.
Well, I'll tell you what. If
Gary folds.
I was going to say, if Gary does call this, you'll see Mark move all in.
Absolutely. And Mark does quickly call. Shows him the second notes. Okay, so he's still just fading the 6.
And he's drawn to a chop now.
And that'll do it.
Mark takes it down.
That's where limp pots can get pretty sketchy.
Mark takes the pot.
You never know. You have no
Brent's
you have no
rebuying.
bearings on where you are in the hand. You flop top pair.
I hate going broke in an unraised pot. What's that?
Mark just riding that high. Main event one day, $60 another. Supermodels staying at his house, no big deal.
Mark's been known to grind a cat. Oh, we got a pair of jacks here.
Bring me 200 in greens and whatever reds you have
Not
left.
too
and I'll
much else,
square it
though.
up. I'll get some of these reds and whatnot.
Call.
Some yolks.
Reds.
Is that 15?
Mike looks like he makes it
Just bring me
15
some
with his
and I'll be able
jacks.
to make changes for these guys. 200 in greens and whatever reds you have, I'll just take those. Okay. One white too. 200 in green and
It's
one
hard
white.
to see what's going on here.
My 2 that I was short.
Other than Ryan looks pretty embarrassed about something. Is Brent sticking around? Are we going to see a flop here?
He's got an ace. I mean,
I guess if you count the ace as 11, it's
yeah.
adds up.
Oh no, he did fold.
Didn't find it.
Yeah, Mike has that image that he's probably raising with quality hands. I think he knows Brent and
Buttons
John
on
also
Gary.
have
Ryan
a hand.
act first in seat number 5.
Coolers. Face card, anywhere.
Ryan folds.
We got 1.
Yeah.
Mark calls 2. John calls 2.
That
Brent
means they're all
calls
going to
2.
be on the flop.
But with this crew, who knows? Yeah, playing blackjack
Bruce
right now. A lot of
folds.
10s coming.
Gary calls 2. Robert calls 2 from the small blind. Brian checks his option.
Another unraised pot.
But I mean, in all honesty, you don't. It's pretty common. It's pretty common for recreational players to, when they have strong hands, they raise, and they have weak hands, they limp.
Checks around to Gary. Gary bets 10.
I'm going to say Gary will absolutely bet this.
Not my word of advice to anyone, but
Robert and Brian folded. Mark folds. John folds. Brent folds.
all right. The deck took a hand off that time. Let's see if it can redeem itself this time. Come on, train. Get it going, brother.
I know that everyone.
I think we should bring a
Oh,
straddles
here we
back.
go. Here we go. Got a couple of hands here. Ace Jack, Ace Queen.
Queen 10, 2 4.
Mark
They're
act
all
first
in there.
in seat number 6. He raises to 10.
Who opened it?
Folds over to Bruce.
Mark? Mark did with 10.
Bruce
King
calls
10.
10.
I heard a gun too.
Folds over to Brian.
Wild man.
Mark
Brian
can mix
folds.
it
Got a
up.
handful of oats.
Ryan calls 10.
Yeah.
3 players, Ryan to act first. Seat number 5.
The ace jack folded and the queen 10 called. And the queen 10 hits top
Ryan
pair.
checks.
That's a loser
Mark
right
checks.
Queen
now.
10 might not love its situation here.
20
in a few
bet by
minutes.
Bruce.
Bruce bets 20. Ryan's got top pair, top
Ryan calls
kicker.
20.
Yes.
Mark folds.
Beautiful smooth call. I think I just flat here too. Whatever Bruce bets.
30 bet by Bruce.
I
Call
would've
by
not
Ryan.
called quite that fast.
Ryan does that.
He
Yeah,
does.
that's going to slow down the action there.
Action on Ryan. Ryan checks. Both players check.
Yeah, Ryan should have bet.
I think I would have. Yeah, I think I would have.
2
Throw
pair.
15 out.
Just a little bit thin value. Get
Ryan takes
hands
it
like
down.
Queen 10 to call, especially in the nutrition's
Yeah,
strength.
he's put so
throughout the-
much out there already. He's not going to fold a $15, $20 bet probably.
But moves John to act first.
Small, big, Mark.
I'm sorry. Yeah, John is to act first.
Ryan played a hand.
He wins every hand.
Let's see.
Brent with Queen Jack
John
suited.
folds.
Oh, Robert with aces.
Brent calls.
There's those big boys.
And Brent's going to call a raise too.
Wait, 20 hands in? 25?
Bruce calls.
Raise.
Gary calls. Robert announces a
What's your
raise.
least favorite nickname for pocket aces? I think
Weapons of mass destruction.
Raise to
that or American Airlines. Either
raise to
one
21
is just the worst.
by Robert. Folds over to Brent. Brent folds.
Pocket fours, an extra leg.
Bruce folds.
Did 5 just let it go?
How much? Well, how much did he raise? I didn't hear.
I'm going to be really friendly. One hand.
How much was the raise pre-flop here, Tony?
When you get to look at it tonight.
Screw you.
I don't think he said it.
Okay,
that's right, he doesn't.
Tony, if you could have heard that, that'd been really crazy. And you'd probably be the next X-Men movie.
But moves Brent to act first.
Hearing guy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brent straddles, so Mike to act first.
Oh, we got the straddle back in there.
Get them strudels.
That's what all the guys say.
Bruce with the Queen Jack suited.
I think we've had Queen Jack suited in every single hand.
Ryan
Mike
with
folds.
8-9 suited.
Bruce
Couple of
announces
ace
a raise.
rags.
Raise to 8.
I think we have an ace rag every
Have we
hand.
had a 3-bet yet?
Robert folds. Brian
Once,
folds.
I think.
1 3-bet?
1 3-bet.
Ryan calls 8. Mark folds.
Yeah.
John
Queen
folds.
ace queen.
Yeah.
Brent calls 8. 3 players. Brent to act first.
And the old deuce 6 adds up to 8, so he's in.
Ryan flops second pair.
Ryan's hoping not to make 2 pair. I think Ryan's got a bet here.
Yeah.
Brent bets 2. Call by Bruce. Call by Ryan.
Just bet of 2 and call of 2.
Ryan with trips here, but
Action on Brent.
I think he's waited so long now. I wouldn't.
Brent checks.
I'd see the
Bruce
action.
checks. Ryan bets 10.
Yeah, just a little 10 ball.
Brent folds.
Yeah, there's
Bruce
nothing
folds.
out there to
Problem
call
is,
him.
queen high and 6 high are not going to call.
But moves to seat number 6,
Ryan
Mark.
was almost playing the low.
First act will be Mike in seat number 9.
Should we tell him we're not playing high-low?
No. No, he's good for the game. He's adding action. We do need some sound effects. We need like a rim shot. Boom, boom. Or a live band. Can we get that? Make that happen? It's a live band. The Roots. Take a break from Jimmy Fallon.
All right, Mike with a 4-5 suited. We got
Mike
an ace
calls
rag
2.
again. Not a whole lot going on again. Let's
Bruce
see what
folds.
happens.
Gary folds. Robert
This is
raises
something
to
I wish
4.
we had like props or something to get like some crazy action. Like we had
Folds
7
over to
deuce
John.
going,
John
or
calls
like
4.
show 1, or
Brent calls 4.
Something to spark these guys.
Mike
no
calls
limping.
4.
Button has to raise. I don't know, something
All
crazy.
interfold.
I play that game every time.
All right, we've got a top pair.
Checks
We've got a
around.
gut shot draw.
Ace for John, 5 ball for Mike.
10 bet by John. Brent folds. Mike folds. Robert folds.
Nobody knows each other. It does look like everyone's playing for like $1 million. Somebody needs to
We
set
definitely
moves.
need to get this game livened up a little
Bruce
bit.
to act first.
Go suggest
Seat number 1.
We need to get B million in the game.
This would be a great time to have everyone start playing 7 deuce. Every time you win a pot with 7 deuce, everyone owes you $1 or
Oh
5.
no, you
or
got to make it. Yeah, you got to make it like 10 or
20
something.
bucks. I don't know, something crazy.
You got to make it worth winning.
Bruce folds.
I'm not going to risk my stack for an extra $8.
It's all about
Gary
showing
folds.
the bluff, though.
Oh, Mark's got
Robert
aces
folded.
here.
Brian folds.
Raise.
That would be fun.
13 to play.
Did Ryan just raise? I think Ryan just
Ryan
raised.
raises to 13.
Ryan made it 13 with the 4-8 off, and the guy right behind him's got aces.
That must be his favorite Steelers player's number or something.
Yeah.
Probably the jersey
Raised to
at home.
26 by Mark.
There's a lot to be said for timing.
Or, yes, in this case, a lack of it.
Heads up.
Unless you're Mark and you're going mental
And
cartwheels.
Ryan shows him the 4-8, and Mark's going, have a
Mark
hand.
takes it down.
Have a hand.
Mark's like, where's the kings at?
A little closer that
How do you not have kings right now?
Sir Ryan.
Read you like a book.
Yep. I kicked in the table, didn't I?
Gary Milwaukee is to act first in seat number 2.
Yeah, not much going on here.
I'm starting to think they didn't count the cards right.
We're going to have to talk to Train.
I think Train put him up his sleeve or something.
Mark calls 2. John calls 2. Brent calls 2.
Mark goes from
Small
aces to
blind
7-3.
Mike folds.
Name of
Bruce
the game.
checks his option.
You watch, you probably win a bigger pot.
Yeah.
No, nobody even sniffs anything here.
Ace high is still the best.
A bet will take this.
Checks over to Brent.
$7.
Brent bets $7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark, let me get 50 of your red, please.
I'll tell you what, just watching this long of Brent, I would have
Brent
a hard
takes
time
down.
folding to him, ever. So if he ever picked up a hand against me, he could win a big pot.
Absolutely. Like, why fold?
But
I mean, you're
seat
playing
number 3,
like,
Robert to act first.
the bottom of everybody's range at any given point in time. Looks like we added someone to the commentary booth. You have to
Hey, guys.
State your name and
My name is Bobby.
B million.
welcome, Bob.
Professional 1-2 grinder.
Thank you.
You've been watching a little bit. What are your thoughts on the game so far?
It's pretty slow. I feel like everybody's kind of intimidated. Like they don't want to get out of line or, raise. It seems to be what's missing right now in the game.
As a person that does this,
Robert folded.
full time, what's their mindset? What would they be afraid of?
Brian raises to 8.
I think they're just kind of playing their hands face up. They don't want to get in spots
calls 8.
that are going to be real tricky, So limping is probably the easiest thing for them instead of raising.
Mike calls 8.
Yeah. Also,
Bruce folded.
the fact that
Gary
this is being
folded.
broadcast to everyone. They
They don't want to make mistakes. And
their children might be watching. They might be, Daddy just did the dumbest thing.
Well, I think in turn by doing that, though, that's causing them to get in these tricky spots and make mistakes.
Accidental tricky spots.
Yeah. I mean, if everybody limps in, it's really hard to play.
Yeah, Brent seems to be the only one willing to raise a lot of hands.
Uncle Si is caught up on the turn. Let's see if he goes to
Brent
the beer.
didn't bet that
Brian
flop after
bet 16.
raising.
He did not. See, he's got
Extra
a
Brent.
very unorthodox style. Now he's got money in front of him, so it could get really dicey in a hurry.
Well, he's only got money in front of him because he rebought.
Hey, call 16.
Deep pockets sometimes change people's minds on how they're going to attack a hand.
I know that one.
Mike? Okay. Brent
Mike
called
folded.
16 with the twos.
Bink. Oh.
See, and this is what happens too, that you don't bet the flop after you've raised.
Ryan and Brent check.
You let cards get there.
Yeah, and it's the first time he hasn't done it.
Ryan takes the
Whenever he's raised and it's been checked to him, he's bet.
He could have been trying to trap, maybe. Maybe you hit a deuce on the turn.
He did have showdown
First
value.
check will be Ryan and
He beat all busted straight draws and flush draws.
And ace highs.
Till the ace got there in the river.
And then, yeah.
Trevor's talked about making draft dynasty jokes, but he just hasn't done it.
How's it going?
I don't know the Gat. I mean, he's probably a super nice
look
guy.
At Mark picks up aces again. Ryan's got fives. Robert's got a king 10 suited. Gary's got an ace 3. I don't think he'll call a raise.
Good for Mark.
Mark raises to 12.
Ryan limped in.
In the poker world, you say MBN, must be nice. Aces twice and 8 hands.
I was going to root for a vicious flop here, but both these guys are friends of mine, so I'm having a hard time doing it.
If that's the case, they'll be your
All
friend
right,
afterwards.
Ace 5. Ace 5. What's that? Yeah.
You want to ask your opponent.
Oh. Yeah, while you're in the game, probably not. And Mark flops a set here with a straight draw out there.
I mean, he's happy because he knows he can't be beat, but at the same time, it's going to kill all of his action. Unless once someone had jacks or sevens or ace jacks, something like that.
$12.
Oh, he only bet 12. That might entice Robert to make a call here.
I mean, if there's any player that will float with king high on this board, definitely would be Rob.
Oh, you know Robert?
I think it's just something with the name. It indicates dillweed.
Oh, I thought we were talking about me. I'm sorry.
Well, Robert did pick up extra outs here. Now he's got a double gut shot. Let's see if Mark fires the smallish bet
but
again.
It looks like half of them are gone, too, because he's only got 4 outs. Right up.
Mark
2 queens and 2 nines are
Well,
gone.
how about that technology? Well played. But he don't know that.
No, he doesn't.
Sorry, that was really improper grammar. He does not know that. He thinks he has a full
He don't
8
know
outs.
that at all.
Robert folds.
He says, check you later. Are you first up on the waiting list, Bob?
I am second up, I believe.
You doing anything to prepare?
I've been drinking orange juice,
Ooh.
and I did a
Little
few
gin and
push-ups. No, I don't like to drink
Straddle is locked.
less than a bottle when I'm playing. So.
A bottle of liquor.
Exactly.
1 liter of alcohol, please.
No, I mean, I usually don't drink when I play, but
In his own Mark.
let me tell you, when I do, it
We
is
got aces again.
Action City.
What? All right.
But he can't put them with anything good.
We got the aces from Duck Dynasty, quack quack, versus the Ducks, double quack quack. You guys happy now?
Yes.
Stop sending your hate mail.
That just made me really happy.
If he brought out a duck call to announce his raise, that would be the end all. be all.
That would be hilarious.
If he gets done, you guys have to let him know.
32 now.
Re-raise to 32.
I feel like you're going to see Mark in this spot.
Thank you.
I think somebody just made it a re-raise to 32.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. The 5-7 raised and the aces re-raised.
Yeah. And Brandon's blue shirt.
18.
Call. We get a call? Let's see a flop, boys and
All
girls.
right. Now this is where the game's starting to turn around.
8-6 of spades. Ooh, so close. Now here's a spot. If John had devious intentions of thinking that Brian had just ace king, he could get filthy.
I had double gut shot.
Problem is, he looks like he has to poop, and he's gonna fold. Check you later.
I had 9-7 suited. I had the 9 or the golden for me. The queen would have got you in all types of trouble. Yeah, I can't stand it, so I'm working on double-sided of it. And 18 is just enough to make it think what you really have.
All right, we need to spice this game up.
Tell them to spice it up. People keep getting aces, but there's not much happening afterwards.
We got an ace king here.
There we go. Now we got some action.
Kings and an ace king.
Raise to 11.
Brent's got an ace.
Yeah, but it's Gary with the kings. He's liable to overplay it, so maybe you get no action. Let's see what he does. I hope he doesn't.
I don't look up.
I think someone made it 11. I didn't see. I'm guessing probably John did. Bruce lets it go.
Let's see what Gary does here.
I think he's doing the old toe tap under the table.
I feel like you can tell a lot about a player by the way he plays ace king. Like what style of game he plays, and
I'm already
does he mostly play tournaments or cash, stuff like that.
That's just to make sure.
What do you do with ace king?
Looks like Gary did re-raise. Looks like maybe 55.
Yeah, a lot. That's why I said.
It depends on the situation and the player you're playing against. I mean, if I'm in position, a lot of times I'll just flat call with ace king.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like there's no reason to really like bloat the pot up, especially if you're against a player that's only raising like premium hands. I told him.
That's all he does.
From the looks of it, I think Gary moved all in and John folded wisely. It's like the straddle's back on board, and a double straddle.
1, 2, 4, 8.
It's the hot corner. It's third base of the poker table.
He took exchange. You could exchange back.
I know several guys that make it 30 without even looking at their cards right now.
That's me.
The problem is those guys are sitting in the booth with us right now.
Gary with ace queen suited
again.
And presto, who's got presto? Mike's got presto.
There's one guy in the booth who would make it 30, and there's one guy who would just flat him.
Raises to 15.
Gary calls. I'm just not a big fan of limping, so.
It depends on the game for me. If it's guys I know I can abuse post flop, I'm not opposed to limping.
I mean, I can kind of agree, but not really, because I don't think that the players matter as much. It's more of the hands you're allowing to see flops by limping.
And plus, if you have a really strong post game play or post flop play, why not make the pot bigger? If you have the ability to take control after a flop, you can make those extra dollars.
Well, it does several things. You want to narrow the field down. I mean, you don't want to go in a 5-way pot.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
$5.
I don't like playing 5-6 handed. We got a straddle on again.
Straddles are fun. I mean, they're good for the game, especially in a game that's moving a little slowly like this one is.
First act
people see that extra money out there and they
seat number 9
want to attack it and they think that they can outplay each other. And
Brent picks up an ace in the straddle. So.
He actually is pretty good at that.
And Gary gets queens. Let's see how much he makes it with no raise in front of him.
Deuces, ducks.
Gary raises to 30.
and he's getting a chuckle from several players out there.
30 is a lot.
Folds over
this was a straddle pot, or?
Yeah.
That's still quite a bit.
So it was $1, $2, $4.
There wasn't even any limpers in front of him.
So Gary raised it $36.
But moves over to Mark. Mike to act first in seat 9.
He hits the flop and he gets killed on the wrist.
hit a flop.
First hand of the night.
Yeah.
You got 12% chance.
I don't know if you guys caught that or not, but that was an amazing rendition of a crotchety old gentleman.
Always get out bling.
Brent's got 8s here. Bruce has a king queen suited.
I know, honestly, Brent
Raised to
has
7
had
by Bruce.
He's had some pretty good hands, yeah. He's also played some pretty bad hands too.
Well, yeah, I
Called
mean
by
that's,
Robert.
but that shows you if you can just hone in to when you have the good ones.
John calls
you're making
7.
a lot more profitable.
Brent calls 7.
Haven't made any money. Keep overplaying every hand. Get some water.
See, this is one of those games where I would definitely show a bluff at some point. Like
20 bet
earlier
by
on.
Bruce.
I
It
was
needs
already,
it. It needs something. Show a bluff.
that's the only way I feel you're
Robert
going to
folds.
get action other than like people actually playing their hands.
John folds. Brent folds.
Brent folds, which with only one over out there.
I mean, he's like keeps rewriting chapters. So once you start to figure out that he's plays wild and crazy, he makes these pretty darn good folds.
I thought for sure we'd see a call
he
there.
has the
First to
mental
act will be
aptitude
Bruce in
to
seat number 1.
play really well. I just don't think he likes to. He just wants to play his own style, and
We
he
know
doesn't care.
somebody like that. That would be suited Dan.
Sweeted.
Heavy down behind.
Ryan picking up kings here.
And Ryan did show the 4-8 earlier.
Bruce calls 2.
Yeah.
When he opened, so maybe this might get him some
Robert
action.
calls 2.
That's what I'm talking about.
Raise announced by Ryan. Ryan raises to 13.
I feel like Ryan always thinks he's bluffing now because he's always smiling, cheesing so hard.
John folds.
Looks like he got a
Brent
sunburn.
folds. Mike
I was gonna
folds.
say he's turning a little red.
Is that
Bruce
a tell?
calls 13.
It could
Bruce
be.
calls 13 with the ace rag.
Robert calls 13.
2 ace rags in here.
I feel like I should have the seat number. I don't know.
folds.
I mean, if
All
you're
right,
going to
sorry,
call it the
Bruce
ace
checks,
deuce, it's not
Robert checks.
the worst flop of all time.
Ryan puts out
No.
a bet.
Backdoor flush draw, straight
the
draw.
bet?
22 bet.
You would love to see the 5 of clubs if you were in that position.
5 of clubs would be the
One-time
dandiest,
bank.
the dandiest of cards.
One caller, Bruce.
And now is just like,
Both
man.
players check.
Yeah, and he cannot. Well, he could hit the ace.
Checks and checks.
Everyone's just like, check please. Time to go home.
Ryan takes the pot.
You can have my money.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tips are
Button
optional.
moves. Seat number 2, Gary to act first.
That's why I always wonder, like, when you check back those hands, like, you really put him on a 5? Like, why does he have a 5 in that spot?
Because a lot of people see monsters on the bed. So any possible flop with a combination of like a nutted hand that beats yours, they get scared. And they just kind of
That's
give up.
where the level of poker understanding can change from one person to the next. Like, one person might think, oh, I won with kings. Another person's going, I missed out on so much money with kings.
Yeah.
Gary folds.
You wouldn't believe how many nights I
Robert
leave like
calls
the
2.
horseshoe thinking about hands that I won and thinking about how much money I
Folds over
missed
to
out on
John.
because I played them
John
incorrect
calls
or
2.
there was a
Brent
better
calls
way.
2. Mike calls
Sometimes
2.
you text me and I say, Bob, you're the best. How could I ever improve on your play?
Bruce checks his option.
Thanks, man.
3, 3, 4.
With the 4 on the turn.
Mike checks. Bruce
And
checks.
Brent's just
Robert
like,
checks.
oh,
John
bingo,
checks.
bingo.
Brent's like,
Brent
not only
bets
do I
8.
get hands, but when I don't have a hand, I get hands.
Mike
I'm
folds.
also the most
Bruce folds.
interesting
Robert
card player to
folds.
the table.
Yeah.
Raised to 20 by John.
John raises with the 3s when Brent's got trips.
But these guys know each other. They play together all the time, and this is where it gets.
He has some devious
crazy.
plans here, I feel.
He's probably
Wouldn't a 3 on a turn be brutal here?
Oh, disgusting. It would be the most disgusting
Then a
card.
5 on
for
the
him.
river. Because
Brent announces all in.
Oh, he moved all in. And John doesn't have a whole lot.
I mean, oh,
John calls.
John calls sounds like
Trip 8.
Yeah, he did.
I don't even know a good Spanish name.
He didn't have a whole lot back.
Ace.
No, it's
Ace on the river.
Well,
Well, it's a good thing you didn't have an ace.
And Brent's erratic play gets him the pot.
I have 150 here for him. You just bring me some greens and I'll keep them coming to the table. 65 when you get a chance. Just bring me some greens.
First act will be seat number 4, Robert.
Brian with 7s. Brent with an ace queen. Brent has absolutely picked up some hit. Ryan Postek here with 8-9 suited. He might get involved here.
Ryan does like himself a suited connector. If Ryan flops any piece, straight draw, flush draw, you could see some big bets coming in the middle.
Let's see what Brent does with a raise and a limp with the ace queen. It looks like he made it 25.
Threw it in like a perfect little horseshoe. Cornhole bag. Take your pick. What a great day for cornhole it would have been today, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Chucking them bags all day.
I still remember the night playing in Suited Dan's backyard at 1 o'clock in the morning for $10 a game.
I don't even know if anyone went in, hit the board. I don't know.
You knew it. You knew what was coming.
We didn't see a flop there?
No. Brent re-raised for 25.
I don't
Took
care.
it down.
There's pairs and suited cards. It's Brent.
It just shows you how tight people are playing right now.
Oh my gosh. There's some sort of saying about a piece of coal.
Seat number 4, Brian Deck first.
Well, people don't want their coals to turn into diamonds right now.
They would.
Oh, we got an ace queen and ace king, pocket deuces.
I mean, the way this game is going, you're probably going to see a raise from ace king and everybody fold.
They probably turn to blood diamonds.
Raised to 11 by Ryan.
Double quack quack for Gary.
Ryan raises.
John calls it.
John just calls with ace king.
Folds.
I know I'm a tournament player, but I just can't flat ace king.
Dude, I do it all the time.
Mike calls 11. Bruce
It's not in
folds.
my realm of possibility. I would get stacks in. I don't care. That's my personal.
Like I said, it depends on who you're playing. I mean, if you're playing people that.
Like in a game like this, where everyone's just like so nitty gritty, like.
Yeah, I mean, in a game like this, I'll probably be 3-betting or 4-betting every time.
When people are raising, they're probably raising
Gary calls
with
11.
an ace. It's obviously worse than yours. If not, it's a pair below ace king.
Ryan called 11.
Let's get it in. Just money. Your kids don't need to eat.
Holy hell, that's a big pot.
My money's on Jack 4.
Boom.
And Jack 4 takes the lead.
Takes the lead. From the top of rope.
Checks over to John. John checks. Mike
I wonder what
checks.
Gary will do here.
Checks
apparently.
around.
I mean, he has a gut shot. Okay.
And that puts the 10-8 in the lead.
Mike says, check
Checks
this one
over to
out.
Robert. Robert checks. Ryan checks. John checks. 30 bet by Mike.
Oh.
Mike the feeling how he's special.
I don't know. I think that's too big an overbet.
Do you think he's kissing the other side of his hand?
Licking it.
I was not prepared for that answer.
Gary checks.
I think you
Gary
bet too
folds.
much here.
Robert folds. Ryan
Yeah.
folds. John folds.
You just chased everybody out of it.
Mike
I'd
takes
have bet
pot.
like, like
You want to get called
$17.
Yeah.
No one's beating you. Give him a chance. Let them ducks swim around a little bit. Made a pair. Ooh.
It's something I've been working on. I'm not normally much of a cash game player, but I've been playing a lot more lately and value betting and getting when I got the big hands and getting called instead of chasing people
First act
out.
is Ryan.
Got to do it. Well, in a scenario like the shoe, it's a hair different because people are calling everything.
Well, yeah.
So that $30 bet might have made sense there, but you got to adjust to the game.
Mark bets 10.
People are just like
Call by John,
folding.
10.
Bet a little less.
Folds over to Bruce.
You had the
folds.
proverbial nuts. I mean, there's no sense blowing around the water.
I don't even know what your else are.
Gary's got an ace-4 here. And
chips in hand. Look at John's face. John's going, what's this guy
Gary
up
calls
to?
10.
Gary calls the 10. I thought he was going to raise the way he was counting chips out there.
Hey, he's trying to balance his
Robert
play.
calls 10.
Yeah, ace swag. I've kind of
First act
got
is
my
Robert.
swag back.
C3.
I don't really play it. No, I used to.
Checks.
Ooh, this could be trouble for Mark
Next
here.
is Mark.
It's
Mark
like
bets
old
20.
John D can tell Mark to walk the plank here unless you can find a jack somewhere.
20's a bet.
John calls 20.
Calls 20.
Gary folds. Robert folds.
Heads up.
Look how intimidating Mark looks though. Like an offensive lineman.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
That's what they call the old sleeper hold.
That's good.
Good night, sleep
Let's
tight.
see how intimidating he looks now.
John checks.
Check with trips.
This.
In a chop pot.
This is.
That was bad.
It was gonna chop anyway, but I
That was-
don't see how the money didn't get in.
That
I
was
don't.
really bad by both players. You have to. I mean, why not bet turn?
25
It's
bet
the
by
same
Mark.
thing we're talking about. People are scared to scare everybody else away. No one's
I
going.
feel like in turn though, like that makes me a little weary, especially when you get to the river and then all of a sudden they
Just
bet
called.
after checking the turn. It's like
split pot.
What are you ever betting?
Everybody loves a chop pot.
That was fun, right?
I learned that from Joe Stapleton and James Hardigan from Poker Stars. Replay TV shows I watch. Two excellent commentators. Almost as good as us.
Well,
First act will be Mark in seat number 6.
It's a tough act to follow.
No, well, when you quickly call me on stuff like that,
Now they're discussing why they did what they did, and it's just like.
Yeah. I said do it again if I tried it.
Trained professional.
Mark calls
got
2.
an ace jack suited.
Brent calls 2.
Speaking for me, I before he doesn't win.
Gary calls 2. Robert
No idea
calls
what
2.
he's talking about.
Small blind Brian calls 2.
Come on, be nice.
There's the
Ryan
raise.
raises at 15 on top.
I was gonna say, I didn't think he was just gonna call there.
So look on my face, 15 more.
I'm going to say Mark's definitely not.
15 calls.
Mark folded. Brent calls
calls with
15.
king 5 off.
I tell you what though, this game would be a complete snoozer if Brent wasn't playing right now.
I'll tell you what, I want to get Bobby and Dan in there. Well, Brent's still in
Action
there.
on Gary.
I don't know.
Gary
I don't know
folded, Robert folded.
how that goes down.
Well, it would
Brian
be fun
folded.
to watch.
It would be.
2 players.
I knew Brent was going to call.
I agree.
Action on Ryan first.
Oh, Robert Miller's still in
Well,
the booth.
no matter what happened, it would be fun.
Well, let me tell you this. I'll put it this way: I would either be rebuying
Brent
a lot
bets
or
17.
Be winning
I
a
would
lot?
be winning a lot.
Ryan
'Cause,
calls 17.
Ryan makes the call.
This is a tricky.
Ryan made a
turn
check
card.
call there.
If Brent bets again.
Brent bets 21. Ryan
Love
calls
it.
21.
No hesitation.
A king or 5 here would be brutal.
Can Brent three barrel? Check.
I would have liked to see if he could have called another bet there. I tell you what, Ryan, I've seen Ryan do it before.
You ever want to check on the river? Interesting.
If Ryan thinks he's got the best hand, he'll call.
Yeah, I mean
First act
Ryan's
will be
been filing
blind.
away.
Nope.
The
He's
hands
going
that
to
Brent
double
has.
straddle.
There's nothing wrong with that.
We have a double straddle. Mike acts
That was really
first.
well played.
Seat number 9.
So you start trusting yourself instantly.
It almost sounded like a blind versus blind kind of hand.
And Brent picks up jacks.
Where Ryan had position and just called every street. Like what's leading out in that spot?
Couple of ace
Folds over to Mark.
rags.
Mark calls.
Raise.
Oh, he raises to 12.
Mark raises to 12. There's a straddle and a double straddle, I believe.
Yeah.
You can even see the name tag.
This is the min bet now, right?
The min raise is 8. Or the min raise is 4. You got 4, you raise 4.
Oh.
You have one caller, John.
John calls with ace rag. Let's see what Brent does with the jacks now. I expect a pretty big raise here.
No,
big blind.
I would.
Same theory. Am I right, Tony?
What do you have to lose?
I'm right, Mark?
I mean, they're just chips.
Yeah.
They're not even like.
They don't mean anything.
They have no cash value.
$4 more.
4 more.
Bring up that hell.
Brent announces a raise.
Did he just call?
Raises. No, he raises.
Okay, I was gonna
20 on top.
He raised 20.
Action on Mark.
Let's see what Mark does. Mark doesn't like to get pushed around, but if he thinks the hand through, maybe he'll figure it out.
I think Mark lets this go.
He could think Brent BSing again though, because he straddled.
Mark
Yeah.
folds. John folds.
Really hope,
Brent takes it down.
really hope I go back and watch that and that's a bluff. It's all that table.
I don't know about what to
Put in
fold.
more. Gotta put in more.
It's so hard to fold an ace in a button, especially the nonsense.
A little more.
I mean, but have they really seen him with nonsense?
Yeah, I mean, there's
A couple times,
There's been a lot of
yeah.
times like that, especially that just the hand that happened right before that. It's like
Yeah, Ryan
when
made him
ace high
show.
wins, like
Yeah.
on that kind of raggedy board, like what do you? I mean,
There he goes, trusting his gut again. Nice play, Brent.
First act will be Mike. Mike folds. Bruce
One of
folds.
those, huh?
It's true.
Ryan with jack 10 of diamonds.
Gary folds. Robert folds.
Brent's got a
Ryan
deuce
folds.
3.
Call by Ryan for 4. Mark calls 4. John calls 4. Brent checks his option.
I'll take Ryan's hand here.
Mark checks.
And Ryan
John
hits
checks.
jack. And
12 bet by
and
Brent.
Brent hits the 3 and bets.
Soul reads. I knew the jacks were good.
And Ryan
Call by
Ryan
Ryan.
just called him down a few
Mark
hands
and
ago with
John
ace
fold.
high.
Which that's good for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Check.
Both players check.
Check.
And he says,
20
give me
bet
some
by Ryan.
fours, 'cause I got a boat.
Brent folds.
I'd show him the 10 here.
I would show him my middle finger.
I don't know. With the way he likes the barrel, I might have checked. I mean, you're not really going to get much value.
See what happens. Anybody going at it?
Maybe out there and make it pretty good there.
Come on in. I don't know.
It'll be a 10-minute break in 45 minutes.
I want to come see how Ron's playing.
Not a whole lot going on here. Let's see what happens.
$7.
Robert
Race to
with
7 by Robert.
10 suited.
Hello, America.
Suited Dan
Mark
joining
calls
us at the
to
mic.
7.
Got it.
John calls 7. Brent calls 7.
We're about 45 minutes from a 10-minute break, and I believe we're going to be switching in several new players in a little bit. John D.
John
flops
checks.
top pair.
Brent checks.
Yeah.
Robert checks. Mark checks.
Been waiting for 16 months to get Bobby
Checks over
Miller at the
Robert.
cash table.
Robert
Brent's,
bets 10.
Brent's the only one with a flush
Mark
draw.
folds.
Robert's got
Called by John.
straight draw. John's got top pair.
Brent folds.
Heads up.
And nothing.
Both players check.
Goes check, check.
Man, people
John.
are just really missing out on value, dude. I don't know what's happening.
But
almost like they
moves
want the
Bruce
draws
act
to get
first,
there.
seat number 1.
And it seems like they're scared
So
to
they-
death to bet, too.
So they could table their hand and be like, look what you did.
I think the most entertaining one to say.
And it's going to be random.
Brian with 4s. Mark with an ace-9.
Robert calls.
Mark might raise here if it lips around to him.
Raised to 11 by Brian.
Brian raises to 11 with his 4s.
Action on Mark. Mark folds. John folds. Brent folds. Mike folds. Call by Robert.
Robert calls with his ace rag.
Robert to act first.
I've seen that ace rag defend like 6 or 7 times tonight and just never hit anything.
Brian bets 18.
Bets with his 4s.
Robert folds.
King 7 wasn't going to do me any good there.
No, King 7.
Takes it down.
With diamonds, though, right?
But moves over to Brent. Gary to act first in seat number 2.
First thing I'm going to do is tell Ryan how red his face is.
I'm gonna bring him a paper towel. Wipe it down.
I just want to go, man, that sunburn doesn't hurt.
Looks like a Native American.
Easy.
You got anything going on here? Not much.
Yeah. Seriously.
Robert calls 2.
We don't condone racism.
Raised to 8 by Ryan.
Is that racist? See any look like?
Brent calls 8 with a slam.
Brent's got king 6. Calls 8 with king 6 off.
It's like Bruce calls.
90% of what he's played is, I mean, he's got some good hands, but he's played everything.
That's what I got text too.
Bruce checks. Robert bets 5.
Ryan flops top pair. Robert bet 5.
Ryan raises to 21.
Ryan raises with 10 deuce.
You're used to it. You never talk.
You have to feel good with top pair in this situation.
For sure.
Hey, he's pretty much, looks like he's pretty much
Robert
bet
folds.
all of Robert's chips.
Robert has 32 behind.
You're scared of is a hard draw.
No way.
Robert straddles. Ryan to act first in seat number 4.
Oh, wow.
Well,
4 to go.
Brian folds.
not too much going on here. Let's see what
Ryan
we got.
calls 4.
Ryan calls a 4. Is there a straddle on?
Brent raises to 10.
Brent's got 2-6. His cards add up to 8 again. That's a raising hand.
You were there Sunday? I haven't gotten back to the bank yet. I had a good blackjack.
Gary folds. Robert calls.
Robert calls with the 9-3 off. And Ryan calls with 9-4. Suited.
You got me crushed. I got 14 on me.
Robert checks. Ryan checks. 16 bet by Brent.
Brent bets 16 with the
Holds
absolute
round.
worst hand and wins.
Your boy Jody, he was at the table for a while. Or he's
That's all I got this week.
stuff at 2 for 6 hours. Like 10 minutes. I lost it. Went down to the blackjack.
You want to straddle down there, Brian? Brian might double straddle. He's on fire.
He's gonna play the rest.
And it looks like Ryan's trying to get in pots now with Brent.
Brian, seat number 4 to act first.
It's good he's adjusting. I mean, if you're seeing somebody that's, taking stabs at pots and then checking it down and you having the best hand with ace high and stuff like that, it's time to start really giving them the business. I mean, it's going to fail eventually if somebody adjusts, and that's what I've been waiting for, is somebody adjust to him.
Mark raises to 8.
Mark raises to 8 with
Brent calls.
8, 9.
Mike folds.
Comes out like a man.
Folds.
Lighter.
Did you close the door?
Looks like
I
Gary's
thought
going
you
to
went
call.
out to have a
Gary
cigarette.
calls.
He was smoking something.
It doesn't sound that bad.
And Robert calls. Gary to act first.
And Brent flops top pair, king rag.
Gary checks. All
Robert's
in
got
for Robert.
Second pair and
total.
moves all in. I think he's going to get called
Mark
by
folds.
Brent for sure.
30.
Brent raises to 30.
How about now?
I mean, I can hear it, but I can't hear it.
Yeah,
I can't hardly hear you either.
I barely heard you 2.5 months.
Well, I'll get a little closer. How's that?
A little closer.
Talk a little deeper. Robin looking for a 6 or 7 on the river and does not get there.
Brent takes the pot.
We're getting a rebuy or we're getting our first sub in?
Looks like Robert's going to be out of here.
Looks like Robert's done.
Right.
Come on down.
Here comes our first new player.
You guys trying to make me work more? Thanks, Mark. I knew you'd stick up for me, buddy.
We got 2 ace kings here.
Ryan calls 2. Raise to $15 raise.
Ryan
15 total to call.
Ryan limps
by Mark.
in with ace king. Mark has ace king right
looks like
behind him,
Ryan's
makes it
gonna call.
15.
This should be interesting.
This would
Ryan
be
to
fun.
act first.
This is exactly what we've been waiting for, folks.
Everybody loves a
Well,
chop pop.
you would think it would be, but it's really who's the most aggressive.
Yeah,
in
Mark bets
this
15.
situation.
Right there, right behind Robin.
Ryan calls 15.
Appreciate the bit. Yes, sir.
Let's see if Mark makes a second bet here. If he makes a second bet, I think Ryan will let it go.
I mean, having the ace of hearts in your hand does help.
Sorry, guys.
So it looks like no
That one
check.
check. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't.
Do you want to buy him in, or do you want me to?
I can do it. It's fine.
They're just playing so face up.
Yeah.
Weak sauce.
Oh, wait, you want the money?
These are the tables that I sit down at the show.
He's
I'm like,
got to use position.
I'm gonna
there and
win
bet
some
again.
money tonight.
Well, it's what have you used to always tell me? How can I win this hand?
Yeah, and that's what people should be thinking when they play this game: is how can I win this?
How can I win?
Corey's coming into the game.
You know, I mean, obviously
Corey
you
in
have to
seat
take
number 3.
a super terrible route to get
Yeah.
there, but you have to have that in your mind in some way. Like, what can I like? What does he have? What will he fold? How can I win?
Yeah. Well, that situation right there is a perfect example. I mean, it was anybody's pot to take. They were both giving off signs that their hands were weak and they didn't have anything. So why not take advantage of that?
If Mark goes bet flop turn, he wins. If Ryan goes check raise on the flop, he wins. I mean, there's just so many different ways that you can win a hand. It's not it's not black and white.
Looks like the button is on Brian. Mark to act first. Seat number 6.
We've got Corey joining the game now.
Well, hopefully Corey's been sitting there itching to get in some hands.
Well, I've never played cash with him, but I've played tournaments, and he likes to play a lot of hands in tournaments. I
oh
know
yeah,
that.
he likes to call with deuces. That's a low jab. He did that to me.
John raises 10. Brent
Sore
calls
subject
10.
to the man on my right.
Mike calls 10.
Well, he got me in a tournament last week with ace 10 versus my ace king.
He's wearing his
Ryan
signature
calls
Superman
10.
hat.
Mark calls 10.
That's just beating bullet.
Oh, we got a lot of connectors and suited cards here.
Let's see clubs. I vote clubs.
Oh, Mark flops top pair and a
Mark
straight
check.
flush draw. Mike flops a straight.
35 bet by John.
This could be a big pot.
Now we're talking,
Brent's
guys.
got top pair.
Turn up your speakers right now
Action on
because it's
Brent.
about to get filthy.
It's about to get loud.
Yeah, it's a bat.
Who's second on the list?
Brent calls
that would be me.
This is the kind of hand where we could get to you real quick.
Well, I am praying.
And this is the beautiful thing about cash. It's different in tournament. A lot of these hands don't show up in a tournament game, but in cash, where everyone's, the blinds don't go up, or everyone's playing really deep, everyone can see flops like this.
Raise announced.
This was a raise pot.
Mike's got his
I don't know.
straight.
I'm asking.
No, it doesn't look like it.
That's another thing about the limp pots. I mean, you get these spots. I mean, you have no clue. It's a guessing game now.
Oh, he just made a huge raise.
Yeah. If I'm Mark, I'm never folding in the history of life.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you have so many outs. It's just ridiculous.
Action is on Mark.
Or for what you perceive as outs.
So
Mark is all in.
Mark goes all in.
There you go.
He's got top pair and a straight flush draw.
My problem is...
John
yeah, there's a lot
fold.
of clubs going.
He still has chop outs, too.
Yeah.
All right, Mike calls.
Just run him out, dealer.
Is Brent folded, right?
Who's going to be happy?
Oh, 9, 6, 8, club.
Boom.
Chop.
Chop it up.
Everybody loves a chop.
Chop it up. At least they got the money in, though. At least it wasn't like checked all the way down.
They played it right. Actually, Mark and I played a really big hand last spring as a satellite to a World Series event where I flopped a similar hand as Mark's, where I had up and down straight flush draw versus his set, and it was raise, re-raise, re-raise, all in, call, and he had a set, and I actually rivered him, and I went on to win a tournament and went to Las Vegas. So there's my little...
How'd you do in Vegas?
Terrible.
For second.
But you did win the seat.
I did okay in the cash games, the tournament. I did not win my 50-50 coin flips.
I hear somebody else's might be taking a Vegas trip here soon.
Possibly. I'm in the air.
He's thinking about it, but he's too big of a nit.
I am kind of a nit. After last year, I mean, can you go 0 for 20?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It's just not fun.
John and Brent folded. Action on Mike.
The way you're running right now, they might rename the place after
Bruce
you.
folds. Gary
might.
folds. Corey folds.
If I was you, though, if I was going out there, I would go during the one drop just to watch that spectacle of an event. The $1 million buy-in, all the who's who of
Ryan
poker
calls
professionals
7.
playing
It's
that
amazing.
game, and it is just the
Mark calls
sickest
7.
thing to see.
Well, I'm selling pieces myself to get into that.
Ryan.
So if anybody's interested.
How many more pieces you got? About
100% is open for purchase right now.
Any markup? I hope not.
No markup.
Mark flops trips here.
Mark flops huge again. 3 7s.
Let's see if he checks and hope somebody gets here.
13. 13 bet by Brian.
Brian with the worst hand says
Brian
no bet.
calls 13.
Which I don't mind it from him.
See,
I mean, that's gonna be.
Now I don't mind a raise.
I mean, I kind of like calling, to be honest.
Ace to 26 by Mark.
Yeah, I think actually in that spot, I think I might have smoothed because his hand just completely disguised.
No. I mean, when you raise here, you're basically saying I have a 7.
Yeah.
Like that's the only thing, or pocket 6s, which
Right.
I wouldn't even raise that, to be honest. But 7 is more likely to raise, but still, that's where people miss out on money because you're showing your hand. You're saying, this is what I have.
I was trying to hear this. Who has position was in? Was Mark in position?
Brian folded. Mark takes the pot.
Or did he go check raise? Especially if he check raises, like so much strength. Like if we were playing a
yes,
super,
he did check raise.
If we were playing a super,
he was in the big blind.
Yeah.
If we were playing a super deep,
Brent straddles.
super like
Mike
amazing,
Ackford,
like
seat number
top-notch
9.
players, a check raise might look like a bluff there, and you might get, action after the fact. But in this game where everyone's playing really tight and they're not necessarily going to be getting too out of line, that just looks like too much, like too strong of a
There's
play.
just too many 7s in his hand. I mean, there's two, or hands that beat you. I mean, look what he had to fold. Somebody that was bluffing, clearly just straight up bluffing, and he made him fold. He made him make the correct decision, which you never really want to do that.
Do you want, like we talked about earlier, the name of the game is to make worse hands call and better hands fold, and you're driving out all bad hands.
Yeah, if you bet in a way that makes somebody play their hand correctly, you're
4.
not playing it right.
Calls 4. Brent checks his option.
That was deep.
That was kind of deep. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, I'm learning stuff here. I'm happy
I'm
to
sorry.
learn it. No, absolutely. I love it. Brent's got a straight draw, gut shot draw.
I was gonna rip an ice cube in that spot.
All players check.
Slide against it.
And Mark makes the top pair.
He's gonna win the main event.
Mark bets 10.
He's like
John folds.
He's winning flips. He's he's making top pair. He's making
I'm gonna see if he'll sell me 1%.
I mean, like I said, one drop is open. I'll say 1%.
I can't afford 1% of the one drop.
What is that? 10,000. I mean, that's. I don't know math. I'm a field player, so.
That's 10K. 10K 1%.
I can afford 10% of the 1% of the 10,000.
I think I say 1% of a titty.
First stack will be Mike. Seat number 9.
We can all afford 1% of it.
The Freudian slip. Papa Z somewhere.
Apparently Ryan heard us talking about that.
He goes, guys, it's really embarrassing. My youth group will not approve of that.
All right, Brian with Jack Queen suited here. Mark with Jack 8.
That was my attempt at a duck.
Raised to 8 by Brian.
Ryan calls with King 6 off.
John calls
Ryan's
8.
starting to play like the old Ryan we know.
3 players.
Brent calls 8.
Yep. Brent's got 9-4 suited.
Over 8.
John to act first.
We decided that if Brent's cards add up to over 8, he's in the pot.
Makes sense. I mean, you guys have been correct because that's pretty much what's been happening.
Checks over to Brian. Brian checks.
Nobody has anything.
See, this is another flop like this.
Ryan
checks around to
16.
me, and I'm in position.
Folds,
I'm
Brent
betting.
folds.
Like 100% of the
Ryan
time.
folds.
There's just
Boom. See, well played. Ryan
you
put
go.
that hand perfectly. He bet pre-flop, continuation bet. If he.
Oh, that was a raise pre-flop.
Interesting. If he runs into it, so be it. Take a different approach.
That moves Bruce to act first.
It
And seat
wasn't a
number
big
1.
raise. It was $8, I think.
Oh yeah, still a raise nonetheless.
Yeah.
And getting called by
That's
King 6 off.
King 6 and
That's 1 hour of work for him.
9-4.
that's amazing.
That's some of the better hands that have called raises. Ace 8, Ace 6, 7-8 suited.
Bruce folds.
Brent's got an Ace 6 suited.
I'm
He'll be
surprised
in
Corey
here.
hasn't gotten goofy yet.
He's got 2-3 suited here. He may. No, he gets out.
He thought about it. He goes, well, nope, I'm not Canadian, and I'm not Daniel Negreanu. When people try to play small suited cards, that's what they should ask
I didn't see
themselves.
that.
Am I Canadian?
Yeah.
If the first answer is no, they should just stop right there.
And if they say yes, well.
Then the next question is, am I Daniel Negreanu?
Exactly.
Like, darn it. There's a flop for 0 people.
Ryan with the less than 1% hand.
And if I was him, I'd be winning
Bet,
this pot.
yeah.
Ryan bets 26.
And he may.
Gary folds.
Boom.
There we go.
And
Peter.
Ryan wins it.
If he was NBA Jam right now, the Nets would be on fire.
I think
He's in the zone right now.
I think Ryan's getting a read on this game right now.
He's just in the zone. He's been sitting there a while, and he's starting to realize that people are playing really tight post flop.
Gary, seat number 2.
They're only playing when they have things, so he's taking advantage of it.
My guy, though. Twice. My guy over there.
And why wouldn't you? I mean, that's what they call dead money.
We should do a lot of things.
Got King, Queen. Corey's got an Ace 6 suited here.
Gary calls 2.
Gary's got Jack 10.
Ryan with
Corey
Joe
calls
Montana. Another King Queen out there.
Brent's
John
got the
calls
button.
2.
He'll call.
Brent calls 2.
What's he got? 10-6.
Mike calls 2. Brings the small blind and the big blind
Have you heard
checks
that
his
song by
option.
Usher? Same cards.
No.
Oh, okay.
First act is Mike.
One of the new ones.
Look at this.
We got 2 King Queens in here, both
Mike
flop
bets
top
10.
pair.
Where's the flush draws? Come on, people.
Bruce folds.
Well, John does have the king of clubs.
It does. Hey, that's extra pipper. 1 extra pip.
Who we
Gary
on
folds.
here?
Corey folds. Call by John.
Smelling a chop.
Ooh.
Action on Mike.
Interesting. I feel like John is going to be aggressive here.
15 bet and a call by John.
Oh, just a call.
Bink bell. Oh. Somebody get nasty here.
They probably won't check.
Chop high.
Everybody loves a chop.
Me, they would have bet, and I would have just slammed it in there.
Slam it.
Just slamming it.
Slam it like laminate. Put it on the floor.
That side of the table is not controlled. I wanted to keep the red eyes a little bit intimidating. It looks like more. Now you have 4 times as many chips out there.
Corey with an ace-10. I think we might see him play here.
Yeah, Corey will get up in there.
Brian folds.
I wouldn't be
Folds
surprised
over
to see him
John.
raise. Oh, it looks like he
John
put a
folds.
straddle on too with the ace-10.
Yeah.
Brent calls
I would
4.
have to say, I mean, I've never played cash with Corey before, but I would say he's probably
Mike calls
a
4.
straddle defender.
Bruce folds. Gary calls 4.
That's
Corey
Superman's
raises 15 on
sidekick,
top.
straddle defender.
How much was the raise? Corey raised, but I didn't hear how much.
$1,000.
Looks like 15.
That's probably closer to the real number.
That's right.
Maybe
15
20
or 1,000, somewhere.
Brent calls 15.
Somewhere in between.
15.
Brent calls with King 9 off.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry, Gary.
Mike calls 15.
See, here's where I'm a
Action
fan
on
of making
Gary.
it a little bit larger.
15 to call.
Pre-flop, I mean, from the straddle, if you already have a few limps,
Yeah.
it's easier for people to call when you make it a little bit smaller.
Especially after one person calls. It's just like blur.
Yeah, once it starts and then
Yeah.
everybody else goes, well, I'm
Well,
priced in.
the thing about raising from the straddle is if somebody does call, you're
Gary
always out of
calls.
position. So you want to make it
Four
larger.
players.
I would have made it like 35, I think.
And he flops.
Or not 35, I'm sorry. 25.
Check.
25 or 30.
I was like, your
30 at the most.
Corey
your
bets
credibility just
28.
went out the window.
Yeah, 35.
33, I mean.
I bet 33.
He's a big fan of Scottie Pippen and Larry
Folds over
Bird.
to Gary.
Gary's got a gut shot draw. I've seen him
If
call
Gary-
these.
if
I've
Gary
seen
had
him
the
call
queen of
these
clubs,
a
maybe.
lot. Now I've seen him make these calls a lot in tournaments. I don't know how he plays cash.
I might just block him out. I don't know these things. I'm probably too busy.
And it
tweeting.
also has taken him about 10 minutes to make the call in tournaments too.
It's a lot to think about.
Yeah, I mean, how many kings can you hit?
Well, right now 2.
Survey says
2.
Now, is it for the outs? Is it showing the outs? Obviously,
only
Up
real
here.
outs.
Okay.
Here it's showing
Because the other king.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
If they're going to show
the
It knows.
percentage is off.
if they were going to show, kings that were folded as outs.
Yeah, they show that up on the top.
Yeah. It's a pretty smart, sophisticated system.
Yeah.
Way smarter than me.
Yeah, way smart. Me,
It's like that. It's like that computer does on Jeopardy. Watson, my dear Watson. I love Jeopardy. You guys watch Jeopardy?
no, can't say I do anymore.
Oh man, I get
Corey
into
took
it.
down that pot.
I eat my macaroni and cheese watching Jeopardy.
I used to play in Trivia League.
Did you? Did you have a little buzzer and everything?
It was.
Brian jacked first in seat number 4.
You ever seen those? What they call them?
Like the
computer little.
Like
they
the
play at
bar?
Yeah, we had a league at a couple different places. We used to travel around to different bars.
Did you have a drinking problem?
I still do.
Back to the action at hand.
Looks
Ace
like
queen suited.
Raised to 8 by Brian.
It looks like
Brian?
you need to go to the ace.
Bruce has got ace queen. Corey's got jack king.
Can we start calling aces
Re-raised
alcohol
to
is
18
anonymous?
That's what I said
by
earlier.
Ryan.
Nobody heard me.
Ryan re-raises with 7 deuce off.
Mark calls
Ryan's
18.
playing the game finally.
Mark's got
I think he
sevens
might.
and
I think he might
calls.
run into some action.
He might run into action, but this could work out really well for him.
Like
Just because he's
the
a
problem is,
beast.
the problem is what flop can he
Oh,
get?
sorry.
Like
7 deuce.
Yeah.
Bruce re-raises
that's a
to
really good option.
50.
Bruce re-raise with the ace queen suited to 50.
Bruce says the deuce is loose. Come get some.
I think that's our first 4-bet.
That's weird too. With ace queen, and you've seen a lot of ace queen.
I think Ryan will probably kick it in.
It's
Ryan
fold or
folds.
shove.
Begrudgingly.
How much is the re-raise?
Ryan
50.
folds.
$50.
50 on top, or
50
total?
total.
What was the original raise? Doesn't matter.
I was talking about Paul's drinking problem. I missed it.
I think Ryan's second raise was to 17 or 18.
What if Mark back raises here? How sick would that be?
That would be awesome.
Well, with Bruce's stack, he's going to call.
No, but like just the play itself would be just
Mark
so
folds to 7.
dirty, girdy. See, aggression. It is the best. You don't have to be wild and crazy. Just when you have spots like that, you just have to take advantage of them.
Button moves. Seat number 5. Ryan does straddle. So Mark to act first.
That's just a hand there. I just don't play that way that much. But maybe that's my bad.
What, ace queen?
Yeah.
But like,
when there's been a raise and a re-raise, I have a hard time. I might flat there, but I don't re-raise very often.
But you're flatting. I guess you hit a button
Mark
though.
folds.
Yeah.
I don't know.
John calls.
If I'm out of position,
I'm a
maybe
bad
a raise.
I'm a bad flatter.
Hey, Gary picks up aces.
200.
Mike calls.
Sorry, Shaquille O'Neal just walked into the room.
What was it, 200? Gary, I'm gonna put them chips.
I'm thinking
Raise to 55 by
55.
Gary.
55.
Want to see me call guys?
Is this an open to 55?
Oh, open. I think there might have been a straddle on.
There's a straddle on, but
Oh boy.
Mike folds.
Gary, buddy, we're not hating on you, man, but
You're missing value, bro.
you gotta find
Only
a way.
won $10.
You gotta find a way to make money with these hands.
Yeah. Straddle and a limp. He won $10.
Break it now. Nice. So looks like we got maybe about another 10-15 minutes here before we're going to
Mark
swap
Jack
out
first.
some players for a new crew here. I wonder if the players are aware of that.
Tony announced the break. I don't know if he announced this change.
If that's the case, people should be going crazy here trying to make as much as they can before they go.
Mark folds.
Yeah, if you're down and you might get shuffled out of the game, it might be time to mix it up
Folds
and
over
try
to
and get
Bruce.
it back.
Bruce bets 10.
Flips. That was pretty nice that the Shaq shop stopped by. That's really nice of him.
200.
He's back.
Everybody folds.
He's got a cold.
Charles Barkley might stop in later. Terrible.
Not too much going on here.
Terrible play.
All right, we need to
Come
quit.
on, guys. Let's get it going. Couple big hands.
Coolers.
We had one big hand that ended up chop pot.
My hands are moderately sized.
I got small ones, but
That's what she said.
yeah, I hear that a lot.
Got a tip for you in my pocket.
Brother. Come on, people.
We got a straddle and a double straddle on.
That should help. Duck Dynasty with
We
ace
have
6
a double
suited.
straddle.
Can people make duck noises with their mouth? I don't know how to do it.
Brian re-raises to 20.
Brian just raised with his ace 6 to 20.
Oh man.
Everybody folds.
People have a hard time folding. Oh.
Damn it, I'm wrong.
All right, we got a straddle on.
There's a deuce on the field. Play ball.
Yeah.
Don't step in it.
Played down in wherever it was. Anybody can straddle, man.
Yeah, Mississippi. Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
They said it was either the button straddle or straddle anywhere. One or the other.
Any amount, anywhere.
It was guys straddles.
$50. Yeah, it's only got to be
$3 to fight.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Because that's a blind $150 bet. You wake up with a hand.
That was in the casino.
So we had a straddle question posed to us from the players and the dealer.
So
and the question was, so when there's the blinds are $1, $2, a straddle makes it $4, and a double straddle is $8. Someone tried to raise it to $12, thinking that it was a $4 raise, which was the straddle increment. But once the straddles are put out, it's like a new blind. So whenever you raise in a tournament, you have to make it double to the blind.
14
so instead
total?
of making it $12, you have to make it a minimum of $16.
All right.
Call by Mark.
But the real question is, why would you want to make it $12?
Yeah.
John raises to
in my
52.
Opinion.
Okay.
I don't think Corey's going anywhere. You can try to flop a 3 here.
Action over to
For
Corey.
$52.
$52?
Yeah,
invested.
John re-raised for 52.
Did Mark open?
No, Mark called. Corey opened. Corey raised. Mark flatted.
I was trying to tell my
John. It looks like he might even have moved in.
Yeah, I was trying to tell my big blind stories and missed the action there.
Yeah, first act will be seat 9.
Corey opened for 14.
Corey needs a signal for his safety. Must have been a sack in the end zone. There's a lot. You guys want me to play?
Brent picks up aces here in the big blind.
Mike folds. Bruce folds.
Think he makes it 55 here?
Gary folds. Corey folds.
No, not that one. The other one.
Brian raises to 8.
Brian makes it 8 out of the
Ryan calls 8.
Ryan calls 8 on the button.
What do you think? $28? Be the raise?
Just in my opinion,
Mark calls 8. John folds.
Suited Dan likes the 5-3 suited.
Raise announced.
You don't like it better than 6-8 suited?
25.
I do because I like red suits more than black suits.
This is why I play at Dan's table at the shoe.
Is that some sort of racist comment?
No.
Fair enough.
Brian folds. Ryan folds. Mark calls.
Mark calls with the 3-5.
Mark must have heard Dan talking.
Come on, 3-5.
Hey, that's not nice. We should root for all players equally.
Nope, that doesn't.
Action on Brent.
Splurp.
Raises
I'd just like to say Mark still has a 2% chance.
2%.
Folds.
Dan would call.
A 2% chance with Heidi Klum, maybe.
Yeah, I take that chance.
That's a 1999 model reference. For those
But
playing
not
at home.
John. First act will be Bruce.
Did you see that belly in the background?
I'm thinking at least 11.
What was that doing?
Who's that guy?
He was showing his belly back there.
9 minutes till
Might
break.
have to pixelate that later.
We'll be, I'm probably going to go till 11, but I might go a little bit later.
Oh, here we go. Ace, King, Jacks.
Ace, King, Jacks.
And Gary's got the
I think so.
Jacks.
Yep.
So, but Bruce has been playing pretty loosey-goosey. I mean,
Bruce made it 10, but let's see what the raise here with
Bruce
Jacks
might have
is.
like what, maybe like a 180, 190 left.
Looks like Bruce raised to 10.
70?
Re-raised to 30 by
Just
Gary.
30.
Just 30 this time.
Interesting.
Well, I think he'll definitely get called.
Well, this is one of those cases where
John folds,
his
Brent
hand
folds.
strength definitely is changing his bet size.
Mike folds.
Absolutely. I think if it was aces or kings, it would have been
55.
10.
55 speed limit. Bruce, can I re-raise here? Or are you just going to flat? I think his stack's kind of awkward. Like,
Bruce announces a raise to 75.
Ooh, we got a re-raise here.
Ooh, that is a really sexy little re-raise.
And with Gary's stack here, do you call or ship it?
You just ship it.
That's what I think.
He's already committed himself.
Yeah.
You don't want to get bluffed off a hand if it comes out queen high.
Yeah. You just ship it. Yeah. Brent re-raise. Or not Bruce.
Okay.
Bruce
re-raise.
re-raise.
So
Brent's
he
not
calls
in.
75.
So Gary made it 30.
Bruce stacked first.
He just called.
Bruce made it 10. Gary made it 30. Bruce raised at 75. And
Bink.
Bruce announces all in.
You get the Jack of Diamonds. Royal draw.
It's like about 70 is all in.
So he had a little less than I thought he did. So
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't just put them all in pre-flop.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. With his stack, why would you just call?
What if Bruce is just getting crazy with pocket tens right now? Like how?
Yeah, I mean, he's shipping any flop.
How poopy would that feel?
If he's 3-betting, he's shipping any flop with the rest of his stack.
Yeah, especially since he put half of it in literally.
See what the rest of the money goes. Oh yeah, yes. Well, I'm just saying, if you're putting in,
Here comes 10 queen.
if you put in 8% of your stack pre-flop, and then you're gonna fold.
Gary folded.
Well, it just goes to show you that if he didn't have ace king there, and
Now
he
we
just
need to go out
had
on
any
break
hand-
and go, Bruce, that was a great bluff on Gary.
You are devious.
You are.
Somebody saw Godzilla over the weekend and they thought they'd recreate it in the booth back here.
Doesn't that make you think though, like if Bruce had any other hand besides ace king, maybe if he had whatever, it could have been pocket sevens, who knows, and made the same play, how he would have just gotten paid. Paid.
Oh, Mark with ace king, Mike with ace jack, Ryan with fours,
Ryan Felipe with pocket fours.
Ryan calls 2. Mark calls to 12 or raises.
I know
12.
Ryan's wife's watching. She should probably buy Ryan some
calls
suntan
12.
lotion.
Brent folds.
Or a new copy
calls
of
12.
Cruel Intentions.
Bruce calls 12.
Bruce calls 12 with the queen 10.
Bruce, hey, he said you
12.
can't have a heater if you fold.
Yeah.
It's 5-7 in there? Everybody's in there. It's just a party.
And
Yahtzee.
Mike flops top pair with the
Yahtzee.
with the flush draw.
You guys waited.
The nut flush
You guys
draw.
waited 2 hours to start
Mike
doing this
bet
stuff, and you're
16.
getting booed at the table.
Bruce folds. Ryan folds.
Where's the 4 at? Yeah, I've been just the best.
I think Mark might want to try and chase a flush draw out of here, but I don't think he's going to chase that one.
I mean, if you think that he's gonna call with flush draws, I don't know if you want to bet too much. If they're always calling.
Mark raises to 37.
What was the first bet? Do you know?
I don't remember.
It was at least 1850.
All in by Mike.
And a re-raise all in.
Great play by Mike. Mark's going, does he have a set? Does he have a set? That beep, 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 beep. Does he have a set?
How much is it?
I don't think Mike has lost during the game so far, so he has probably more than what he started with. Mark, if you fold, do not fold face up.
Ace 10 of clubs.
Ooh, Mark calls it out. Pretty much.
What'd he say?
Ace 10 of clubs.
Mark folds.
Don't show him. What are you gaining? Unless you think for sure he's gonna show his if you show yours. This isn't 5th grade.
So wait, he showed the ace king and folded?
Yep.
But why is that interesting? Why is that interesting?
Why is it interesting that he folded face up? Because he's showing
Corey,
everyone that he can fold
seat
top
3
pair.
is to
And
act
every
first.
time someone's got a flush draw like that, they can blast it in his face, knowing he's gonna fold top.
Yeah, I was.
Corey.
Interesting.
Showing cards.
Straddles. Brian to act first. Seat 4.
I feel like very rarely has a benefit unless you can like tilt someone off their stool. Like there's no real reason.
Like I did at the shoe the other day.
Can you define
Tilted.
Yeah, that's the thing you sit on. You sit on yours upside down.
Mark bet 10. Brent calls 10. Gary calls 10.
I'm raising from Corey.
Looks like he's just
Corey
calling.
calls 10.
King 7. 4 players.
I don't understand. It's just dead money.
Now he's not going to fold.
Check.
Nope.
Gary checks.
But you also not going to get any action.
He might if he checks it to Mark. Mark may fire.
I don't know. I think Mark's either gonna go full blast here, or he can be a little gun shy.
39 is the bet by Corey. Folds around.
39.
39 into 40.
Last hand before break.
That's a big bet.
Very big bet. What does that tell you? He doesn't like flush draws. He's afraid to get drawn out on. Which, if you're playing against him, you know, what we talked about earlier with floating. If you float him, if that flush card gets there, obviously he's a little leery of it.
Brent with ace queen.
Brian folds. Ryan calls 2. Mark and John fold.
You know, on Mark's laydown, I
2.
definitely wouldn't have showed it, but I may have made the same fold. Because that's just too big a...
But
to hope you're 50-50.
But what is Mike shoving? Is the question.
A set, maybe a small set.
Gary checks. Corey
possibly. I mean, in the realm that we're playing in.
Or the ace, like Mark said, ace 10 of clubs.
Which I'm
out, and then you're flipping for $300.
But not quite flipping because you are holding counterfeit.
Well, the odds came up on the screen when they did it.
We'll be back in
exactly 50-50. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I'd have done. All right, we're going to be taking a break, and then we're going to be getting some new players in.
All right, see you in a bit.
Kind of dirty. I hope somebody else had a queen too.
Oh yeah, I didn't have anything. I think I'm really young.
Well, I'm catching out. Probably won't be playing.
Oh, I'm staying in.
How many?
I'm definitely playing.
Huh?
Really?
1-7.
Thank you, sir.
Is he pushing me around? I need to slap him a little.
Poker, Bobby? Is that your?
Our website. I hope Brian stays in and I get to go back to the office.
So how did Corey stay at this table custom?
I made the table.
I don't want to bluff.
Found a website online. We've gone through a couple different. Actually, the next one is like black.
Dude, so bad. Every time I raise him like that, he's got a hand or he bets like
The base was on eBay. I had a guy that was just selling bases.
Whenever you had your pocket sevens, I had 7. I make a raise over Brian. Think, all right, I'm sitting good. And then when you raise, we raise like a chance now.
It's pretty good. I noticed that when the guys fold, they put their cards on the table just in case.
Yeah, it actually looks, it knows everybody's hands, and then if it sees one of their cards folded, it just puts their hand.
Dude, you got sunburst.
I got it.
Tony, I noticed the graphics kind of really bad.
We were
30 seconds on the left side.
You can tell it, you can tell it to go all the bottom, you can tell it to stay right, you can tell stay left, you can tell it to
Okay for Chris to cash me out?
6 months worth of
You leaving, Mark?
updates to the software that I can and I don't want to do it right before, because I've read into that before.
It's one less person that has to.
Hopefully you get drawn, you know, so you can.
Yeah.
Mark must have made it.
But Mark probably did well.
So how big is the reading area?
Oh, it's about yay big.
Okay.
So it's but it's fairly accurate, and as long as you get there's a chip right there. As long as you get that chip anywhere
You can
near
go right
it,
if you can go Wednesday.
What's that?
You can go Wednesday, you can walk.
I know. You're right. I can go Wednesday now.
No.
No.
Now I noticed, I don't see that running a graphic when
If I draw, well, fine. If I don't draw, then fine. I'm done, you know. I'm not going to stick around and wait.
Really? Like, Mark just cashed out. So I say, Mark, new name, me. And now every time it goes to that, it'll say me.
Was she?
There's actually a control board underneath there. It sends it to the computer. And the computer wirelessly connects to this thing so that when I do stuff here, it knows on that end.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Software is available to
It only comes with the hardware. So the DIY hardware that I bought, I paid $1,200 for everything, and so that included the software and updates for a year. And then every year I paid like $360, I think it is, and we get updates. They actually have a new. They've gotten professional. And so now, instead of just their name with the percentage to win, they can actually have an image of a picture of them. So, or whatever you want to put.
That's neat. Yeah. Because that was one of the things I actually wrote down.
Oh, really?
Because how do you, because you can't see the name tags real well. So if you had a picture of them next to their name, that would be, that's something I wrote down.
And, I mean, if you were directing it and you were to say camera 3 focus on Corey, then you'd be able to.
I was going to say his name.
And I'm actually hoping that we can figure a way to get a better video quality so that you can actually read those name tags without having to do anything.
So I was looking at the cameras up here. I would ever think what model is that?
It's a Canon.
Places like that are shit old. As far as I'm concerned anymore.
I was only there for
HD
recreational purposes.
HD
20.
But like,
I think there's.
Yeah, on the table.
I'm just like, I'm thinking to myself, how much money do you guys break in?
It's Canon, so they have a really good. That was one of the reasons why. I think so.
That's the last time I was there.
Oh, you a mountaineer?
It does not have the.
Was?
Round.
The way he was talking about cigarette burn.
Yeah, that's what he was. That's what he was last time.
It has HDMI out and.
Last time I go.
Yeah.
I just wanted to try to change
whatever.
I hadn't been there.
Firewire.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, now I know why.
Now you know why. Now I know why I don't come back to this place.
Now I know why it takes a half-hour drive.
Where did you think you were talking into this microphone?
2 seasons ago we had.
I'm surprised you didn't notice a big fuzzy phallic symbol hanging over there.
This software actually.
Hey, there's cameras too.
You just talked about what I want.
Nothing gets by you, Brian, huh?
Okay, be sharp as a tack.
I don't know if that's the computer or if it's the.
Phone's at the table.
Not playing branch.
That I kind of have to explore.
I think something that'd be cool to have is a GoPro camera straight down at the table.
And this is just a break or we redraw.
This is a break or redraw.
Yeah, and they had 4 inputs, so and I didn't want to give up too much to it.
3 of us
FaceTime.
are not going to be here.
You used to have a table cam. I remember.
We have one.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I had a. They're actually that's a pretty easy thing to do. So.
I'll stay. Dan will last about 5 minutes. Jump in.
I got workers' comp coming. Telling me no worries.
Throw my name out there?
He did.
He did.
Sitting over there minding your own business.
These
Chumps here calling you out.
I know.
So it has the standard HDMI.
You're going to need more than that, aren't you?
And that might be.
You're going to need more parts than that.
9 years. Why would you throw the ace clear away from
Yeah,
I'm staying in.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you're going to need more.
We're gonna need the rest of them.
Yep.
We're going to take me out.
Yeah. Well, as soon as we
The way you probably should do it is they should draw theirs first.
I'm trying.
And then throw those
Hold on.
cards in.
Hold on.
You don't want to mix them in yet.
Right.
But, yeah.
Look, you got one thing right all night. Now you're trying to run.
I know, what the
Come
hell.
on, buddy.
Okay, so anybody that doesn't get a seat.
Mark left.
If you
Anybody
wanna-
else leave? Anybody else just leave?
Mark left. Dan's still here.
Brian.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Not Brian. What the other guy?
Oh, the one. There was another guy that was
Oh, we have. Yeah. Should we have? Should we have the players that are coming
Robert.
in?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. And if they don't get a seat, then we mix that back in until they do. We'll just have them draw first because they get the seat.
Yeah, right.
And then throw in the face.
Right.
All right.
Makes more sense.
Ted and
That was
Mike.
Ryan's decision.
Ryan's
That's what you do, man.
Ryan knows
This is
his
Ryan's game we're all at.
Mr. Suited.
Do that one. Not that one.
Not that one. You don't want that
wrong
one.
one.
Look where you
Take
get
one
to sit.
next to you.
took my seat, you son of a bitch.
I think he has better hands.
I will. Can you sit on that?
No.
If you haven't played, yeah. If you haven't played,
It's
draw.
the first time Mike's ever said no to that.
Dun, dun, dun. Is that everybody? Ted, you picked one?
Got a 4.
You want to be last?
I'll make it
All right, you don't have a seat.
And it's going to be 2 hours at least, so anybody that doesn't get in as an alternate, they can still come in later.
Oh.
Look at that. It's meant to be.
Face card means
meant
you're
to
out.
be. Yeah. Face card means you're out.
Oh! My left.
Here you
That all
want
the
3 chips, or you want to
Well, whoever didn't draw,
cash out and then
That's me. Go ahead.
it's not a good. It's not a good sign, buddy.
Well, that's all right.
First to come in, no?
Yeah, if you want the first middle seat, you get it. Who had the jack? Okay, good call.
I had the 10. I don't know who picked it.
You're first up if you want the first available seat, followed by the jack. Did you want different chips, Bob?
I do. Mine aren't working.
You guys need anything different?
Can I trade these all
White.
for black?
They won't take. They won't be.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, you do.
I'll enjoy it.
Alright guys, let's have fun the game here.
In a minute. Stand back. At least for like one hand. I don't like you two sitting next to each other.
I don't like it either. But I like being on this side.
When I was back there, I saw you guys holding hands. I don't know what the hell was going on.
You didn't see it right. You didn't- Dan, why don't you come see our games? There's so much fun.
I know, but I need to get out there. One day I'm gonna get kicked off the list and I'll never know you.
No, we just do that.
Oh.
We like wanting people who doesn't.
You don't know me because I enjoy the conversations.
You start getting on their text messages.
It's like the funnest part of the day when you guys are having a game. And then like the day after the game.
You should have saw Mike made the worst call you could ever possibly make. I'm pretty sure.
It was solid.
We had this crappy camo beer, and I had Steve drink it, like made him pretty much die. John drank it with a zombie,
Turned into a zombie.
and Nick took one sip. He's in a hand, he raises. He takes a sip, runs to the bathroom, pukes. Mike raises, and he pushes all in.
From the bathroom
puking. Mike called, was like,
Wait a minute though, I also installed a rule where I only had to call half of it to one bet. We had that rule.
But that wasn't on that one, was it?
Yeah. Yeah. Still horrible. No, it's awful.
Yeah, like you knew what Nick had. Nick had aces, and he's like, it's runner.
Pure strategy.
But yeah, he made a puking call from the bathroom. And Mike called him.
So we meet again.
So we meet again.
We meet again.
Oh man.
You're welcome,
I
Nick.
didn't steal my money.
Told me to give him a shout out.
Big baller over here. Got me some tips. Balling out of control. Yeah, it's my tip rack. I'm balling.
You got a match in.
Go ahead and cash that out for me. I'll get with you when we
Trade Chaplin. Here.
Are we tipping? Are we really tipping?
go. No, not on camera. Nothing on camera. You can tip me when you leave. You want any whites or anything? Anybody else want any change?
So you just got Ryan excited.
Just a tip. He's just like, hey, wait a minute. Table's ready. Okay.
Let's see
after the red session.
Dan, remember how good I treated you in room, so take it easy up there.
You get one for Dan.
Alright.
I like how they kept the 3 things together.
I did tip you though.
Nice amount.
Half those other people there took their own tip.
Half? What?
Yeah, we got rid of the shell.
Luckily, there's a handful of regulars who I always get where that one person like you, where there's other people who come in who losing or winning, they're tipping and they're tipping nice. So
I tipped that girl like $50 when she owed me $1,500.
Well, that was good.
Why not? You tip more than that in the poker room.
We're back here.
3-8-hour session.
Because I win. Because you cranked that by the end of it.
I'll stay.
You guys 38 hours straight.
I was just watching. This 5 ago. Your name came up a lot.
Really?
Huh.
I was going to watch that. I saw you send it to me.
Like there was even side betting your name.
Oh my
God. So
sorry to bet against him.
Is he gonna 3x or 6x this one? What do you think?
5-3 on the King 4.
I was praying Mark had mace. Praying he had mace.
He's got mace. I'm gonna bet.
I've never played it.
50. I figured that's what he had every time, right?
And then he makes it like 51, so nobody knows. It's like a disguise.
We're ready. All right, we're getting ready to start again. We've got several new players at the table, so
I need to do 2 changes here.
I think we might have a couple more action players here. We might.
This very well could be a very exciting crew. Bobby has an interesting spot sitting between. I want to say Mike's in the gray shirt. It's a good. It's interesting little bookends to have working around you. You still got Brent, Action Brent. You know he's gonna be bringing it.
Did we lose Mark?
I think Mark took off.
On the camera, it looks like that, and everybody else.
I wanted to see Mark stay too.
We got Ted, who's Ted's a solid player, but he plays a little bit on the tighter side, so we'll see how people adjust to that. Man, this is exciting. I'm gonna do my best not to have a rooting interest in my friend Bob.
What's his name? It should be a fun corner there.
Yeah, we've had a great game because.
And then Dan's right before them.
You want to be Dan, suited Dan?
Yeah, Dan, come on.
STD Dan.
STD Dan, yes.
Just suited or suited Dan?
A little more chatty as well.
Oh yeah. Any table with Dan starts talking a lot.
All right. We might even put some PG and PG-13.
Actually, can you log in as train?
Yeah, I've got a good one. Now on, I'm suited.
All right, we're coming back from break, and we have a couple seat changes. We have new players. We'll be playing out for about 2.5 hours, and train, shuffle up and deal.
Yeah, let's get them going here.
I did find out break though that our friend Brian do.
First act will be Corey.
And coincidentally, over all the thousands of different people that play online, we've actually played against each other.
I don't know why.
Okay, we got suited Dan with 8s, Bobby B Million with
4 call
jacks.
by Brent.
And my mic was off during that whole spiel.
Yeah.
But I'm back, everybody.
Ted with
Suited
queen.
raises to 14.
Let's see what Bobby does with jacks here.
Mike folds.
I'm probably say raise.
Bobby re-raises to 40. Is that 40?
Well, I think Ted will fold King Queen pretty easy. Let's see what Brent does. Now we got
Ted
some
folds.
other action players in there.
Brent folds.
I think Brent's gonna wisely know that his style might not have worked. I don't think Dan's gonna fold though. I don't know what Dan bought in for, but
Suited folds.
No, he folded.
Bobby takes 5.
Bobby remains stoic.
No, it's fair. They threw out the next card and they go, huh?
I wish I had a little bit of an idea what everyone bought in for.
Yeah, that would
They're probably all. I think everyone's right around.
That moves Ted to act first.
The same
Seat
mark.
number 4.
Brent with ace king.
Bobby with
ace
another
queen.
pair.
Ted folds. Ryan calls.
Calls 2.
Suited with his
Brent calls
hand that
2.
is suited.
John calls 2.
Did Brent just limp with the deuce?
Brent
Ryan
just
calls
limped
2.
with the ace queen.
Mike folds. Bobby calls 2.
Ryan with the flush. Brent with a nut flush draw.
This can get dicey.
Brent bets 10.
Brian with top pair
Brian
and a
top pair.
decent sized flush draw.
And Corey has a queen high flush draw. I mean, no
With
one's really
second pair.
No one's really like that out of it right now.
Bobby folds. Corey folds.
The diamond on turn.
Ryan
would
announces
just
a
be-
raise.
I would imagine
35.
35 on top.
I don't know. I don't know quite how Brent would play this.
I don't either.
If this would have happened in the first 2 orbits of the game, it'd be in the middle. But now, after he's played a little bit,
Brent calls 35.
yeah, I think calling is
Brian
fairly
folds.
okay. You got to peel at least one. Shows only 4 diamonds left.
Yeah, there was a lot of
Ryan
diamonds
checks.
out.
Brent checks.
I don't understand why Ryan would
Yeah,
check
why would
there.
you check there?
35 bet by
If the
Ryan.
guy had top pair, now he's got 2 pair. If you had the flush draw, the big flush draw,
Well,
you just gave him a
you
nine.
you flop the second nuts, right?
Yeah, you're giving him too
If
many
he's-
chances to beat you.
If he's calling, chances are he has the ace of diamonds. Why would you check hoping he can, or not hoping, but just hoping he does not get there?
Yeah, the hands that he
But moves
could
running
have
back
to call
first,
your
seat number
raise there,
5.
you're giving him a free
I think I
card.
probably would have bet $35 again. Exactly the same amount. You know
Ryan
he's drawing
has
pretty
straddled.
slim to another
Brent
diamond,
has-
and if he does get there, you've only lost $70 opposed to 200, whatever it could have been.
Yep. Brent re-straddled to 8. John folds.
Ryan's got another real hand.
Ryan picks up 10s with a straddle.
Re-raised to 20 by Brian.
I think Brian's opened up his game a little bit.
See what
Corey
Ryan
folds,
does with
Ted
the
folds.
10s.
He's out of position.
Ryan
so
calls 20.
I think a call is fine here. I think you
Action
had
on
jacks
Brian.
plus a re-raise would have been
12 to
fine, but I
call.
think 10's in the spot. Flat call's fine.
More don't.
And Brent calls 20 with the 4-7
Brent
off.
calls.
Maybe he thought he was double down there.
Maybe.
Ryan to act first.
Check.
Ryan checks. Brent bets 2.
He bets 2.
Ryan calls 2.
Yeah, I like the check
Ryan
raise here.
re-raises 22.
Well done, Ryan. 'Cause, I mean, Brian can never raise here. Like, you're never calling 2 with a king or a
Yeah.
9. So any raise would be so fishy.
Brian folds. Ryan takes 5.
Good bet.
You see what Bob just gave him? Is this real? Is this real? Are you messing around? What's going on here?
Bobby asks if he flopped quads.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not check raising quads there.
We have one live straddle. John to
How
act
annoying
first.
that would be,
Seat
would that
number
be
7.
though? It goes $2 sealers, you flop quads. What do you bet? 10 to keep them in? Like, that'd be so annoying. It's worse than them checking to you.
Brent with a jack king suited.
John folds. Brian folds.
Dominated.
Corey with ace 5 of hearts. Hearts here would be fun.
Suited calls 4.
One person.
Mike folds.
20.
Bobby raises to 20.
Brent's not going anywhere.
Bobby with king queen raises the
folds.
straddle.
Ted folds.
Makes it 20.
Brian folds. Brent calls. Suited
Dan.
folds.
Dan's just sitting here chomping at the bit, and he's just folding pairs. This would be interesting because Bob was back here watching Brent play. This is kind of a flop that would hit Brent in a certain kind of way.
There's one thing about Bobby, he's not afraid to lose.
No. Not afraid to lose, not afraid to bet.
35 is the bet. Brent folds.
I think people know that. I think people know Bobby's his history. So they're like, well, I'm not gonna outplay the kid. I just have to get lucky. So when they do flop air like that, or obviously we've seen Brent float a lot of players, and a spot like that where he goes, well, my float's probably not gonna work. So that's where Bobby's image does play into his advantage.
John Dack first, seat number 7.
You jealous? I'm a little jealous.
I'm always jealous of Bobby.
Not necessarily Bobby in general, just which is out there mixing it up a little bit.
Brent with ace king, Bobby with ace jack.
You know what's gonna happen though, right?
Suited calls 2.
Jack.
Yep. Or diamonds. Bobby's diamond outs are pretty slim.
15.
Or king queen 10.
Brent calls 15. John calls 15.
John
Suited calls 15.
Suited calls with king 8. He's pulled his pairs, but calls king 8.
He has to. By law, he cannot fold that many suited hands in a row.
Brent checks, John checks, suited checks.
I think Brent might float him here.
This might be
Bobby
a time.
checks.
Yep, I didn't think Bob would bet that flop.
And suited gets there.
Brent checks, John checks, suited checks.
I'm kind of 50-50 on Dan checking there.
35 bet by Bobby.
It's going to pay off.
Yeah, I think that's what he was hoping for. Bobby is an active player, so he was hoping that Bob would bet in that situation. Now here's if Bob's running good. If an 8 peels in the river.
Brent folds.
Does Dan raise here? Or does
John
he
folds.
call?
He might raise this because fear of the backdoor hearts. But Dan, he's that much. I don't know. Like I feel like when I used to play them all the time,
suited is all in.
He was more of a guy who would call in that situation. But I think he's got a little more experience playing up at the casino more often. I think he knows that going all in is not a terrible move.
Bobby folds.
Everyone go ahead and ridicule Bob via Facebook, Twitter, whatever you have on that hand. Nice hand, Crafton.
Brian, seat 8 to act first.
This would be a great group of guys to play 7 deuce.
Oh, yeah. I know Ryan would love it. Dan, Bobby. I'm betting Brent would.
Are you a big fan of it?
I'm not. It's just because I'm too tight when I play cash.
There's some days, there's some lineups where
over to Mike,
it's the best thing ever. There's some lineups where if you have like a really tough lineup, you don't necessarily want to play because
raise to 9.
You don't want to get blown off your hand.
Mike with a 10-9 suited raises it to 9.
Fairly standard open, I feel like, in his position.
Call 9 by Ryan.
Ryan calls from the button.
John calls
King
9.
3.
I might have to change Ryan's name to suited Ryan. It's like the 9-10. Big ball.
Yeah.
I am batting 1,000 of these things. Indians should put me in their lineup.
Mike bet
Not
15.
much out there for Mike to make much more money.
Yeah,
But
no
it's gonna feel good to raise and win a small pot.
It's always nice to take that first one down.
Better than 0.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if I've ever done that before.
Suited in seat 9 to act first.
I had a cash table and made in 1-0 hands.
I've come close.
It's probably more like I get down to like my last $25 and double up and then lose it after that.
That's it. The last time I went up, I should have played a lot more hands. I won the first hand I sat down and was never down the whole day.
That's awesome.
Suited to act first.
Feel invincible.
Calls 2.
See if Brian gets frisky to 7-8.
Corey raises to 11.
Let's say Corey will probably raise.
Yeah, Corey just raised to 11.
Goes to 11.
I think
Suited
I'm
calls
say
11.
Suited's gonna absolutely.
Suited to act first.
I don't see why not. The price is right, Bob.
Next start.
Suited checks dark.
I absolutely hate that play.
Both players check.
There's no point. You're gonna check anyhow. Just wait till the puck comes out and just check.
13 bet by Suited.
I was gonna say that's gonna cost Suited some money.
Corey calls 13.
That was a good check by Corey. Oh.
20 bet by Suited.
I think he might get raised here.
Yeah. Unless Corey's thinking about monsters under his bed.
41 raise. 21 more.
I think Suited. I think he makes his call.
But
There's one leak in his game I've spotted. He gets a little too stubborn sometimes.
Suited calls.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have pocket fives, man?
Wow. Did he really just say that?
He just straight nutted Dan Tang. Exactly. Bobby, get out of here.
I'm never sitting at a table with Bobby again in a cash game.
Maybe that's why he was saying he wants me at the table. I think Dan admitted that Bobby was exactly right. That's why I was chuckling. Ryan's still embarrassed.
Mike Dack first, seat 1.
Where were these hands the first 2 hours?
Yeah, Bobby with ace queen, Mike with 7.
Oh, brother.
John with kings.
Raised to 9 by Mike.
See, I think Bobby will just flat him here, and it might be a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
25, sure.
Oh,
Raised
no.
to 25 by Bobby.
John's not very deep, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
He may just ship it here.
I was trying to figure out if he had looked at his hand yet when he was making those faces when Bob Nuss raised.
Call.
John calls 25.
Just calls with kings.
And this is going to allow Mike to get in, I imagine. Made it 9, raised to 25.
Yeah.
Mike calls 25. 3 players.
Oh.
There it is. There it is.
That's why I hate just flat with kings.
Action on Mike Dack first.
Look at John's face. He's just like,
checks.
Is this real life? What do you make it? 45? I think 45 seems like a good price.
36 bet by Bobby.
Pretty close.
Oh,
should get
the
that.
kings instantly fold.
Instant monk.
Both players fold.
I'll tell you what, if you're going to slow play him and an ace comes and somebody, the razor fires, you got to do it.
Wow. He has no idea. Look at him. He's no idea. And John's just like, man, what do we got to do? What do we got to do around here?
I think he was trying to slow play it to double up, and it just bit him in the butt.
Like Forrest Gump. Jumped up
Jumped up and bit me.
Maybe you can get some free ice cream cones afterwards. Meet JFK.
Bobby with queen 9 suited. Ryan with 4s.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bob probably got folded. He's
I didn't see what position.
Yeah, he's
he was
under the
in.
gun.
It's 7. Right, it's 7 now.
Looks like Brent raised with the 7-8 off.
Have you noticed that Brent's waiting now to raise to make sure that certain people are not in the pot any longer? And he's waiting to get in a position, which is, you can have any 2 cards and raise your little face off. That's all good. It's just the calling is when it gets troublesome.
Brian flops second pair, and there's not. Mike's
got
a flush draw.
Does indeed. I wonder if Mike has any indication of how Brent was playing earlier. I think if he did, I think he would probably raise here. But if he didn't, he'd probably just flat call.
Brent's getting a little short again, isn't he?
Yeah, I can't tell how many greens he has left. Everybody call?
Bingo!
There it is, boys. I think maybe no. Rockham's still in.
Mike bets 26.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's gonna get no action.
I mean, he was just hoping that someone had an ace
Folds
there.
around.
Well, with a bet and that many callers, you gotta figure somebody's got an ace.
I mean, he got sort of unlucky in that spot.
And you also don't want to let anybody take off chasing a bigger
moves
guy.
Corey straddles.
His flush was pretty low.
Head to act first in seat 4.
I just feel like if you have an aggressive player that has the tendencies to
especially
bet flop and turn, I just give a chance.
Yeah, if he's getting as short as he is too, he just was throwing it in earlier.
Straddle for 4 guys.
Straddle's on. Hungry. Somebody should bring me a pizza.
I'm hungry too. Maybe we should place an order.
What do you think, everybody? You guys want to listen to us munch on some pizza?
Folds over to Mike. Mike calls 4.
Corey must have straddled.
I think he did.
Corey likes a little action. And for people like us who sit here and watch it, we like to see it.
20 now.
Bobby races to 20.
And Bobby's going to abuse the straddle.
Corey snap folded.
Straddle my big blind.
Here's the situation. When Mike just flat calls on the small blind, Bob's in the big blind. If he raises the straddle to fold, he instantly has position again. That is for sure 100% what he was thinking about.
Mike folds. Bobby takes it down.
That's where you show him the 4-7. He said he was going to show a bluff.
I feel like you have to wait.
Wait a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta get like a flop and turn out there at least.
Wait till he has absolutely no chance of winning except a bluff.
Absolutely.
Ted to act first.
Isn't it funny how these
Calls
hands...
2.
Ted limps in early position with 7-8 off.
Getting bored.
Ryan calls 2. John calls 2.
You know, you sit there and you fold for so long.
Ryan calls 2.
You're just like, man,
yeah,
I gotta get in there.
I'm never that bored in early position.
I don't think I've ever been bored at a poker
Mike
table.
raises to 15.
You can play games with yourself. You can,
Bobby folds.
Stare at somebody for a half an hour and
Corey
figure out
folds.
every little tendency they do. Or
Ted folds.
Just make
Ryan calls
mental
15.
notes of all the
John
pre-flop
calls
raising,
15.
who's calling, who's doing what.
Brian calls 15.
That's so many times I've been up to the shoe and
4
guys
players.
are not paying attention to anything.
There is always information to be had.
Oh.
Check.
Ryan checks.
Yeah, we got Mike with top pair, Ryan with
John
second
announces
pair.
all in.
John announces all
56
in.
total.
Basically third pair.
Right.
Mike calls 56.
Yeah, that's a
Ryan
no-brainer.
folds, heads up.
2 outer.
That's
And
one
he
of
hits
them.
it.
That's
Bink,
one of them.
Bink.
Somebody ring the bell because that sucker got banked.
Oh.
John doubles up.
That's the kind of stuff that just tilts me so bad for about 15, 20 minutes.
It's tough. I mean, tilting is a real conundrum when you're a poker player. I mean,
when I'm in a cash table, like at the casino, when that happens, I don't play a hand for like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. What if it was the opposite? What if like every time you won a hand where you're 90%, you had like reverse tilt and you just did cartwheels all across the casino. And you're like, yeah, I won it. And then
I've actually seen some guys do that.
Then I feel like if you tilted the same way, then it'd make more sense.
Brian raises to 20.
Brian with a couple niners. Yes, you heard a niner in there.
Corey was 6.
Corey
I'm
calls
sure
20.
He'll call.
Without doubt.
Ted folds. Ryan folds.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of calling with them little pairs for such big raises.
Brent folds.
But when you're in there with like 100 something blinds, I feel like, you know, it comes out. Well, in this instance, it's not as good because it's a pair per pair, but like.
Corey checks.
6, 7, 3.
Brian checks.
You can get a lot of money off of nines.
Oh, now you've got to fire Corey. When he checks that flop, you've got to fire.
30. Is this where
30's the bet by Brian.
Think about their hand more than
folds.
thinking about how they could win. A check raise there. Queen 10. Queen 10 checks the flop. I mean, why wouldn't it? It calls a raise and checks the flop. I mean, there's just so many ways. So many ways.
He just showed so much weakness when he checked there with 2 overcards.
Absolutely. I mean, all right. Say
straddle.
Brian flops top set and
John
he wasn't
Dack
checked.
first.
He's just ready to scare him out.
Seat number 7.
So on the turn he does bet and Corey check raises. Well, and then if Brian stays, then shut it down. But you give yourself the option to to win the hand. But isn't it funny though? Like you look at these hands versus the first session, and you can see people playing these hands, not as their actual 2 cards, but playing a hand to win versus the first session where it's like, oh, I have this hand, I'm just gonna fold.
Like I've got aces, $70.
Right.
Ryan calls 4. Brent checks his option.
Which, if you're up at the horseshoe, you sometimes will get 2 callers.
Absolutely.
Both players check.
What's going on here?
Not much.
I think it's happening really fast and like no one's doing anything.
I think it was a limp pot.
Both players check.
And Brian will take it down with 5s. Yeah, that one went a little quick.
But moves John Dack first.
So John reloaded for maybe 200, I think. I see.
I didn't even see.
I think I see.
Yeah.
No, he won. He won the 4.
Oh, that's right. He hit the 4. That's right on the turn.
He hit the old bink bell. See, Brent will probably get up in this.
Yeah.
I think Ryan might mess around a little bit.
Let's see, Bobby got his position. He may raise with a 6-9.
Bobby raises to 12.
He's not limping, tell you that. Look what it does. Gets the ace to fold, gets the king high to fold.
Folds over to Brent.
And another king high to
And
fold.
Brent lays down his big blind with a king 10.
It's exactly what we were talking about.
Yep.
Another reason I should go play and dominate his face.
Brian in seat number 8 to act first.
Paul's doing headroom tricks over here, trying to impress me. I'm a married man, Paul.
Hey, that's all right.
Just cast
my
the big,
special.
just
my
cast the big
specialty.
net. Whatever you catch.
If anybody
I haven't seen him. Yeah.
He's a little heavy card.
We got Mike with a Jack Queen suited.
Man, how pretty are suited cards? You look down at one, you're like, okay. You look at another, we're like, oh, I've got extra chances.
Mike raised it to 10.
I think Mike's game's pretty solid.
All players fold.
Yeah, I don't know him at all, so.
He claims he's been doing this for a living for the last 7 years. So.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, IRS, if I just tipped you off.
Well, he may not be making any money at it.
Yeah, he could be a huge loser. Unless he shows me a spreadsheet, make me think otherwise.
Too hot to smoke. No other reason, just that it's too hot. I got one sweat on you right now. Not that it's gay or anything. You know?
Not a whole lot. John's got an ace rag.
Nothing's wrong being gay. I like gay women.
Corey with a 6-9 suited, he might get in there.
Corey raises to 10.
9.
I think I don't play 6-9 just because it's 6-9.
Folds over to Brian in the big blind.
I think you got to call 7 here with a king queen.
And he calls.
Absolutely.
Brian to act first.
Ooh, this could get fun.
Now we're partying.
Open ended straight draw versus top pair.
Yeah, someone's rolling out the keg. Get ready to tap out. It's party.
15.
Corey bets 15.
If I'm Brian, I'm raising.
Yeah, there's too many draws out there.
Brian calls.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
feel like
crazy
they've done.
about
I think
that.
they've done the opposite every time we've said something.
Yeah. With
Brian
that many
checks.
draws out there, I just like to take it down.
Let's see if he raises this on the street.
33.
Corey bets 33.
Ooh, that is a filthy number. Just because people like to get funny and bet 33 when they have pocket threes.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be
There's the
folding
raise,
there.
right? Good enough for a raise there?
Brian calls 33.
Guess not.
Oh!
There it is.
Oh! But it's the club. That may slow it down a little bit.
I won't trust you. I got the straight. I'm a monster card.
Yeah, I think so.
Straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monsters. Too many monsters under the bed.
I was afraid of that.
We get what we want.
Corey
And
takes
there's
it
no
back.
fireworks.
And Corey played it like he might have had a flush draw, too. Just check called everything.
Oh, Brian, you mean?
That's what I mean.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I just don't believe anybody when they have flushes.
First act is Mike in seat 1.
It's probably why they live in a cardboard box under the freeway.
It's just, you know, who cares? I did it, and that's how it's going to be. I saved myself in case.
Uh-oh.
Never be too careful.
Uh-oh. Bob with a needle. Oh, 2 ace kings, a king jack, a king queen, and suited with
10
suited
7.
cards.
Time to go.
And he's
So that
got
is
money in
10
there,
by
so
Mike.
you know he's going to want to protect it.
Absolutely.
This could be a fun hand.
Yeah. This is going to come back to what Bob was talking about earlier with when people have the same hand. Whoever's the
Yeah.
most
To 30
aggressive,
by
whoever
Bobby.
plays a hand, you know, in a certain manner will win. Should we quit talking over Tony? I wish we could hear the raise.
Bobby made it 30.
20 for Mike to call. Mike folds.
Mike open.
Mike opened, Bobby re-raised.
Where'd the other ace king go?
He folded. He didn't even hesitate. Ryan didn't even hesitate. With a raise and a re-raise, he didn't even think about calling.
Yeah, like I don't even want to show the
That was
streak.
post-it, right?
Yep. Yep.
I don't know if it's good. You got a flush?
I mean, you know, it's so easy for him to have the flush. I just didn't want to
focus on Ryan 1 minute.
They're kind of giving Corey a little ribbing about
Not betting
about
his
the flush.
straight. Yeah, and he's saying it's so easy for, well, not really that easy for him to have it.
Right.
I can see where you thought maybe he played it like he had a flush
The
draw.
whole hand would have been different.
Bobby pulls the
I
damn
have bad
standard
luck
again.
with that.
We would have got it all in the flop. I've got that.
Ted calls 2.
Probably because I know you're not folding.
What's the best hand in poker right there? Look at that. What are they
Look how tight I'm playing.
No, you had 8-4.
Well, I did have 8-4, didn't I?
Brent's getting really short again.
Suited raises to 8.
Oh, you're playing.
Suited raises to 2-5.
I feel like he had a pocket full of money though, so he
Mike
probably wasn't
folded.
going anywhere.
Ted calls 8.
Heads up.
And Ted calls with the ace 3.
He must know some things.
That's the.
Next
I got an
unsuited.
ace. I call.
Bets 15.
I think Ted would fit in at the shoe real well.
Yeah.
Ted folds.
Last time I was there, time before I was up there, I guess so 2 guys get their stacks in with ace 6 and ace 8.
Nice. My buddy was telling me a story about their night where it was a $300 river bet.
Corey C3 to act first.
Someone had ace high and someone called with king high and lost. So that's like, I mean, that's probably like a $1,000 pot of ace high versus king high.
That's the time before I was up there, I tripled up on a hand and never made a bet.
First.
That is pretty
just
amazing.
called.
That's king living right there.
The last guy, the guy that made the last bet, I called. Got tables his hand, king queen. The other guy slams down ace king like it's the nuts, and I'm going. I got
Suited calls 4.
They had complete air. King
Mike
queen
calls
and
4.
ace king. It was just hilarious.
Bobby calls 4. Corey checks his option.
I had been sitting there for about 2.5 hours trying to get in the pot with these guys.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, John flopped. Nobody flopped top pair.
Checks around to John. John bets 10. Suited folds.
John's not gonna get any action here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Mike folds.
I was gonna say he's had an unfortunate night, but he
Bobby
did
folds.
smack that 4 in a turn.
Corey
earlier.
folds. John takes the pot.
And he shows the queen 4.
What's the queen for? I don't know. Donut dishes? Nyah, 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 nyah.
What somebody had ace 4? Game over.
Buy my money.
Ted Dag first.
I tried it. I don't.
Too short. Deuces for Brian. How appropriate.
Brian calls 2. John calls 2.
The Ducks for Mr. Beard.
Brian calls 2. Suited calls 2.
Oh, I'd loved it if he made it 22 there.
The best. What's
Bobby
the over-under
folds.
on last haircut?
Corey checks.
6 years.
I might snap the under on that one, but still, just the point.
But sometimes when they get so long, they
Checks
just
over
quit
to
growing.
Nope.
That's
John
true. It might
bets
just
10.
be curling into itself,
Brian folds.
like ivy or something.
Suited folds.
Maybe
Corey
we could do a
folds.
little Law and thanks and then go ask him.
That'd be awesome.
Brent folds.
I'll take one.
I'm in 7 dudes.
Ooh. So they're talking about 7 deuce.
Are they really?
Get it going.
I'm in. $5 from everybody if you win with it.
$5.
That's good.
That's 45.
That's $40.
$40, yeah.
I'm the only one that's not in.
You got to make it worthwhile. You can't risk a $200 stack for $9.
People get really bent out of shape about it, but like how often is it really dealt?
Yeah.
Like maybe we've seen like maybe 8 of them tonight.
I said earlier I didn't like it. I played it a couple times and I ran 7 deuce into aces the one time I
was on the receiving end of a 7 deuce bluff one time for a really big one. His last hand of the night too. It was perfect.
Next on Ryan. Ryan folds. Brent folds. John calls 2.
Because it literally maybe like I wasn't able to misplay my hand because they were so determined to bluff me. It was just like it was like a 5 bet, 6 bet all in or something crazy like that. It was amazing.
I'll still play it anyway. Forget you guys.
Suited calls 10.
I guess 7 deuce is not on, but Bob claims he's gonna play it anyhow.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Who put the nicks on it?
I don't think Ted was interested, and I'm not so sure Brian was all that interested.
Yeah, I can see Ted not wanting to play it.
He's probably thinking about his next documentary of Ted Talks.
And Brian flops top pair,
Hey,
suited
Brian.
flops bottom. I'm pretty sure Dan will call.
16 bet by Brian.
Yeah, I don't think this is a terrible call, honestly.
And a call by suited.
A raise pre-flop, you gotta figure he's probably got big cards. You go H5 just got there.
Brian checks. $30 bet by suited.
Ooh. Good try, but even if it doesn't work.
And a call.
Oh!
That's why you do it.
50 bet by suited.
Might be too much. Oh,
And a
nice.
call by Brian.
Nice.
Aces and fours.
Whoa! Oh. I saw Dan do something to somebody up at the shoe
What would've happened to
a
Dan,
few weeks
though?
ago.
Dan.
He was getting into it with this guy. This guy was making fun of him all night. Dan was just, you could see he's just trying to get in the pot with him. The guy put a $5 straddle on. Dan linked in. The guy made it 25. Dan called it.
Right.
Flop comes 2-9 jack.
and seat
The guy
six
checks.
starts first.
Dan bets 40. The guy check raises him for 140. Suited snap calls him. Turns nothing. The river's a queen or king. The other guy tables queens and suited sits there for about 2 minutes and goes, "What's that?" And the guy goes, "Queens," and Dan goes, "Oh, I got 2 pair," and throws over king deuce. He snapped, called
Wow.
it, check $100 check raise with bottom pair and hits the king on the river.
No big deal.
It's a slow roll, the guy.
Oh.
John
He goes,
raises
oh,
it to 12.
What's that? Oh.
And a call by Mike.
Gotcha.
Bobby folds.
It was ugly. And then suited just
Corey
proceeded to
calls
bust
12.
out laughing so hard I thought he was going to fall out of his chair.
Ryan calls 12.
When he gets going, it's pretty impressive.
I felt so bad for the guy. But in Suited's defense, the
Ryan
guy
checks.
deserved it the way he was
Ryan
acting.
checks.
Pretty good flop for sixes.
Not too bad. Caustic with the gutter
Mike
ball.
bets 23.
I don't think he'll call 23 with a gutter ball.
See if sixes makes a call. Pretty sure Mike is a
Sixes
pre-flop
on
raiser.
Corey.
Oh, he might bet. I thought the sixes bet.
Mike check 1-2-1-2.
Yeah, I got to take
Corey
one
folds.
off with. Oh, I got to take
Ryan
one off
folds.
with sixes
John
at least.
folds.
Yeah.
Be quiet over there.
Good play.
Nice bet.
That's really hard to do. Four-way flop.
Yeah, if you're calling pre-flop with sixes,
How
and
many?
you come an 8-high board,
Unless you're like completely convinced he has a pair over yours.
We have a
then
straddle
why do you
to
even
4
call
by
pre-flop?
John.
Okay. I mean, I guess you're just hoping to flop it, and then you're just going away.
I can be a bit of a nit, but I would have had to call there.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a straddle on.
Brian to act
These hands
first.
look familiar from earlier.
Yeah. Not much
There's a
going
7
on.
Dewey for Bob. Let's see if he.
Let's see if he does it.
Raised to 12 by Brian.
Brian makes it 12. All right, Bob. Let's see you make it like 42.
It was an undergun bet though, so we'll see if.
Flop that hand.
It's a darn shame.
Let's see if Bobby's
Folds
all
over to
talk or
Bobby.
not.
Did you hear him? Did you hear him? It's a darn shame. And he folded his
Corey
head.
folds.
Look at his stupid face. Look at his
Head
face.
folds.
He's like, man.
He's like, that was $40. I just.
Ryan folds. Brent folds. John calls 12.
John calls with the ace
John to act
7.
first.
I haven't seen the ace rag
Has it won?
Has not won.
Other than
well, I mean blind, defending a blind with it.
16 bet by Brian.
And it's happened every time. I think every time somebody's had one, they've
John folds.
Defended with it.
Button moves. Brian to act first.
Bob's talking about how you had 7 days.
You got $5 from everybody. Yeah. Got to hit pair on the flop. I'd be nice.
These guys are still kind of quiet.
Yeah, I thought Dan would talk a lot more.
I think he's trying to shoot laser beams into his chip or something.
I know when me, him, and Ryan play up at the shoe, we're just talking non-stop.
Oh, I can imagine you guys.
8 now.
8 bet by Brian.
Call. Out.
Call
Yeah, I
by
kind of
suited.
think Brian is like a super aggro player right now, but he actually has had hands in all these places where he's been
Corey
raising.
calls.
Corey.
Isn't it funny how people just see their hand and like it's almost like they
Brandon
just
John
click
fold.
call any
Yeah.
once it gets to him.
Three
It's like,
players.
it's like
I like this hand. I'm playing.
yeah, like I mean you might want to put some thought into it. 7, 8, 9. Good bumper, Dan. So here's a situation.
How about a Broadway club?
Brian checks. Corey bet 18.
Here's a situation I like Dan to check raise.
Yeah.
'Cause this is a spot. This is a spot where he check calls.
Yeah,
he whiffs. He just loses the hand.
Yeah. He does that a lot. I was just going to say that. He does not check raise his draws very often.
Brian folded. Suited calls 18.
I feel like when you just flat call like that, like you're just.
And now he's got the best hand.
Suited checks.
With the 8.
22 bet by Corey.
Now raise.
Suited calls. Suited checks.
Corey, can he fire 3 times?
Yeah, definitely.
It's the only way you can win.
And he kind of made up his mind, like, this is what's going to happen.
I think he's getting called.
38 bet by Corey.
39.
39 bet by Corey.
39 bet. I just.
44.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's $44.
No, 44.
That's not bad. Still a little too light.
Oh, Dan, let it go.
Hey, 3, Dan?
Wow.
Dan lost that
I can't help it.
by not taking control of it.
He had 2 chances. I mean, flatting the flop is fine, I guess.
When you got top pair and a flush draw.
But when you
on
have
the
a
turn.
guy like that, I mean, you have a pair 8s. There's so many cards that come out in the river that you're unhappy with.
Suited to act first.
Yeah, I would have absolutely. I may have check raised him on the flop.
I think that just tilted me.
I absolutely would have check raised him on the turn. And if he's got me beat, I got outs.
Exactly.
Folds around to Ryan.
Ryan got 3-6
Ryan
suited
raises
and
to
makes
8.
it 10. Brent's got ace-7. He'll probably call. Yeah.
Brent calls.
Ryan just
2
raised a
players.
3-6 suited.
Ryan
and
acts
Brent
first.
called with the button with ace-7 and flops ace.
And
the flush draw. Ryan's got second pair.
Brent bets 12. Ryan folds.
Is that reading correct? Yeah, that read incorrectly. Brent won that hand.
Yeah. Well, sometimes if you muck your hand before the other person.
Yeah.
It's happened a couple times.
Mike to act first. Seat 1.
Let's give Train some props though for dealing for us. It's a thankless job that
Yes, it is.
It is not very easy. Anyone that thinks it is can give it a try sometime for 3-4 hours and let us know how you did. And 0 mistakes.
Ryan calls.
Shuffles quick,
Brent
deals
calls
quick.
2.
Makes the players happy.
Raised to 10 by John.
John makes it 10 on the button with king 7.
Ryan calls 10. Brent folds.
Ryan calls with a 9-10 suited. And flops top pair.
Why not, right?
Both players check.
Went check, check. Oh, now the 7 hits.
15 bet by Ryan and a call by John.
Pair. And Ryan hits trips.
That's actually a good card for Ryan.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that, like,
30 bet by Ryan.
You know, he's winning the hand, but
it's less likely that he has a 9.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
In the way the hand played, it looks like he bet the 7 on the turn. Yeah, you're definitely getting paid here a lot. Yeah, you're definitely getting paid there a lot.
That was nice.
Another 9 hits.
That's very nice.
He meant like, sweet, I won.
First sack will be Mike. I'm sorry, first sack will be Bobby.
Suited Dan with pocket 8s. Brian with a 5-6 suited. Mike with an ace 9.
I think Mike might be in a big blind, so he might defend.
Brent called 2, Brian called 2. Race to 12 by suited Dan.
I like that fold.
Boom, baby, and then celebrate, clap, get the whole thing.
Brent calls 12. Brian calls 12.
Dan's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
With the hand he's up against.
Oh.
Did Dan just shake his head no almost?
Brian,
I think he almost like shook his head no, like I didn't like
checks
that flop.
around.
Yeah, Brian will bet here.
Checks over to Brian. Brian
Mike's
bets
wishing
25.
he'd have called that ace 9 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say so.
Suited folds.
Oh.
He's gonna be kicking himself all the way home
Brent
once he sees
folds.
this.
You should be docked a big blind because you don't have a name tag on. Nobody knows who you are.
I can't believe he didn't bet that flop when he checked to it.
I didn't know he played his pairs like that. I didn't think it was that kind of situation. He'll take 2 unpaired cards and
hit a pair and call.
You know, call
Yeah.
second and third pair, but when he's got one in the hole.
We have a straddle, Ted to act first. Seat number 4.
Corey put the straddle on.
7 of diamonds exposed.
And we were just talking about how good a job Train did.
Yeah.
Just so you know, you can't see his name tag.
Too soon, I guess. Too soon.
John called 4.
Wonder if Bob's gonna bump this up or he's just gonna. Dan make it 11? I think he did.
I would have liked a little bigger raise if you want to take it down.
Well, I mean, what's he hoping for?
Mike folds. Bobby folds.
Wow. Well, you know, Corey
calls.
And so is John.
Yeah.
Ted calls.
Even Ted
John
calls.
I mean, I guess
He's right.
I guess he's got position, but
12 or 11.
He can't hit a 10. He might have a chance of winning it now if he bets.
Checks around.
That's sad. As a friend of his, that bums me out.
Yeah.
Bobby would have had the wheel right now. Like you have to have a plan. You can always change your mind as it goes, but you have to have a plan. I wonder if that was a heart. We didn't see the river card, but I bet that's a heart.
Call by John.
Or a king.
Oh, you did just call. I thought. No, you just called.
Must have been a king.
Yeah. So anywho, so back to what Dan did there. He raised, which is fine. He had position. Raise size is too small, but that's beside the point. So he gets called in 3 spots. Ball comes out 4-4-2.
First act is Ted.
He gets checked to you. You don't continuation bet. You don't have a hand. It's not like you're hoping your hand's irrelevant. That's where you want to. That's where you want to win the pot. You know, you could have just made $44.
John calls 2.
I'm not trying to pick on the guy. Obviously, that's one of the best for him.
Corey checks his option.
3 players. One check, 2 check.
Corey checks.
3, here we go.
Checks around.
Interesting checks by everyone.
Yeah.
It's kind of 2 open and straight draws.
$5 bet by Corey. Call and a call. John and suited.
And King High is the winner.
If they let him get it.
All players check.
Yeah, suited will take it down.
Oh, I mean,
nuts.
Have a good shot straight.
Suited takes it down.
You guys are playing way too aggressive.
Queen would have got real ugly there.
Yeah.
We haven't had any brutal coolers yet.
You're not firing on that one if you're not.
No, really haven't. I mean, the grossest thing so far was that 4 spiked on the turn by John.
Yeah, or that ace on the river against Dan.
The live straddle out there by Ryan. Brent to act first.
But it wasn't a huge pot.
No, it was just, I mean,
maybe $100.
I've been to the river, you know.
Straddle guy.
I got the
You gotta have quads.
There's only one.
John calls for it.
Bobby not picking up much of anything.
No, but he got the
Suited calls for it.
We were risking and re-raise and lose because.
See what he does. He let it go. Yeah.
It's that risk reward.
Corey calls for it. Ted calls for it. Ryan checks his option.
Suited flops top pair here. Let's see if he bets.
Ryan looking
Checks
for a
over
3.
to suited. Suited bets 8.
Ryan may take one off for 8.
And Ryan and Dan know each other really, really well.
Yeah.
Everybody folds.
Yeah.
Everyone says no, thank you.
All I ask is that you're consistent.
It's all about the situation. It's very situational.
Nice straddle by Brent.
I wonder if they're throwing around straddles. Seems like everyone's straddling right now. That's good for the game.
Yeah, I'm doubting that'll happen.
John Dack first.
If somebody who doesn't want to play 7 deuce, they're definitely not going to want to straddle.
Suited folds.
Maybe they feel like
Mike
they're
folds.
part of the game that more so that way.
Bobby raises to 15.
I don't think anyone's going to stand up to him
Folds
too
over
much
to
here.
Brent. Brent folds.
Bobby takes it down. Seems like a lot of people are scared to mix it up with Bobby.
I mean, rightfully so. He's definitely probably the most skilled player at the table right now.
Live straddle by John.
Doesn't mean that it can't be beat
Yeah.
or outplayed or anything like that. It's just he's got that reputation.
Ted with 8. Bobby with a jack 10.
Mike folds.
I think we had a straddle on again, right? I think I see
No, yeah, it is. It looks like.
Raised to 15 by Bobby.
Ted will probably call. Ryan might call.
Ted calls 15.
Ted too. I'm not so sure.
All other players fold.
Yeah.
Bobby Dack first.
Here comes 2 overs. Bobby bets. Ted folds.
Interesting.
This one I may not.
16.
16 bet by Bobby.
He may not with 2 kings.
Call by Ted.
And Bobby gets her.
He was on the waiting list, and they said, "Oh, a table opened up, sir. Would you like to sit down?" "Yes, please."
Is that 25 or 30? 25 bet by Bobby and a call by Ted.
And Bobby gets here again.
He goes, "More, please." Question is, though, Bob knows that Ted plays pretty tight. So for Bob to fire 3 times into a guy who's just calling you isn't the most fun game in the world. That's why
30 bet by
that's
Bobby.
why he's better. He knows everything. He knows the sizing. If he does get blasted,
he can get away from
$30. But it's also enticing enough to get a call.
Ted folds.
But I also think the way I've seen Ted play, he probably would have raised him already if he had the king.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm over 3. Over 3.
Look at Ted. Ted just, classy guy, just goes out there, has a good time, smiles.
Brian Dack
If he gets knocked out of the tournament or knocks you out, he always shakes your hand, wishes you good luck.
Yeah, like me.
Just like Mr. Boston to my left. He's always giving high fives and wishing everyone the best.
It's hard to say, man.
Sounds like a Tasmanian devil leaving the house.
Let's see here, not a whole lot.
This would have been a 6 spot for
folks.
Bob to pick up like a really big pair.
No.
Just the way he won the last 2 hands.
Folds over to Corey. Corey folds.
Isn't that funny though? That Jack 10 was AT just kind of felt like the Jack or 10 was coming out.
Yeah.
Folds.
And he gets
like
called.
Or
And
he's like a queen, just like anything that like is super scary.
John flops top pair. Nobody has anything.
Ted bet 6.
Ted has
John
nothing
calls.
in bets. Now Ted picks up a flush draw.
I don't.
Ted bets 12. John calls 12.
Interesting.
And
Both players check.
What is going on?
Yeah.
John takes 5.
Do you know how hard you have to peel me away from my hand if I have 3 of a kind? Jaws of life, baby.
Yeah. Alright, we got Suited Dan first act.
Suited act first.
Dan, if the cards aren't going your way, you can always sit
And he
out.
picks up 10s under the gun. Ryan's got ace 10. Brian's got ace deuce. Corey,
Suited raises to 12.
Corey picks up queens.
So, like, between round 11, 15 or
Corey raises.
You mean to do that, Corey? Yeah.
15 on top.
20 on top.
20 on top. Suited calls.
Corey, you're probably getting my shit a lot right now.
Nice to get there on the turn and wherever. Alright. That might be a good enough flop for Dan to get away from his pair
Suited
here.
checks. Corey checks. Suited
goes
checks.
Check, check. And Corey's got a bet here.
Corey bets 30. Raised to 75 by Suited Dan.
Holy cow. I don't think Dan knows he's bluffing here.
Corey folds.
And Corey folded. Dan just pulled a huge bluff on Corey. Dan picked up 10s under the gun, raised it, Corey's got queens. He re-raised,
Suited wins the
Dan
pot.
flatted. Flop comes king 9-2, 3 diamonds. It goes check. Turns another 9. Dan checks. Corey bets 30. Dan made it 75. And Corey folded queens.
Wow. See, maybe he heard all of our complaining about his previous hands, and he decided.
I think he just got tired of losing.
Look at the smile. Let's see how the smile is back.
Especially after the.
I think that's a tell he was bluffing.
It wasn't directed toward.
And I just said I don't know if he I think he realizes he was bluffing.
Yeah, he might not know. I mean,
because when he checks the flop,
Corey raises to 10.
He might. I don't know. As we can see, like it's really hard to figure out
Suited
what's
calls
going
10.
on in everyone's mind.
And suited calls with 6-8 off for 10. Get there.
Well,
oh wow. Corey's got the nut flush draw. Brian's got top pair.
11 bet by Corey. Suited folds.
Brian, how do you call with king 8 pre-flop raise and fold when you flop top pair?
That was really strange.
I mean, what do you wanting to flop?
4 of a kind, I guess. See Bob's sitting out for a little bit here.
Yeah, he went to
still new.
He just came and got my lighter. Oh, we got ace king for suited, ace queen
Corey
for
straddled,
Mike.
folded.
And there's a straddle on. Ryan's got
Ryan
7-8
calls for it.
suited.
Oh, shit.
John calls for it.
Oh, the small blind's got ace
Suited
king.
calls for it.
Wow, he just calls.
I'm just a little dumbfounded, honestly.
Mike raises.
There it is. There's
21 total.
21 total.
Good bet. It's a nice size.
Corey folded.
Might have
Action
made
on
it.
Ryan.
Yeah, 21, 22 probably.
Ryan calls 21.
Oh, see now if I'm
John
suited
folds.
Dan here,
Because his hand looks so weak.
Yeah.
You may be able to get stacks in against ace queen.
Yeah. I would
Suited
just
calls
ship
21.
it.
Suited to act first.
Check.
Suited
checks.
with the best hand by far.
Check.
Mike checks.
Mike check 1,
Ryan
2, 1,
checks.
2.
Oh, I was rooting for the ace of spades there.
The ace of spades.
Ace of spades.
Mike bets 21.
21.
Suited calls 21.
The way this hand's played out, I don't think he can bet suited out of this.
Oh, Mike, you should have bombed it, buddy.
I don't know if he could have. I don't.
Suited takes it down with ace king.
I don't know the way we've seen Dan fold these really strange
that's
hands.
true.
I mean, he didn't play his hand like ace king, so so there's that aspect of it that you can't really put him on that, but every pair beat him.
Ted to act first. We have a straddle.
Straddle on and
Straddle on.
not a whole lot going on here. Let's see if Bobby does it
Calls
again.
4.
Nope.
Bobby fold. Corey checks his option.
But I do like how Mike's been playing that spot though. Like he's not getting too out of line or anything.
Mike checks. Corey
To allow,
checks.
like he's not like raising and letting Bob to re-raise.
Yeah.
And then playing out of position in a weird
Mike
spot.
checks.
So he's just
Corey
limping,
bets.
see what happens.
3.
Corey bets 3 with bottom pair and a straight draw.
Mike calls 3.
And he hits 2 pair.
Corey bet 8.
See, now that's where I
Mike
get
folded.
2 pair. I wouldn't want to bet.
Yeah.
There ain't enough out there.
I don't know. I think.
Well, against a blind hand, he could very well have a 5 there.
I mean, I think that the pot was small enough. So say you bet $11 and he makes it 20, whatever.
Seat 4, Ted to
I
act
think I'm
first.
probably still calling most of the time. If I lose, I give you a high five.
I just think you're going to win the same amount.
By checking instead of betting.
Betting folding.
That's not
because you're.
It's definitely
most of the hands are going to call you.
Raised to 15 by
it's
suited.
definitely a similar argument on both sides. I mean, you're splitting hairs really.
Suited raises with king, queen of hearts.
Everybody
and
folds.
Takes it down. We haven't seen too many of them kind of hands.
Remember how salty he was earlier?
Yeah.
Because he couldn't play. And now he's having the time of his life. Patrick Swayze style.
Looks like Ted's getting short.
You jumping in? You gonna fill a spot if he bounces?
I don't know. You?
Probably not. I'm way better at this.
Oh, I know I'm way better at this.
First.
I am plus EV on the mic. My ROI is through the roof.
Yeah, dude, killing the shit out of my fingers.
Bob's got a cozy little
Raised to 11 by John.
I remember when you were doing
John makes it 11 with ace 9.
I was being so hard on the cards, I just kept tearing them up.
Bobby calls 11.
Ooh, I thought he was raising.
I did too. Looked like he had a green in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan calls 11.
All the boys away from me. Something about my milkshake.
I'd say the ace 9's pretty well out in front here.
Ryan checks.
Yeah, it's in good shape.
John bets 15.
It's got the 7-9 dominated and the ace 6
Bobby
dominated.
folds.
Watching John watch the other players
Ryan
is really
folds,
interesting.
Showing an ace.
Whoa! Good fold, Ryan.
Ooh.
Showed the ace like he made a huge laydown.
I mean, and that's why, like, you know, I mean, I don't know. I guess people are playing sort of tight, so it's
Brent to act first.
not that bad, but I don't know if I can just flop an ace and fold. Yeah,
I didn't hear how much he bet.
It's because you can make people fold queens when you make people fold queens.
It is less than half pot.
John with ace jack, Bobby with queens. Suited with an ace 3.
Ryan wishes they were playing 7 deuce right about now.
Yeah.
John
I
called
don't
2.
know if he could win though.
Suited calls 2.
It'd be tough. I'm gonna say
Unless
12.
he flops 7 deuce.
Bobby raises to 15.
I think John's gonna call.
John's gonna call. I think Dan might call as well.
John calls 15. Suited calls 15.
Yeah.
We know our boys.
3 players.
Ooh. Interesting.
John and Dan check.
They gotta be a little bit suspicious at this point, though. Like,
30.
No.
30's the bet by
He bets
Bobby.
pre-flop.
Dan's calling the gutter ball.
And it's just like, I mean, but yeah, I mean, maybe he's feeling a little suspicious.
Suited
Maybe he
calls
thinks
30.
he has chop outs. Who knows?
Don't.
It's be hard to lose now.
Suited checks.
Oh, Bobby, check. Let him. If you're gonna.
Look at the
I would
Hollywood.
check here.
Look at the Hollywood face.
Yeah.
Well, I got yelling.
56 bet by Bobby.
He's hoping Dan's got a 4.
Yep. And you know, Dan's definitely capable of having one. That's
Yeah.
why I'm calling.
Suited folds.
I think against another player, he might peel there.
I think I would.
I think he knows that like if he calls, makes a straight, and loses to Bobby's full house, Bobby will never in the history of lifetime would ever let him forget
Let him forget it. Yeah.
John in seat 7 to act first.
Which is pretty
He's
standard.
He's just real lucky he didn't have the flush draw to go with it.
Oh yeah. Or like the 5-3, say that.
Yeah.
We've seen like a little bit better play and a little more action this group of guys, but we haven't seen like too many huge
Suited
spots
folds.
yet.
Mike
Yeah.
folds.
I think that biggest one was the one Dan won when he spiked the ace.
Oh yeah.
That was
raised to 12 by Bobby.
Bet what? 40 on the turn, 50 on the river.
Ted all in for 40.
Good luck all in.
I think he might get called by. Oh wow. I thought Brent might call him.
Bobby folds.
I don't think Brent wants to leave quite yet. I think he's on that short stack too.
Seat 8, Brian to act first.
I'm gonna bring one of those squishy chairs in here next time.
I was just thinking I want to bring my cushion.
Yeah, cushion or massage girl or something.
I was going to say, if Dan would have lost that other pot, we probably could have got him back here massaging.
His massage included an elbow to my spine, so
that's not much of a massage.
Yeah, I think he is going to put his resume in somewhere else.
All right, we got Brian with ace 10.
Raised to 8 by Brian.
He raises to 8.
Call by suited.
Suited calls with Jack 7 suited. Corey's got an 8-5 suited.
It's just me. I mean, does Dan literally get suited cards more often than everybody else?
It just seems like it because he plays them all the time.
Yeah, they don't go in the muck as quick.
Brent checks.
John flops
John
top
checks.
pair.
Pretty good flop for John. Pretty bad flop
Brian
for everybody
checks.
else.
Suited checks. Corey checks.
And it went check all the way around. Now Brent's hit second pair.
And we got diamond draws now.
Yeah, suited's got a draw.
26 all in for Brent. 31, I'm sorry. 31 all in for Brent.
Yeah, I think just John raising.
John raises 75.
Brent's gonna need a 9 or 10.
And by the looks of it, there's only one of each left out there.
Run it once or twice, or
no? Don't run it twice.
I hate that.
It's like $60 bucks.
I hate that. And he hits it. His 2 outer.
Bink bell.
2 outer.
Ding 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 ding. You just want a prize at the carnival right there. Those little squirt guns in the mouth of the clown.
Yes, right.
Still waiting for my pizza.
Well, I guess John,
listeners.
he hit his 2 outer earlier, so
that's true.
Can't complain.
Suited Dan to act first.
I always forget that when that happens for me. When I bank mine, of course I was supposed to. When they bank theirs,
they got lucky as hell.
Oh, got that right.
King queen suited for Dan.
It's like only one king left out there.
Suited Dan raised to 15. Bobby calls 15. Brent calls 15.
So I think in a situation like this,
Brent calls 15 with the 7-5.
Brian
I think he's playing the rush.
And actually, and he actually doesn't have a too bad of an equity in his hand.
And he flops a full house.
Check. That's all. Just that.
And Bobby's gonna bet.
Bobby bets.
I think Betts should be his last name. Bobby Betts.
17.
Catch him live
22.
at the Mirage. Bobby Betts.
Brent calls.
Now the worst card here is for Bobby is a king or a jack.
Oh, that one's not good either.
Bobby.
All in. Call.
Bobby just went all in and is drawn dead.
Ugh. Not that it mattered, but
yeah.
He makes this flush anyhow.
There's a back one.
You were not in the back going like that, by the way, whoever said that. It's your money. Do what you want to do with it.
Well, playing the garbage cards has finally paid off for Brent.
Now the question is, does Bobby put the target
That
on Brent
moves
now?
Mike down first.
But I don't even know if it's enough to get him back to even.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, he doubled up the hand before that, but I think he's maybe even to his second bullet, so I think he's still probably stuck.
That's the problem with playing so much garbage when you ain't hitting.
Yeah.
Even when you do, it's hard to get back to even. Couple of 7/8 suited.
Yep.
Pocket fives for Dan.
Looks like he only has one out though.
Bobby races
And
to 12.
Bobby might be tilting a little bit.
Call.
Ted calls 12.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
Brent
he
calls
tilts.
12.
He just gets like more like, I'm gonna get him. Not like in the.
I think that might be a form of
Is that a
tilt.
form?
I think so.
Is that like a definition like 3B or whatever in Webster's?
Check.
Anybody got a queen? Dan's got the best hand right now. Let's see if he bets here finally. No.
I think Bobby's going to continue with the
Bobby
lead.
bets 22.
Fold.
Folds around.
Just like that.
Yeah.
See, we had that same spot earlier with Corey with sixes. You know, there's only the odds of Bobby raising a pre-flop
Bobby seat
and
2 to
flopping
act
a
first.
queen
Exactly.
is so low. So when you have your fives, you have your sixes, you have your sevens, and those spots, like, what's stopping you from calling? You have the best hand such a high percentage of the time, you got to find out. I've been learning that calling in spots like that is just so profitable.
Well, and especially after he takes a beat like that and loses a
Certainly.
big pot. Ted with ace
Ted's
queen.
got a real
Oh,
one.
John's
got
with
a
ace
better
king.
one.
Suited with an ace 5 suited. Brian with king queen. We might see a little like Brent with 6-8.
Ted calls 2.
Suited.
Yeah, all reasonable spots.
Ryan and Brent call 2. John
There
raises
we
to
go.
15.
Call. There's a
Ted may
legitimate
ship
raise.
it here.
Yeah, I think it might have been actually his intentions. Everybody is hoping for at least. Especially if Brian. Never mind.
Brian
If Brian would
folds.
have
Suited
called,
hand
I think
calls
he definitely
15.
would have shoved. There it is.
Ted is all in.
43.
43 total. Folds over to John.
He's got to make the call.
Yeah, absolutely.
28 for John to call.
Feeling a queen.
John
How about you?
announces all in.
He re-raises.
Suited hand folds.
To isolate.
I feel like queen, don't you?
Well, if there's anybody that's nice enough that it deserves it, it's Ted.
Honestly, I remember playing with John a long time ago. He's also
Oh,
super,
I don't
super nice
know
guy.
the guy,
Player at
so I
risk.
yeah.
Everybody
How about a
loves
jack for a
chocolate.
chop?
Everybody wins. Oh, there's extra.
Oh, Ted's got a straight draw now too.
No hearts.
Looks like we lose a player.
And another one down, and another one down, and another one bites the dust. Boom, did-a-bum, bum, bum.
Did all the other guys leave?
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody waiting in the wings right now.
Yeah, Bob.
Actually, I first.
Yeah, you can sit over there.
Can I move there first?
Bobby's just messing with
I know what he's. I know what he's.
Welcome, Ted.
Every day to shoot.
Yeah.
I don't care.
He got there on the turn and the river.
See, I should have went and raised him.
On the flop? Yeah.
Not before the flop. Yeah.
Well, even on the flop, I would have too. Yeah.
We have a $4 straddle called by Brent.
Not much going.
Called by Brian.
Yeah, that was
Called
a
by
hand you either
suited.
move in pre-flop or on the flop.
And I knew it after I did, especially with him because
Yeah.
he's aggressive. But
We got
Yeah,
two
but
sixes
once
for
you got to
Brian
the
here.
turn, he
Bobby.
had you beat.
Ace queen for Bob.
screwed me up in the next game.
Brent folds.
Yeah.
Brian
It
folds.
happens.
Oh well.
6 is just floated there.
And then even in the last hand, you had a lot of outs to chop and win. Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Talk to me.
That's the last week. Oh, do you?
Cool.
Oh, no.
All right, Ted. Good seeing you.
We'll see you.
Have a good night. Point demonstrated. Friendly Ted.
All right, Mike with 5s.
So Brian is now Ted on the screen for the time being.
I think Tony's changing it right now.
Tony Baloney, the Minestrone. I like the 9-10. Oh my gosh, I'm unbelievable.
Oh, you're ridiculous tonight with that.
There's 3 5s out there.
And he checks it.
Those 3 5s.
Oh, wow.
I didn't see that.
I did not either.
Mike
Good
bets
check
10.
then. And Mike bets the set, and Dan get. Oh, Dan's got a straight draw. Dan's got a straight draw.
Mike bets 10.
How sick would be 10 on the river? That would be the
Suited
gin
calls. Suited check.
That's a lot of diamonds.
Mike checks.
Suited's got to. He just needed to ship it there. If he wanted any chance of winning.
Yeah, I think that hand kind of was what it was. I don't know if there was too much either one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I when the other diamond hits, that last diamond, I'm
Ryan
sure he's
Beck.
just given up. John with an ace-5 of diamonds, Suited with a 5-7 spades. Brent with a 9-10. That's pretty much a monster for Brent.
Brent called 2, John called 2, Dan called 2.
2 for everyone.
Corey calls 2.
Limp Fest.
Brian checks us
I
out.
feel like if you limp for 2, you get to wear it 2-2.
And John flops a flush draw. Suited flops
Brent bets
second
5,
pair.
John calls 5.
And a gut shot for
Suited
Brent.
calls 5.
A little bit for
Corey
everybody.
calls 5. Brian folds.
Corey's called 5.
Corey, yeah, well, he's got bottom pair.
Why not, hey?
And John gets there with the straight flush draw.
Corey checks. Brent checks.
Oh, yes, Brent has a diamond.
John bets 10.
Got a chance.
Suited bets or calls 10.
Suited called 10.
Corey and Brent fold.
He got a 6 for a straight. He's got outs, he thinks.
That's a bad card for John.
Why you gotta run so many diamonds out?
John bets 25.
Yeah, you're lucky the other diamond hit, not a 7 or a 6.
Seriously. Be happy.
Sometimes it's a good thing when that happens.
Is it funny, like, spots like that, you're just like, oh man, I had you.
Brent
and you're like,
straddles?
no. You were...
John Dack first.
You were 6 feet under, buddy.
He only had a draw.
John calls 4. Suited folds. Mike races to 16. Corey and Brian fold. Ryan folds. Brent calls 16.
I like how we get it. Like, if I play that, he'd be like, dude, he's like, terrible.
Brent checks.
Alright, Brent's got a draw here. Mike's got pocket 4s.
19 bet by Mike.
Mike bets 19.
Kid's playing
3
good.
overs.
Brent folds.
I kind of wish he came around more often. I wouldn't mind playing with him.
I think it's Brent would have known what his cards were. He'd have called in the heartbeat.
John Deck first.
That many outs.
Ryan's been quiet.
Yes, he has.
He was really going after it for a while. He's kind of slowed down. Maybe he's getting past his bedtime. Getting past my dinner time, I'll tell you that. Where's pizza at, people?
Both of mine. Past my dinner time and my bedtime. Bobby with 7s.
John folds.
Suited with an ace rag.
Suited folds.
Hey, makes our decision.
Mike folds.
Bobby makes it 12.
12 bet by Bobby.
And let's see.
Ryan.
Suited to act first.
Your chance for an instant remove.
I haven't done it all night.
I know. Yeah, I'm not getting it right, then you should have next one. All you gotta do is win that one hand. Pays for a whole one.
I must succumb to peer pressure.
Train's fingers gotta be getting tired.
One time?
What's that?
I'm not gonna make any jokes.
I'm not saying a word.
Nothing. My mom and me listening. I don't
Let's
want
see,
to. I don't want to
Corey
be encouraged by Train's
You have about a half
abilities.
Tip?
Wow. Tightening up here.
Oh, raise the 10.
This game is
Corey
really
raised
slowing
10.
down.
And we're missing a couple players.
All players fold.
When players are gone, the raises go up. Tony got a nice little perch there. What was that?
Sound like Train, but I'm not sure.
Whatever.
Mike to act first.
Suited with the ace king. John with ace
Whoopsies.
deuce suited. Oh.
Whoopsie doos.
Raised to 11 by Mike.
What's Dan's stack at?
I don't know. I mean, it's not terrible, I don't think.
Call by John. Call by suited. 3 players. John to act first. Checks in the dark.
Oh, John flops
Suited
the
checks.
nut flush draw against the aces.
Now it's party time.
25 is the bet by Mike.
And Mike bets 25. I don't think John's going anywhere.
What was it pre-flop? Did you hear?
11.
1 million.
It's fine.
$1 million.
Suited re-raises.
Suited raised.
No way.
John did call the 25. Suited raises to 85.
Oh, wow.
Well, he thought the one bluff worked pretty well. He thought he'd try again.
Mike is all in.
If you're John, I think you just have to call.
Yeah, you have to.
John folds.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you have to. Suited with a 2% chance of catching running kings.
Running
or
queens,
jack queen.
Yeah.
Dan needs a king, jack, or queen here to have any chance at all.
Did he call? Are we still thinking?
Oh.
I mean, I don't think he can call.
Well, how much does he have behind? That's the thing.
Bobby has 431 in chips.
Corey, what's your count?
Bobby's got 431. I think there's a paper. There's a notepad up there.
Brian has $202.
400.
Ryan has 400. Brent has 174.
He's reading them off too quick there.
205 for Corey. 198 for John.
210. I don't know how I can't count this. That's all I do all day.
Suited Dan folds. That moves Bobby to act first.
He started rattling off like 4 in a row before I could even start.
125 for suited Dan.
Brent with ace king, Corey with ace jack.
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
Raised to 9 by Corey.
And I think Brent is more of the flatter here.
Raised to 20 by Brent.
What do I know?
Suited folds.
You're no longer batting 1,000.
No. I've taken a sharp nosedive towards Earth.
Folds over to Corey.
Corey,
11 for Corey to call.
That's exactly what I would have said. 327. 330.
Mike has 330.
How much did Bobby buy in?
Corey folded.
Pretty tight fold by Corey.
Corey straddles to 4.
I'm real surprised.
Brian to act first.
I've seen him make that call.
He's been a lot more quiet than I assumed he would be tonight.
Must be the difference between cash and a tournament. A tournament, he would have made that call in a heartbeat.
Even the last tournament or last cash game we played here,
really?
Yeah, I mean he was pretty wide open.
Ryan with ace king.
Ryan calls for it.
And just calls.
Suited calls for it.
Suited
Mike
calls
folds.
with king jack.
Bobby folds. Corey checks his option.
Here comes the 10.
Multiple. Blurp.
Ryan checks.
Suited
Corey
10,
checks.
top 2.
Doesn't want to see a 10 now.
Sorry. Sorry. Getting late, man.
Both players check.
That's 8.
Oh.
Bet is 8 and a call. Eleven's the bet by suited. Ryan folds.
Ryan's really lucky he didn't catch an ace or a king there.
Yeah. I guess he knew it was going to happen. That's why he didn't raise pre-flop.
But moves Brian to act first.
Jokes. Everybody tell some jokes.
Dan said he was going to get out there and liven things up and talk a lot. I don't think I've heard him say 2 words.
Remind me to remind him of that.
Yeah.
Ace of hearts exposed.
Oh, bummer.
Brian folds.
Train's getting tired.
Brian folds.
I think it's
Brent
so
calls
hysterical
2.
when we
Suited
deal our
calls
own
2.
games, these home games, and someone flips a card on accident and it ends up being an ace, and just the way people
Corey
just
checks his option.
lose their minds. Especially if they were dealt an ace and I think they would have had aces. Oh my God, you can't believe my luck.
I did it to a guy one
Brent
time. I
6.
flipped his ace, and he said, "That's all right. I'm gonna get another one, and
Suited
this one's
folds.
an ace too." And I got kings, and I did give him.
Holy
I gave
mackerel.
him 3 aces in one
Wow.
hand. We got it all in pre-flop. Of
Corey
You don't
folds.
know that? You don't know that. That's my favorite hand. They call that the train.
Maybe you guys need some shots or something.
We have a live straddle and a re-straddle from Brent.
No dead
John
straddles
to act
here.
first.
I do. Makes me all
Somebody put on the triple straddle.
1, 2, 4, and 8, guys.
Oh, make it 12. Come on, it's getting late. Suited with 3s.
I think the ace-5 is going to get bumped here.
Looks like a
Suited calls 8.
$30.
Raised to 30 by Bobby.
The
Corey
straddle's
folds,
tempting.
Ryan
That
folds,
double straddle,
Ryan
he
folds.
just can't control himself.
No, I mean, they're
Come on,
playing...
I totally
folds.
agree with it.
No, I think they're playing 7-handed when it was dealt, so that's
Suited
another
calls.
reason that you get the button.
Suited calls with 30 with the 3s.
He has about 90 back or so.
Yeah.
No, he went that queen jack hand, so he had...
Bobby asks how much suited had behind. He has 111.
30.
30 is the bet by Bobby. Suited calls.
Wow.
Suited checks. Bobby checks.
Wow. Bobby's going to be so tilted when he sees his hand.
Suited checks. Bobby throws in enough to put suited Dan all in.
Well, if you call...
Whoa. So...
Bobby just went all in, basically.
Yeah.
Suited folds.
Why do you call
Bobby
the
takes
flop
5.
there?
That's the difference. I mean, Bob actually kind of misplayed that hand, if you want to look at it in the way he did that.
Brent straddles.
But
yeah, when he checks the turn behind, I'm calling no matter what he bets.
But I guess I mean, if Bob knows that Dan's checking almost all rivers, I guess it gives him like 2 chances to push him off his hand instead of just the one.
But
30.
What are you scared of there? If you're calling 30
John and suited fold.
on the flop.
Intense.
Mike calls fort.
Are the 7 news people gone
Corey
now?
and Brian fold. Ryan calls.
I know Ted was one of the ones. I don't know. It's getting late. It's almost over.
I think I'm about 30, maybe another half hour.
Oh, Mike
Ryan
flops a
checks.
full house.
Brent bet 6.
Yeah. Half hour maybe. The most, he said.
Yeah. Just call Mike.
Ryan folds. You have a raise to 12 by Mike.
That is...
Re-raise to 24 by...
Re-raise.
By Brent.
I
Call
just
for Mike to
Oh,
call.
just call.
Yep, just call.
Yeah,
Give him a
just call.
chance.
So what is it?
You know what would be awful here is the 3 and Brent goes all in.
Yeah.
Re-raise to 26.
I re-raised? Was it like a 5 bet now?
It went 6, 12,
Brent calls.
18, 26, yeah.
Oof.
20 is the bet by Brent.
Just call. I mean, he's repping a 3. You have basically the nuts. Just call him. Let him hang himself.
Raise to 40 by Mike.
I don't like that raise.
No.
20 for Brent to call. Brent calls.
A 7 here would just be brutal.
1-3.
Brent checks.
All in. Say all in. Looks weaker.
Mike is all in.
Well, he got to the inevitable. What he wanted to do. He's
Brent has about 81
strangest
behind.
path to do it. I mean, I try not to be too judgmental because, like, if I was in that spot, I don't know exactly what I would have done. I think it would have been a little different. But the end result, I think, is kind of the same. It's like we both had GPS to Cedar Point, but we took different routes to get there.
He can't call.
I don't know. I think he's really talking himself into it.
The guy's raised and bet every stinking street. I mean, the only thing you can beat is a stone cold bluff.
Just a deuce. That's all you can be is a deuce. Busted flush draw. 4-5. Ace 5. I wonder what happened in the basketball game tonight. I mean, he's gonna literally just talk himself into not believing he has what he has. Now he's just trying to figure out the math is right. Which I don't believe it. I mean, Brandon's like $81, $106. I mean, something.
Let it go.
Well, with this hand, the math is absolutely not right to call there. I mean,
Bobby's so jealous. Look at his jealous face.
Just because you can't beat anything. Other than what you said, a busted draw.
That 7 was such a mean card, though. It just made him just go crazy. Look at him shaking his head still. He's just like, I don't know. Like, I mean, did he? Didn't he? I don't know. Especially when you're stuck. Like those magical spots where you think, I'm going to pick it off. I got this one.
John Dack first.
Once again, we're getting into that spot where I said that paying them crap hands all the time. If you ain't hitting a lot, it can cost you a ton of money.
Yeah.
Mike folds. Raised to 15 by Bobby.
Assistant 15.
Brian calls 15.
Ryan calls 15.
Ryan calls 15.
Oh, Brian.
Both of them.
Brian and Ryan.
Brent calls 15.
Oh, Brent's calling, absolutely.
John calls 15.
Well.
Hearts would be kind of fun here.
It's going to be hard to make an ace.
First stack is Ryan.
And a jack. King 8 looks pretty good. The gut
King
shot
8.
Ryan.
King 8 got there.
Bob's got the nut flush draw, so I don't think he's going anywhere.
Oh, wow, yeah.
John
I didn't see
50.
that.
Actually, mathematical favorite at this point in time.
Yeah, I think Bobby's going to be...
So John led.
Bobby's all in.
Bob's all in.
Bob's all in. I like that bet. Because he's a pre-flop raiser. This guy leads into him with
Ryan
just
folded,
King 8.
Brent folded.
I heard a really well-respected poker player talk about dunk betting one night. He said, you can do it all you want. It's just the most expensive check you will ever make your entire life. John tanking here. If he didn't call with the nut flush draw, with the ace 3 against the aces and the ace king earlier, I don't know how he's going to call with just top pair.
Especially when Bobby raised pre-flop. And then moves all in.
With 4 other players in the pot.
Yeah. You got to put him on a big hand.
I feel like a flush draw is just, the most bottom part of his range here.
And even then, he's a mathematical favorite.
Exactly. It does call.
Ace, jack, or a spade. And he calls him with King 8. That's unlucky there.
John wins the pot.
Bobby's not going to be happy about that one.
Yeah, he should come back and ask me about it, and I'm like, it's fine. I think John might have been deep enough for Bob to call and then raise turn, and it might have looked a little stronger, but innocuous 5 on the turn just isn't quite strong enough. I think he's about even now.
Damn it, John.
Suited to act first.
I think Dan's sleeping. All that complaining earlier tuckered him out.
John Big Blind.
This might look a little tilty.
Folds.
Yeah, but the bad part is nobody
raised to 15 by Bobby.
Picks up anything.
But I think Bob wishes I didn't know him as well as I do, because I know that raise just now, he even spun it out there to look like it was a tilted raise. Oh, it's funny.
There's nothing better than doing that, though, when you just take a beat like that, pick up aces, and then the worst part is not getting any action.
But moves Mike to act first.
I think that's more tilting than losing that flip.
It was a hell of a call. I couldn't have done it.
I think what it was is, I mean, I don't know John. I mean, I know him from years ago. But sometimes when people have been playing for a long time, there's something with the old adage of
big blind checks his
big
option.
bets just look like bluffs. Like, oh, they're trying to buy the pot. So a pair's a pair. I mean, he would have felt really foolish if Bob has nines.
John and Dan check.
Checks, whatever.
Corey checks.
So
Brent bets 8. John folds.
I think Bob's sizing was a little off. But
Corey folds.
I mean, it's kind of hard to find too many problems with it.
Suited Dan to act first.
Suited's trying to spike 3 here.
Only 2 remaining.
15 bet by Brent. Suited folds.
There's some germs for everybody. Luckily, he went vampire style.
Bobby to act first.
I think Bobby realizes that the time is getting low. He's like, man, gotta go on a high note.
I just doubled up 2 of them.
10 minutes.
Well, he's still disciplined though.
10 minutes.
10 minutes to play.
Here he comes.
Yep. There's a girl and her clothes from the night before.
Oh, yeah.
Suited calls.
Or maybe not.
It might just be a phone check. See all his friends telling him how bad he played. 2 pair for suited.
Brent with the nut flush draw.
And a straight. Right? Straight for John.
Suited bets
13.
He checks
Brent
that
calls 13.
Now he's probably going to...
John calls 13. 3 players. Suited act first.
And Brent gets there.
Why not?
Suited. Did you say check? Suited checks. Brent bets 15.
I think Dan just checked for a heart. You have 2 pair, buddy. I don't think you got one.
He needed to bet the flop hard and ram it on the turn to win that hand. Then I still don't know if Brent folds.
No. He had a straight draw too, right?
Yes, he did. I just remembered that.
Great act first.
I knew that before. I like something new. Like, oh no, I just gained so much info on Ryan.
Straddle.
John with
Corey
fives.
straddles. Brian folded. Ryan folds. Brent calls 4. John calls 4.
We've seen pocket 5s tonight.
Suited
So many,
folds.
5s and 2s. So many
Mike
times
folds.
tonight.
And we had aces there like
Bobby
in a
calls
span
for it.
like 4 or 5 times.
I think we had 4 times in like 2.5 orbits. That's good for Bobby.
And Bobby flops trips.
Bobby bets 10.
And leads out.
Corey folds.
I love that play.
Brent folds. John calls 10.
Oh.
It's like a 3.
Action on Bobby.
Can't check now. I'll check behind.
16's the bet by Bobby.
Let's see what John
John
non-believer.
folds.
Yep. I think it's gonna be hard to get some money off of people right now, unless they're stuck. People that are up right now, they're gonna kind of probably sit on there.
Lock it down. Especially when there's only a few more minutes left in the session.
Yeah.
That moves Brian to act first.
No reason to get dumb.
See if they'll do a flip at the end of the night.
Everybody throwing 25?
Yeah, why not? Throw in 25, do a flip, winner takes home, what, a couple $100?
What is that here? Oh, Tony's got 100,000 up for
Oh, nice.
Bob with another pair.
Yeah.
Not much anybody you can fight with really either.
Comes with a free shoe in the hotel.
Folds around to the small blind. Small blind raises to 10. Bobby.
Right here?
Corey folds.
30%. So 6 high.
Hey, did Corey have a 6 as well? Or do you like the 7-3? Something like that?
7-3. Bobby showed the 6 and he showed the 7-3.
Them 10s there, and that's after that.
Are you in line for the final game?
Yep. Hey, 3 more hands.
Oh, that's right.
$8 straddle.
I knew too.
Straddled to $8 by Brent.
I'll probably be back here.
I wasn't gonna just call it.
Alone. Talking to you people. The poker ins and outs.
Yeah, that
John
was,
folds.
my whole season was based on making that game.
8 to play. Suited Dan all in for 56.
Didn't even have a sub.
Pretty good and strong.
I had a chance
Is Dan
to
all
win.
in?
Looks like it.
All players fold.
Well, something to take home to Nicole, I guess. Take her to CGI Fridays or something.
2 more hands.
He made some moves when he shouldn't, and folds when he should.
I hope he watches this. I hope he's not mad at us.
Well,
John double
I don't think you
straddles
could be
to
mad
8.
at
There's just certain things that if you just tighten the bootstraps a little bit, I mean, his night's a lot different.
If you can't tell a friend that he made a mistake, you know, that's the people you should be able to tell they made a mistake and help them.
You're getting nervous.
Yeah, like I said, all I want is the best for everybody, and
Yeah.
I don't want to be super good.
Action on suited. Folds.
I don't want him to try to beat me.
Mike folds. Bobby folds.
John with ace king and nothing else
Corey
going
folds.
on here.
Brian folds.
All right,
Ryan folds.
Train. Let's deal
Brent
aces versus
calls.
kings and get it all in
Seriously.
pre-flop.
Man,
John
everyone's
raises
just,
25 more.
everyone's just locking
Brent
it down.
folds. John shows ace king.
Good job, Johnny. Johnny 5.
Better run out there and buy in for 100 in 5 minutes.
Stack it up.
All in. All in.
Like, if you think about it in like real money, like if you did it like 6 times.
John to act first.
I mean, that's $18 you didn't have.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a straddle.
Put the all-in straddle on, Dan.
You're committed now, bud.
Oh, good thing you didn't.
True. I like.
Suited calls for it.
I don't know. Maybe the 9-10.
Mike and Bobby fold. Corey raises to 13.
14. 13-ish. 13 and a half.
13's the bet.
Yeah, stick
Over to
the
Brent.
in there.
That's why I hate when they just splash it out there.
I mean, I do like the stack and the tumble
Calls
forward,
14.
but it's still like a nice little
John folds.
centipede-looking shape.
Suited Dan calls.
Suited Dan calls with the ace-3 off.
3 players.
For his sake, I hope he flops some 3s. with a lot of them. Well,
Action on Brent.
He's got a straight draw.
Suited
problem is he has
checks,
no
Corey
money
checks.
to win.
Corey now has the nut flush draw.
Suited is all in.
Corey's just like,
how much was he all in for?
Not much. I think like maybe $30.
That's still fairly big compared to the pot.
I think it's about pot size. 13.39.
I wouldn't be surprised if Corey makes this call.
From solo by train.
In fact, I would make this call in a heartbeat if that's all it is. What do you got to lose? $30.
Exactly.
I've seen him bet more than that on a bluff.
Or you don't have cash.
I would have liked Dan's move if he did it on the flop better.
Call?
Call by Corey, 57.
I think he said F it, call.
I don't blame him. That's exactly what I would say.
Make sure it's a heart.
Dan needs a 3 or a 2.
Oh! Oh! Bank. Nailed it.
I think that's it for the night here, folks.
And I guess that's how you do it around here. You know, why not?
Get it in bad and get there.
Train's like, I didn't do that.
Oh.
God. I didn't do that.
That's Suited Dan's game, everybody.
You're a perverted old man.
That is ridiculous.
All right. Well,
All right, guys.
We'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in.
All right,
and,
that concludes our broadcast game.
Sometime soon.
We will see you probably in a couple weeks with our next cash game broadcast.
Twice.
Wow.
Oh, that was sick.
Let me get $1 on it, even 115.
I gotta give Train some money off.
Piece of garbage. I'm gonna remember that next time you come and ask me, hey, you paying out? I'm like, nope. Or I'm gonna say, yep. When I'm making 21s,
I did tell you to
21s.
fold though.
I was a monster favorite. Oh my god, I can't even think right now.
That was sick.
All that work, I was like, I don't even care about it. But wow.
I thought you had
I knew you had nothing.
I made a buck.
You lucky fucking dog.
Did you hear what I said? I could just put a deuce up.